Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कब्र मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's showing me and know there is nothing, and everywhere we go we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. We're entering day 6 of games. Is it going to be nows? Is it going to be one team? Boys, let's find out together.
It shows that they are unfazed, and Ja, he has no problem at all getting the double.
Yeah, they just need to shake it off, and Now's already with the takedowns. Ja here in the middle, and well, with eyes beaming, spotlights on Ja, and he will shine. A 4K for the 4 rounds, and it's Xiao Yu. Does he come up big? Takedown onto Ja. Another launcher! Slice and dice. Xiao Yu with the action, and exactly what one tip needed. They can go for the blind.
Oh, the scan.
But there's the dart, there's the spot from the Aldron, and there's the takedown. It's all left to Yan Li, but the one map that now is needed, they will take. They get the job done in the end. So many resources just to try and dislodge Xiao Yu. But Senior Carl, but critical timing here that works out in favor of now.
The controllers.
Carl gets 3 with to force that contact over onto A main. Leaps even doesn't matter, covering fire from the rest of the roster. And now it's yet again a roll call even. They don't know Wits is there. Papichulo though with a find. Here we go again, the dynamic duo. But look at Wits go. Back into the corner, back in position. And now Oz is bound for the playoffs. We wanted convincing, and we get the 2-0 from Naos Esports.
Bit of scenery for you guys at home. Bonkers doing it for everyone, doing it for the community, doing it for Oz. But can Orangutan stand and do it for the Ape Army?
However, Bonkers are already here. So quick, it's unreal. Lou up close. How's he alive here? Can he hold on? He absolutely can. That's a 3rd. Lou, what are you doing? You are blowing my mind right now. A 4th, and it could be the ace. What the hell was that? Is he going to be able to pick the right timing? He does it again. It's pure beauty. I don't care that it's just pistols, but we'll leave Antidote. We'll give him some room. Punish 1, and now there's only 3 left as the guiding light. We'll gather some information onto Lou, but what an Antidote. Go do-si-do. We need a cure, but it just looks like it doesn't exist. The poison has been injected into Orangutan by Bonkers. Actually managed that opening spot, but Dragon, where do you get away with that? How do you get off on this, Dragon? What the hell are you doing? He wants more. He's hungry. He's looking to fight, and that's a 3rd! And a good response. Rawfield now spots out Dragon. What? He's on an island. There is no way you're doing this again, Dragon! How can you keep getting away with this? Another weapon! He will be punished! Are you going to step up to the plate when you are needed? He's already opened up with the answer being, yes, I can. And he's not even in the server right now. Antidote failed as well, trying to do it all. And he absolutely will. Can pull out something absolutely immaculate. They've done it. Oh, baby, I cannot believe they've done it. Bonkers. This is something that we don't see. This is something that should not happen. We want to hear this electricity the entirety of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, because this series deserves nothing less. Because look, alert, getting in, and he's going to be taken. We've seen Famous do big things with these blades in hand, and there's the second Komodo. He's looking for more. He's got it. Look at this man go. He can dance. He can dance all bloody day. Famous. Everyone's looking at him like he's a movie star because he is living up to his namesake. I'm not sure if it's pretty though. Alert, pushing up, he's low. He's very low. But it's not going to matter when Exy and Rolex are stepping up to the fray. Oh my Jesus, Rolex! Fear, they're shaken. And there's not much they can do as Shiro will strike. And now as he tries to hold the line, Exy walks straight into the claws of Famous. It's beautiful. Something that is terrifying to bear witness. 1v4 for Famous, but he does start strong. That's at least 1. Exactly right, Komodo. Satchel out, alert spotted, on the groove, on the move, Famous. The paparazzi, they are out, they have lined together! And it's a camera starring moment! Famous! Now Rolex in this 1v3, and he drops 2. This wasn't equal, Komodo, this was Rolex back up against the wall! And somehow, Famous! If they clear him. Oh, he got 1. How does he do it? He holds! He holds! 1 is now, but Alert's on the line. And it's not gonna matter. History does not repeat. He's been punished, and that is Boom losing. 13-6 here. They can push him. They can push him. Rolex, the savior, the hero. They've done it! Rolex, you monster! Exy has to move in. Does punish 1. Does punish another. That's 3 for Exy, and it's going to be 4. There is no way that this man can continue. Ready to strike outside from the shadows if he chooses. Berserks, how does he get away with that? There is no chances that he holds this from under heaven, but he does. And now it's all on the Scarz, and it's not going to happen in any way. Do you picture this? The script has been torn, ripped, shredded apart. It's been thrown out the window.
It's going all the way to the bitter end. We are done with Group Alpha. We are moving into the Omega, baby. And it's day 7. It's lucky for some, but unlucky for one. And we're going to be talking about that for potentially years to come. It has been so much fun here on the desk so far, but it's getting really deep into the serious business now. 4 teams remain and 1 cannot make it. No one is safe today. And there's only 2 games that remain. Mac, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. I've got 2 handsome individuals to bring you all the action today. We got Quack, we got Sscary, and we are so pumped to bring you all the fun.
We did push-ups before this. We did. But this is how I want to wake up every frickin' morning. You watch that recap, you hear Mac's voice, you are hyped.
Yeah, and again, you also see the teams, the aspirations, as well as the devastation for those that were not able to get in. It really makes you, again, remember everything that has happened during or throughout this group stage.
And it's crazy. We have so many storylines to get into. And I just gave you a bit of a preview of the passion and all the action that could be happening here today. But you two weren't on the desk yesterday, so I quickly want to get your thoughts on what went down and what your thoughts are on the overall Group Alpha and how everything played out.
Well, I mean, to begin with, I think there were a lot of interesting things, particularly with a certain game in the middle. But, of course, with Group Alpha, I mean, congratulations, right? Because Naos and Boom have made it through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal. It means so much for those 2 regions. And with Boom and how much they've been, like, practicing for all of this, that match was insane.
It was, it's one I'm never going to forget. The pure just passion from the audience as well. And look, that brings me to one quick point. Now that Zerjia's gone, not everyone from Thailand is eliminated. They have 1 remaining star in Sscary who's going to be playing first up today. Sscary, what are your thoughts on the everything that happened yesterday?
Honestly, I'm happy because Naos got in. Honestly, again, we started the group stage with me thinking that Naos looked incredibly shaky, but they were able to reconciliate with each other or just pick themselves back up, and they look so convincing coming in to the playoffs right now. I was kind of disheartened to also see one team not make it because Yanni's dad was here. He was supporting. We got a chance to chat with him. He was just smiling, happy, and just there to support his son and his team.
He came super early, like before anyone even arrived. Like the audience wasn't even here yet. And Yanli was like, hi guys, do you know like which side one team is playing on? Because I want to sit there and support my son. Yeah. And that's like that passion that really drives this whole scene around. And at the same time, yes, commiserations to the teams who kind of, you know, got eliminated. But that said, Xiaoyu is still an incredible player. You watch those highlights, and like this means so much to them because now you could bet that some teams and other orgs are, you know, probably watching this.
Yeah, I had a chat with Jiawei after it as well, and look, they were sad, but I asked, you know, did you learn a lot? And he said, we learned so much, and we learned too much to actually put into words, you know, from an experience like this. So you can tell that they came in, you know, they didn't come in to win, they came in to do their best job, and they came here to learn, and they succeeded in at least their short-term goals. It would have been nice if they did qualify to playoffs, but coming from a region like Hong Kong, Taiwan, they still were happy finally getting to go up against some of the best in the greater APAC region.
And they did put up those big numbers. I mean, they went up against the best, and you have that great performance. That's huge.
Yeah, honestly, again, incredibly happy as to how they were able to make this work. I think aside from them learning from a lot of the teams were taught as to how the Hong Kong Taiwan region is not a region to just kind of bypass. You know, you have to look at this with talent such as Xiaoyu. Incredible stuff again from the one team group.
Yeah, and this match as well, Bonkers flexing that map pool a little bit as well up against Orangutan, which is interesting considering they have their hardest game to date today. up against Bleed. So keep that in mind, but the vibes were at an all-time high in that series. Orangutan, yes, they didn't come through with a win in a series, but they did make a statement and still have a lot of fun here. And that brings us to the final game of the day where Boom managed to take out Team Thailand, Team Zerja. Oh, and it was so heartbreaking to just hear everyone in the crowd, but also hear the one man, Gary,
one guy,
who was just the biggest supporter, the happiest man when Boom managed to get that final round across the line. And it was Severine as well to get that 3K to close. It couldn't have been any better for Boom.
I mean, you could hear Gary from like the floor below us, where our talent room is.
Probably 3 floors below.
True. Like, I was watching some of the games, and you could feel the atmosphere. You could feel the supporters from Boom really just like all throughout. But then there's that one thundering roar, and you just know that's Gary. That's the owner of Boom.
That was super scary indeed, but here we go, straight back into the groups. You can see everything is filled out for Group Alpha. And yes, I have a little illustration once we do come back to cams to quickly show where everyone's sitting for the playoffs. But Group Omega as well, there is only 2 games remaining. And you can see at the moment there's that 4-way tie. So if the teams win today, they will secure a position in playoffs. Not sure where they'll end up standing. But if they lose, depending on how the second games go or the opposing games go, it's essentially a coin flip. So first game, you know, they have that backup of watching the second game, but the second game, they have to win or else they're potentially out completely. And that is not something you want to be thinking of as well once you do go into your final games, right? It's just that extra pressure, and here's the illustration we were talking about. So now's, of course, at the top of Group Alpha, jumping into that second day of games and playoffs. Fancy and Boom are looking to find their opponents today, and we have no idea who it's going to be because everyone is bringing their best game downstairs. The tension in that room from Bleed, you could cut it. You couldn't cut it with a knife.
You really can't. It's basically a case of steel, I think.
Yeah, it's
like
that dense.
It's that dense. No, seriously, because they played their last match against DPlus Kia, and that was, you know, rocky. It was rough. And just given by how this entire team is led and influenced by the coach as well, you could feel that whole atmosphere. It's very heavy, and I just hope they're prepared for this because Bonkers, on the other hand, I mean, you know those guys, Mac. How do they feel?
Well, arguably, they were pretty happy when I was talking to them. So they woke up on the right side of the bed, which is good. I think that's an overall good. Maybe that sets them up for success. That's a storyline we can go into as the series progresses. But let's just dive on into them at the moment, right? We're talking about what this means for all the remaining teams here in Group Omega. And it means just that much more for Bonkers, not just for the team, but for the scene back home in Oceania, right? We have had a slowly but surely dying scene. We've seen players getting torn away from our Challengers Leagues into bigger leagues just to chase the money, chase the glory, and chase that fame. But Bonkers, they've managed to hang around. They've managed to stay here for long enough, and they are shooting their shot. They're doing it for the crowd-funded boot camp as well, everyone that's invested into this one. But it's also the players that are growing, the future of OS. If they see a team that has had to do it all on their own to get here, take down some of the best in all of Asia Pacific, then that is going to inspire the next generation of VALORANT from our region. And I cannot stress how much that means, not only to me, but all of Oceania.
It's literally such a big freaking deal. I mean, you guys even have a podcast about this, and it's called, like, what, Geographically Locked or something, right?
Geographically Challenged.
There you go.
Shout out to
because this is, Oceania, a region that is so stuck, but when you see how much potential each and every single one of these Bonkers boys have, you're just, you can't help but be amazed because look at these plays. Yes, they're playing up against Orangutan. Yes, you know, Orangutan, they were playing kind of backs up against the wall, and they're just going to give a great show no matter what. But Bonkers, having those map picks that you just saw, Pearl as well as Haven, I feel that that's actually a very intentional pick to kind of test the water a little bit because those are maps that Bleed are really strong on.
Yeah.
And look at those setups as well, the clips that we just saw. Lou getting that quick ace with how it just started. Yes, Lou was the one getting a lot of those kills, and he is such a phenomenal player. Looking at how the utility played out, too. This is something that Asrar was studying with me last night.
Yeah.
what would throw out the dark cover just to block it off, and then you would have the recon ball from RDW as well. Lou actually kind of escaped death with a bit of a tailwind, and he's so quick on that. That's a very intentional setup to counter how Bleed actually plays on Pearl.
Okay,
because
Juicy's the big man, right?
Exactly. Juicy's the big man, sends out the Leer, and then you have maybe a bit of a smoke. You got stim beacons. They love to push down B long. So I think Bonkers, they are so ready for today.
Yeah, well, you know, you're locked in. You're living, you're breathing Valorant and air-conditioned air here in the hotel. It's just, it is what it is. But Bleed, they are on the back foot right now, and they are feeling the pressure. We spoke about it in their room, getting ready for this match. It was just all serious business, no smiles. They know what it can be the outcome here. They are not safe. They can get knocked out, and if they lose here, it's their fate getting lost. They don't get to control it any longer.
Yeah, you can really feel the intensity with Bleed as soon as they landed here in our venue. It just feels like they know that they're a cut above the rest, and you do see that with how they've played in the MYSG region, but that could actually be a hindrance for them because, again, you're seeing the different playstyles kind of shake them a little bit. The strongest portion for Bleed is that they have their own personalized setups. Their strongest assets is that they just are overwhelming at what they do, but what happens when they don't do that? We have so many examples in the past where with this one with DPlus Kia, where they just couldn't seem to break through the defenses of DPlus, the rigid structure of their defense, and Lakia was just having a field day with the players of Bleed. So that moving forward against Bonkers here is going to be something maybe Legia has prepared for his team, maybe something that, again, they have to be aware of if they want to shed their old skin, get into their new one, and get into that playoffs.
Well, I did have a quick chat with Sscary downstairs, of course, before this game, and yes, there was a lot of tension, but he was still all smiles, saying yes, they're confident, really happy with how their prep's gone, and after this game, again, they could spot their own weaknesses, they could spot their own mistakes, and they said that they have fixed them moving into today's game. So we might see a do or die Bleed today. That's, I don't know if Bonkers are going to be ready for. This is the other storyline we were talking about as well, right? Is Bonkers haven't really been tested yet. Of course, they had some technical issues. The first stage woes up against Scarz in that initial game of Group Omega. But since then, they haven't really been tested. And how are they going to operate when the test comes through? How are they going to operate through the adversity?
That's the big question, and that's why they're playing against Bleed today. This is that final moment. You talk about Osh and all the challenges that they face.
Yeah.
And there's this one last obstacle, the final boss. That's going to be Bleed. Can they beat them? That's what we're here to find out. And I think, you know, just another tidbit, a really interesting note. They have a very good chance based off of how they've performed so far, what they were trying out yesterday. Bonkers have an analyst, and his name is Eno Reno. This guy used to be Bleed's assistant coach. Ooh. So that's something that happened at the start of Bleed a couple of years ago, and there's a lot of history between the two. Okay. And there might be some bits of information coming out from these guys as well, but now focusing onto some of these players, right? We picked out the duelists, Lou and Juicy. I think they're the biggest stars, but they're also the biggest factors for these two guys to win.
Absolutely. Again, Lou is going to be the biggest help because, again, because of that playstyle that we mentioned with Bleed about how overwhelming the pressure is going to be, it's going to all hinge on how Lou receives that kind of aggression, how they are able to set up and how he feeds off of it. Because we talked about how, again, the smoke setups was there specifically on Pearl, but that still all boils down to how Lou can actually hit those shots, how he can, again, just persevere through that intense combat that Bleed is going to bring to that table.
Yeah, and something that you guys mentioned to me as well, which I didn't even pick up on, is we pretty much only seen Lou play and raise this tournament until yesterday, and you saw what happened when he pulled out his Jet. But back home, I've been watching Lou for years on Jet, right? I know how strong he is, how accurate he is, and how happy he is just to float around and use the 100% accuracy once he pulls those Blade Storms out. But you guys got to see it yesterday, and you were heckly impressed.
He's such a fast player. His reactions were insane. You love to watch how he really peeks out, and as soon as he finds a bit of a tap or maybe a bit of a whiff, he'll tailwind right away. He's so quick on the draw to pull off such plays that it keeps him alive sometimes. But that's the other thing too. Lou, although he is that cracked, he is that duelist, he doesn't have that high of a clutch percentage. I think it was only about maybe like 2 clutches throughout the entire tournament so far. I mean, he is a duelist after all, and that's why it falls to RDW next, because RDW is someone who has a lot of clutches. He's got 5 clutches throughout the tournament, and he's that sick and that sharp as well, even though he's playing the initiator.
I just need to say as well that I am so tense right now. I'm channeling the energy of Mitch. Conky's literally flying back to Australia right now.
He's with us.
I hope you guys are on my side. I don't know if you're on my side, but it's time to put our hearts on the table. It's time to talk about predictions, and I'm going full blast today. That's all I'm saying. I told you the storyline before we were looking at the Bonkers lineup, right? And it's just such an underdog storyline that it's just ripping my heart out of my chest. I'm getting emotional thinking about it. Are you on the storyline bandwagon, or are you thinking strat-wise Bonkers have something up their sleeves?
Both. That's the thing. I really feel like Bonkers actually prepared so hard for today, because we talked about the final boss thing, and I think Bleed are that strong. They were favorites coming into this. They didn't drop a single series coming into this throughout MOSG Challengers. I know those guys, and I know they're great, but I don't think they're prepared for this. I think they're a little bit overconfident, and Bonkers, on the other hand, have all the cards up their sleeves.
And you've gone for the on-paper favorites, even though you were telling me you don't know.
I don't know. I know that, again, I'm okay losing my prediction right now because I feel for Bonkers at this point. They're so hyped. They're so enjoyable to watch. But I feel like even if overconfidence is something that could actually be a hindrance for Bleed, I still think that that is their strongest point. Juicy, Durian, all these people are basically hinging on how just incredibly overconfident they are, and because of their skill, they can definitely back it up.
Well, that is going to be that for the pre-show. Hopefully, we've set you guys up to really embrace the passion that we're feeling. And this arena isn't even filled up yet. The players aren't even on the stage. But to get there, we've got to go to a break. We'll be back in just a moment with the first game of today. I don't know if I can take it. There's so much pressure in the room, and I don't know how the Bonkers boys are going to be pulling this one out today. So far, they've just been screaming, they've been yelling, they've been really taking it to the other teams once they've found that comfortability on stage. But enough about Bonkers. I want to talk about Bleed. I want to talk about the implications of some of these individuals on the team. They're living this redemption arc. Things didn't go right for them last year, and now they're living in the shadow of Paper X. You've got the likes of Sscary as well, who is fully invested in this team. He's turned down huge offers to play for Bleed, and now there is an opportunity, more of a consequence, where they're not going to make it to the playoffs, and that could be fully out of their hands. That is dangerous. That is where you're looking at this risk versus reward. This is the highest risk he's taken so far.
Yeah, that's such a big deal too. I mean, for Sscary to represent all the TIE fans, maybe he might not make playoffs. And if you think about how Bleed has been performing so far throughout the entire VALORANT scene, they kind of choked, if we're being honest, right? Last year against in APAC LCQ, they lost to Boom. They were the favorites coming in still, and they just couldn't quite make the cut. This is their next shot. And there's that question, are they going to miss it again? You've got these three Singaporean players, Neff, Juicy, Darren, and they've been so, they've been wishing for this for so long as well. I mean, aside from Crazy Guy and Sscary as well, but just this means so much because you already have Paper X. When is this going to be Bleed's time to shine?
It is time to get on into the final day of games. It is time to really kick off VCT Ascension Pacific. It's going all the way to the end, baby, and I'm here for every minute. Let's welcome the players. Let's check out these maps.
The battle in Ascension, I think it's going to be really tough. It will be challenging, it won't be easy.
It's going to be very chaotic.
I think this tournament will be very hard and a lot of pressure.
Buat tim yang tanding di Ascension, we can't just play not to lose. We are here
to make sure mistake won't happen again.
So I think friendship is something which makes Orangutan different from all other teams. Just want to say, are you guys ready? Because we're coming. As the home team, I want to show them that, and we have lots of strategy and firepower to beat any team in the world.
Mình muốn thấy những điều bất ngờ ở giải đấu này, chẳng hạn như những ứng cử viên vô địch bị loại ngay vòng này.
All the team here is a winner of their regions. I think this tournament will be very hard and a lot of pressure. We won't scare anyone. Bleed has no fear.
Do we play against the Ascension teams? Yeah, we need ready for it.
We feel like we didn't get the opportunities that we deserve, and we're going to prove why we deserve to be here.
저희는 칼에 갈아고 나온 게 아니라 뽕을 들고 왔기 때문에 都已经在这里了，我们不怕，来吧。
Karena kita itu boom, kita itu confidence, kita itu pengen mendominasi sini ini, dan kita tuh pede banget kita bakal angkat piala ya. You better bring your A game, because we're not gonna mess around.
Alright, so we'll now begin the map video process for today's first match. Bonkers is Team A and Bleed is Team B, so we'll begin with Bonkers banning the first map. Bonkers bans Fracture. First ban for Bleed. Bleed bans Split. Bonkers, you may not pick the first map. Bonkers picks Lotus. Side for Bleed. Bleed starts defense. Bleed, you may not pick the second map.
Pick Pearl.
Bleed picks Pearl. Side for Bonkers. CT is defense. Right, and we may now, Bonkers may now ban the next map. We have Ascent, Haven, and Bind left.
We ban Ascent.
Bonkers bans Ascent. Bleed ban. Bleed bans Bind. So final map will be Haven. Side for Bonkers. Attack. All right.
Side.
Gotcha.
Attack.
So I'll have a quick recap. So Bonkers bans Fracture, Bleed bans Split, Bonkers picks Lotus, Bleed will play defense, Bleed picks Pearl, Bonkers plays defense, Bonkers bans Ascent, Bleed bans Bind. Final map will be Bonkers playing Attack on Haven. You good? Alright, good luck and have fun, guys.
Good luck.
I am so lost, so confused at that veto. Boys, can you please enlighten me on your thoughts of this situation?
I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried for both sides. If you look at how that plays out, of course, Fracture being the first ban, I think that's intentional. So far, taking a look at how Bleed has performed throughout MYSG, that's their best map. Fracture, Pearl, as well as Haven, they've got above 50% win rates on those. Meanwhile, for Bonkers, it feels almost as if they have prepared exactly for this. Lotus was something that was rocky for Bleed against DPlus Kia, of course. With Crazy Guy in that stage, the impact not quite being there. I feel like Bonkers wants to exploit that. But for Pearl, that's exactly what we just talked about on the desk. That's something that we just saw yesterday with Bonkers pulling that out against Orangutan.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of traps set here by Bonkers, and it's, again, it's boiling down to the fact that is it going to be enough? Is it just shy of overwhelming against Bleed?
Yeah, and the thing that I noticed as well, track record on Ascent for Bonkers is not that good. That was floated. Bonkers risked that, and we saw Bleed go into Pearl as that second map, which is completely ridiculous. You know that Bonkers, they're coming up with a plan, and when Pearl was selected, you saw in that video, there was the biggest smirks we've ever seen on Minimize and Papa Smurf's faces.
They're
so,
happy.
yeah. I have no idea where this one's going. At the end as well, Bleed looked a little lost. Lygia as well as Juicy were there just like, whoa, like smiling a little bit, like, oh, what's going on here?
That's the bravado. That's the bravado.
We'll see.
Well, oh my gosh.
Let's talk agents. Let's talk comps. Let's talk Lotus. What's popping out here?
It's still the Crazy Guy on Sage. I thought they would maybe pick up something a bit different, put him back on an initiator, but no, he's still going to be on the Sentinel.
It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit tricky. It hasn't been the best, but so far, Juicy and Darren have been those constants. Juicy and Darren have been consistent fraggers all throughout, even with the slight loss here and there. So I think this is going to be a showing for Bleed. Have they fixed those mistakes since they played against DPlus Kia?
And we're looking at the difference in the duelists too. Lou, of course, going with the Rays, which he's been pretty good on.
Yep.
But Juicy, of course, you can never count him out. If he is here to play today, he's looking to reclaim the top of the stats over Gem Keen. And if he can do that, well, then Bonkers could just be in trouble. But this is going to be a barometer, this first map, right, is to see how both these teams are feeling today.
It's also this double controller coming out from Bonkers, though. I mean, you often see RDW on the initiator. This time, of course, Minimize is coming in as still the IGL on the Sky. What on the controller? RDW as that Viper. We're looking for map control here, and active map control is something that Bonkers often goes for, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, RDW has shown that he is very comfortable already with the back-end plays. It's been a long time since we've seen him on a duelist, so a lot more of the Sentinels, a lot more of the controllers is looking to be the better picks for him, and he's been able to really support the team from, again, that back perspective.
And I just feel like we haven't even seen Lou's final form yet.
Well, not even that. You haven't even seen Dragon's first form. Sometimes it feels like we've had some opportunities for him there, but he hasn't really had to shine. He hasn't really had the space to, because Lou the other day was just popping the hell off. Yes, Dragon's had a couple of clips here and there, but I know personally that he's still got more in the back pocket, and we haven't had to see it. He's still getting comfortable, still finding his feet, and it's a name that we haven't really spoken about too much. But look, let's let their gameplay do the talking. Lotus, it's one we haven't seen so far from Bonkers. They're going deep into the map pool. They played it twice through challenges, and they've kept something secret. They've kept something safe, but nobody is safe here in the arena today. It's Bleed, it's Bonkers, it's Singapore against Oz. Who is going to come out on top? Let's get into the first one.
Oh, thank goodness for that, Mac. Amazing entry, and again, all is on the line. They need to win this series, or else it's all going to be up to chance. If they get into the playoffs, this is going to be an incredibly intense first game.
100%, and everyone is looking for that top seed spot just to go into playoffs with an easier run. It's not going to be easy, it's going to be tough, and it all starts right here. You already have Bonkers setting up for that map control that I was talking about. A bit of presence towards the A site with that toxic screen. And Bleed are looking to push out onto Mount as well.
Bit of, again, 4-stack actually here from Bleed. They want to go for the challenge already, but it seems like Bonkers not really giving them that satisfaction. Already going in for that mid push onto the B site. Once that turret actually goes in, I'm wondering if Bleed will open the door or start rushing in from the flank, because this is going to be a bit tricky now that they're just about around that corner.
But also a quick take from Bonk. The only thing is they need to be aware of their flank. You have RDW, but he's pushing deep into A. As soon as they see that nobody's home, they're going to have to turn around.
Absolutely right. Crazy Guy's the only one stuck at his own side of the map. If RDW can maybe catch him, but no, he's stuck on the A side. Wow. There's a stun from Neff, but nobody's home as well on the B side itself. Now they realize Bonkers know about this.
Flank on flank.
Juicy's coming in, taps the spike, starts to defuse. What do they have to do? Crazy Guy's on the flank here, and he's able to slow them down a little bit, but oh no, the spike. They couldn't stop it from being diffused here. Hold on. Two coming in. Sscary and Durian incredibly low. Lou just hoping that maybe he can stall him a little bit, and great headshot on the last bullet. Gets back into the corner, and Minimize finds that first pick, or that last pick, sorry, excuse me, for the first round.
And that's just how cool, calm, and collected they were. You saw how Crazy Guy came in with a bit of a flank, but as soon as those taps went off, instant reactions coming out from Bonk. Bleed, of course, trying to play inside of Scary Smoke as well, trying to stay alive, but that said, low HP and Minimize knew how to play around it. Just finding some tiny taps. Lou coming in as well. A stray bullet catching a player. And of course, they take the pistol.
Absolutely. That was very quick as well from Bonkers. No need for any form of hesitation. And Bleed were a little bit that slow. So once they, ramped up into the site, there was nothing else. Durian still deadly with the Sheriff. Scary having to back away, has been already tagged. Has to set up the smoke. Delay a little bit the players of Bonkers here, but Bonkers now calling in the rest of the forces. But on the same side, Bleed doing the same thing. Well, they're going to be going for the push. There's the nade. Dragon setting it up. There's the smoke, but that actually is a setup for Bleed. They still have to go for that forward control. Now that they have the flash, now that they push back a little bit Bonkers on their own side of the map, it could be good for the plant. No, they actually got the 2 picks. Scary's good for the classic. But Lou comes out with the 4K, starting us off sizzling on the second round.
And what did we just say? This guy has not even shown us everything that he's capable of. These are just tiny tidbits. That 4K just shows how much he's aware of what's happening on site, knowing how to look around, and the information that he gets from his teammates off towards Waterfall as well. He finds Neff. He finds the rest of them as they try to peek out from backside.
Yeah, that was incredible. I thought that it was going to be a thrifty already for Bleed, especially with the lineup that Sscary got, and tricky as can be as well.
This is the buy round from Bleed, of course, though. And I love this new look from Bleed, actually. It almost feels as if they are changing things up and finding that fix over from DPlus Kia.
Loving that 4-stack on the side of Bonkers, on the other hand, as they're able to just keep catching Bleed off guard. Durian by himself challenges 4. I mean, he's got an MYSG, but still gotta respect the capabilities of Bleed at this point. Stuck outside B-Long. The smoke is there, gives him a little bit of space.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is the 3rd round in a row that we've seen Bleed go for active control outside of Mount, but it hasn't worked out the best. The duels now, this time Bonkers starting to expect it.
It's very an early minimize Seekers as well. This is going to give them so much information, as you do see RDW just breaking down the wall, allowing the Seekers to get a little bit more vantage point as they pushes on the whole of the map. Sscary by himself here, hiding inside the smoke. He's trying to be tricky. Neff tries to at least give him a little bit of leeway. And Sscary, okay, he's good for 2. Still inside. He's running out of bullets, but Crazy Guy's there. No, not going to be able to happen. And Juicy, too far from the site, has to go for this clutch scenario. 1 versus 2. Going to be coming through Waterfall. He's a little bit slow, but he has to take this at his own pace because there's so many angles, and they already know where he's at. That turret has given away the positioning. You can already see Dragon coming in for the corner. Spots out, what? But what the heck was that? Juicy could not hit the shot.
That is weird, because you expect Juicy to be able to land these, and because that was lost, Bonk now has that bonus round win. This is great for their economy. Meanwhile, for Bleed, so tough to recover from. The momentum is gone, and you have to wonder, is Lagia going to call a timeout pretty soon? Because they kind of need it. Looking at how Juicy has played in the past, he's gotten a 31% clutch rate from before, but here, it feels a little bit off just based off of how these rounds have played out in the start. I mean, look at the smart playing from Sscary, just hiding inside the dark cover, but the instant reaction, again, coming out from Bonk. Everyone comes in to trade.
Oh, stunned there immediately. Classic setup outside of the A site. Juicy might need to back away for the moment here. There's a lot more firepower on Bonkers, and this dog, even though it's cute, can bite. Sscary as well as Neff backed away from Link as they see a lot of the forces right now of Bonkers. Backing away smartly, trying to regroup, get that positioning going. And for the moment, at least Bonkers go the other direction.
Just playing it slow, too. I mean, in all of that time, RDW has pushed up outside of door. If someone comes out through, and RDW will be able to catch him. And at the same time, they're kind of anticipating, playing a little bit slow, because they want to see whether or not Bleed will push out. They're looking for that punish. Meanwhile, Bleed, look at the positionings. It's so far up front because they're looking to exploit some of these CQB weapons. You got the stingers on Sscary and Crazy Guy.
There is a stun that hit Lou, but it's not going to stop him. He's got the showstopper. He's got the fly high satchel guy. Can't find a target with the showstopper though, but it's fine. He gets control on the C side once again, and it's going to be a retake scenario from Bleed here as RDW catches Sscary. Lou not having any of it. No chance to get that retake. No chance to get into the side. This is my land. And it seems like this is going to be a landing shot from Neff, but RDW is just too quick.
Even a tiny bit of crosshair placement, the dink from RDW, it throws him off with the aim punch. Look at how that round played out. Remember what I said about RDW and that deep position into A. That was such a good plan. Bonk are playing Bleed like a fiddle. And with that showstopper as well. You know that they're trying to play some of these CQB duels, but they have no choice. Bleed has no choice but to back up because of that showstopper.
It's just too slow. The setup there is to stop a team that's trying to rush in, but Bonkers don't feel like they're rushing in at the start of the round. It's always somewhere mid-round, and it's looking to mix up Bleed. In any case, Okay, Juicy finally gets the setup, but Dragon ignites the B site. Is this going to be a pull on the trigger on B as Neff is still here? If he can get a little bit of picks, maybe he can ascertain, get himself that Rolling Thunder. But that is a beautiful paranoia from his teammate. Lou has to re-encompass this. He gets the shot, repositions 2 versus 2. RDW is away from Lou, but RDW again on the lurk plays, and Juicy is about to hit the shot, and his spider senses were tingling in the correct direction. So it's all down to the young gun. Hears it, spots it. That from the shadows at least exposes Lou's position here, but Lou is thankfully near the spike itself. Still has to find safer ground. I don't think he's comfortable on the B, so he's trying to move up onto the C site where Sscary is waiting. He's got time, but he doesn't have the angle. That's unfortunate.
And that's the first round for Bleed thus far. It all starts with that shot, that pick outside of the dark cover coming in from what? He thought it was safe. He thought he could get the plant, but the punish comes through. And then Darren with the double kill, it gives them so much control over the site that despite, Bach trying to get a little bit more space, they got taken out this time. Lou, unfortunately, could not pull off that 1v2.
He absolutely couldn't. And finally, those entry peaks that we've been seeing from Juicy has finally paid off. Now that the round begins, any big contacts once again, it's a standard setup here. It's always that C-long contact.
They've got the Rolling Thunder as well as Crazy Guy's Res this time, though, and that's why you see Neff positioned out towards B, because he has an option of using the Rolling Thunder to control pillars or mount. Crazy Guy goes for the peak.
Crazy Guy does go for the peak. Lots of forces again outside of Mound, but no one's there. No one's home. Juicy's going to be in the contact here. Thankfully, Mr. Trailblazer is good, and Lou follows up like a speedy demon. Okay, hold on. There's still time. There's still time. It's going to just be the paranoia. Not yet done just yet. They've opened the doorway. They're pushing in. A little bit too late from the players of Bleed. Yep, they do have the setup from Sscary here. There is the pushback from Neff as well with the Rolling Thunder, but nobody is at least on the site just yet. I do hear a TP somewhere from Watt, and is he looking for a flag or just for that information? Looks like to be the latter. Minimize. Flash is going to be important because Scary's right here. The nade, Lou doesn't expect Sscary to be inside the tent, and he will get picked off. Crazy Guy does get the pick, but has to back away. Needs to wait for his teammates first because now they have the numbers advantage. Now they have that res. Now they have Durian as well with the lockdown. Oh, Crazy Guy, what an angle! Hits the shot through the smoke, even denies the plant, and it's all down to Watt. Now that he's already used his from the shadows, he can't get away with this. He has to go for the multi-peak on so many angles. This is going to be hell for him. Watt, he's not taking damage from the aftershock at least. He's heard the drop down. But he cannot. There's just too many angles. It's a little bit confusing. It's a little bit overwhelming.
It's such an intentional play from Bleed. Look at how they made so much noise outside of C, having that positioning from Neff on the B site. They wanted to flush Bonk in towards A. And that's precisely where Juicy was. Yes, he died, but he got that information, he got that contact, and as soon as that happened, you could see Sscary and the rest of the team from Bleed playing anti-flash on the site because you knew that Minimize was going to flash out. Still at the next round, and that's the ultimates on Bleed side coming alive.
Yeah, online and very treacherous territory for Bonkers to try to go through, especially if they make a mistake in that site and Durian can set up a good positioning with that lockdown. It's going to be quite difficult. Talking about how the timeouts are, is actually Bonkers to start it off.
I mean, this is one of those rounds where they're starting to feel that loss streak just about to begin, just about to really go off hinge. So they really need to put a stop to this. They need to find their momentum again because it was such a great start. But as soon as Bleed started coming up with some of these different game plans, some of these anti-strats, if you will, having a feel for how Bonk plays a little bit slow with their approach, they have something cooked up, and Bonk needs to adjust around this. Of course, Bleed, they have that capacity to push out a lot, and sometimes that's just a ruse. That's just a trap to actually push Bonk into a position where, they're expecting them.
And this is, I think, all thanks to Neff as well. His stuns, as well as his Rolling Thunders, it does seem like, why did you put it in that spot? Why at this timing? But it actually works all in favor of Bleed. And again, it's akin to what you mentioned. They are able to space out so efficiently after these past couple of rounds. That being said, though, it still is a bit of a lead for Bonkers.
And Dragon has his lockdown. This is something that he can use to execute onto a site or draw attention away from the rest of his team. So He's positioned out towards C, maybe looking for a bit of a lurk or a bit of a fake, but there is that toxic screen from RDW as well, and they're using that to gain so much space on the A site.
It's going to be critical for Dragon to stay alive at this point, because if he can reconnect with his teammates and use that lockdown to delay a little bit further, that's going to be huge. Dragon, is he anticipating the 3-man peek from Bleed? Absolutely not. 1 versus 1. That's the Seekers at least exposing the 2, but they already know Juicy's there. They already know Scary's in that position as well. RDW, he's got himself a tricky spot. Crazy Guy gets Neff. Crazy Guy needs to hit it. No, that's actually was Juicy. RDW has been flushed out.
Paranoia.
And there's so few players right now of Bonkers. Lou's trying to find some form of success on the flank. Maybe he can. Maybe he can find that lockdown while his teammates are trying to do something. And this is just falling apart. Where is Lou? He breaks the lockdown, and he has to break through all of this. If he can hit a shot, maybe he's got a nade. But it's a little bit too short. It falls off.
He tried to go in for it, use the satchel to either blast himself back or to push his opponents off, despite being nearsighted by Sscary, right? But look at this entire positioning on the minimap from Bleed, especially if you see the replay at the start. They left A somewhat open. And all that was is because they wanted to go for that retake play. Having that many players push out of C, Bleed are a team that operate off of strength in numbers. You talk about how they overpower their enemies, Sscary, on the desk, and this is what they do. So I think Bonkers needs to work their way around this and be a little bit more careful. Of course, having won the previous rounds, they get to buy up again. They've got a couple of ultimates to work with, and Bleed needs to look out for Lou's showstopper.
Bleed's still doing the same thing. They're going for these hard contacts. At least not as risky as it was a couple of rounds ago, but it's working so incredibly well for them. Lou's activated the showstopper already, looking for a bit of a target, hoping that maybe he can find a victim. Crazy Guy out in the open with Crazy Guy! Too good, headshot down, Lou down, showstopper, no more threat. There's the Killjoy ultimate. Darion's got to back away. Viper Spit also in front of him, but somehow Sscary and Crazy Guy, okay. These two on the back line, being the front line for Bleed. One inside the smoke. Minimize has been found out, and what? He's holding on, but he slips up! And Sscary finds it! Bleed get it, and they equalize. Bonkers, that 4-0 lead is gone.
Like you said, Sscary, it was the same game plan. They keep doing it, and Bonk just keeps trying to go for that A execute. It doesn't quite work out. The retakes from Bleed are strong, and that lead, yes, it's gone. It's up to a 4-4 now, and again, Bleed are starting to build up that bank. They're starting to cycle their ultimates, and they have a precise idea of how Bonkers are playing this. Given that showstopper angle wasn't going to hit, Crazy Guy just landed the perfect tap, and even onto the site itself, with all those smokes covering it all they had to do was to spray and find a shot.
Feels like Lou's overextending himself just a teeny tiny bit after they get the site, and this is becoming problematic. Bit of contact immediately for Bonkers. They're not dissuaded at all here, Quack. They still want to go in. Juicy found a bit of an angle to maybe get the tap, but fortunately for Bonkers, it misses.
And you can see in all this time, Scary's just jump peeking outside of C, so he calls that this is clear. I like what Bonkers are doing this time, though. A bit of presence, and they actually leave RDW deep in towards A. Bleed might not expect this. However, it is something that they've done before, so Bleed might just be a little bit more cautious, and that's why they leave a couple of players on this site. Of course, the rotation's going over onto C, and it's up to Sscary to respond to this.
That's true. They still have to be careful because Sscary can throw out those mean paranoias. And with Darion as well as Neff already running so quickly, that's going to be huge as well. What is a factor here is I think they're also leaving RDW here to just hear if someone's quick rotating from A to C.
And that could be an opening. Juicy, however, is holding an operator, Sscary, and that is a lethal weapon. One shot, RDW, and the entire team could be gone.
Ooh, this wall.
30 seconds left.
It's keeping them alive. Juicy's in that position. There's the follow-up smoke. And they hear the setup, 20 seconds. Bonkers, they don't give themselves much breathing space, much wiggle room to get that security on the A site, but thankfully, as they have faked both sites multiple times already in this round, they do get a safer plan. Now they're not letting Lou go in a little bit too far back. He's playing with his team. He's playing together. 5v5 on the retake. So far back indeed. Do they have a lot of utilities to play on that post plan? Because now they technically left the site, played hard on Tree here. And this might not be too good because Crazy Guy, as well as Nev, they still have the detaining utilities. This is not going to be good. Lou inside. Juicy hits a shot. They're side by side. They're about to hit shoulders. And Lou, if he makes a mistake, Durion's right there. No one's defusing it. They know exactly the timing. They know exactly the situation. And Bonkers have played this up to a T. Sscary can't even get away. He's too low, and Lou finishes it off.
What a play from Bonkers. You talked about those double fakes, and Bleed were just playing catch-up to this. And once they have finally arrived on site, they ditched it all the way. They fell back towards Rubble. They fell back and held from door. Knowing how Sscary would play around the smokes, Lou just hit inside of it for the perfect opportune moment. Of course, the snake bite as well. I think that was something that I think Bleed didn't quite know how to work around against, because all that it is just buying time again and again. Now, buys on both sides, and this could be one of those rounds where Bonk finds their lead.
Juicy holding the angle once more. Really adamant at pushing everybody far back. So is Crazy Guy on B, and Bonkers, they've just basically spread their utilities, aggression throughout the map, and Bleed are reacting in kind. It's a really difficult, risky thread of the needle for Bleed here, but they have to do it. Double stack on Dorian on Sscary as well here on Mound. Huge paranoia. That's what we're looking for from Sscary here. Backs away with Durion, respects the utility for the moment, respects the nade and the force that Bonkers has.
It's just so freaking strong with how that thing hits like a truck. The entire part of Mound gets spammed, and at the same time, you've got Juicy on his off angle now. It's the same play, and Juicy's waiting.
Juicy, no! Not like this! Lou just jumps out through the wall, and Juicy's been thrown out the window here.
Fast, though.
Fast indeed. Neff now trying to run through, but he's been heard. They anticipate maybe, and they're planting somewhere on the corner here. I'm unsure if someone's holding his angle. That's going to be RDW, but no! Wait, he's searching for what? Oh, what? Oh! Not yet done, but Sscary! The follow-up! The confusing situation still dealt with beautifully by Bleed.
And they just know how to work their way around this. Again, we're talking about these plays, and Bleed, they love to control these extremities. When you have Bonk trying to make their presence known on C, Juicy pushes up onto A, and he does it carefully. He holds that off angle, and as soon as he finds that contact, yes, he dies, but same thing. It's information for Bleed, and Neff rotates around so quickly. As soon as Bonk gets the spike down, Bleed already has a game plan. So this is something that they really need to address, and Minimize now has the Seekers to try to work their way around this. They've got the same toxic screen. They could make a bit of noise. They could walk their way up A and leave RDW on another lurk.
Crazy Guy's got the Odin. Let's see if the suppressive fire is going to assist Juicy here at this point, but not going to happen. Lou's just a little bit too tricky for Juicy to overwhelm. Neff backs away, has the Rolling Thunder. You know Bonkers knows about this.
Guy.
They felt his ultimate before a couple of rounds ago, and they need to be aware of it now. Crazy Guy's into the corner. He has the beautiful spot. Yep, through tree to break them down, but he's alone. The only defenses that he's had is just the wall that he's placed up and the wall on tree. He's hoping that maybe he can get a catch, but this is a fine line. But look at this, big flanks coming in from Bleed. Hold on, Neff. He's been pushed back, and this is the Seekers already from Minimize, and this will expose the flank coming in. Still, it's a little bit too slow, and Scary's already there. What a huge flank from Bleed. I thought Minimize's Seekers would be good, but it was just not in time.
It wasn't in time, not at all. Everyone from Bonk had this idea, but unfortunately, with that Odin's presence, it keeps them away. Minimize and what? They were holding on to the spike. They wanted to make their way in, but it was just being pushed off. It was way too scary, and that turret being shot out from Dragon as well. I think they were somewhat aware of that flank coming through, but Bleed, with the way that Sscary comes up huge with that spray transfer, that shot coming up from defender spawn. Bonk needs a new idea in this. It's 6-5 now, Sscary, and Sscary already starts things off.
This has happened like twice. Not in this series, the last one yesterday with Famous. Is that going to happen right now in the clutches of scenarios here at Group Stage? We'll have to see. Durion, Dragon. It's going to be Durion. Durion once again, no. RDW finally flushes him out. That's going to be Killjoy utility off. And that means that there's an opportunity right now for Bonkers to just push right in. RDW's been pushed back. Neff has activated his ultimate right here, and they actually catch him up. The sandwich is going to be good, and the filling is going to be Minimized. All just broken. What? Okay. 10 situation. Only has a Sheriff. One angle from Neff. Spots out his leg coming out in the open. Gets the stun in. Watt is still playing this, but it's too difficult. And now that they have the smoke inside and Neff's just waiting at the angle. Okay, it's the last round. I was wondering why the Killjoy ultimate was there, but in any case, Watt's got nothing anymore to give.
And that very well should be the round over, of course. 30 seconds remaining, and unless he can pull off a huge miracle, Lead will be able to get the 7-5. He goes in for a bit of a jiggle peek, starts things off with a headshot. Goes for the second, but still targets up above and below. Juicy claims that final head. 7-5 is what we have at the end of the first half, Sscary.
And this is something that, again, you do see in the faces of Leggy. I was like, why did they pick this map at the start? And they're like, oh, okay, let's see what happens. They got shook for a couple of rounds, but it's looking much better right now here for Bleed. They're catching the rotations of Bonkers much faster.
Yeah, right, and you can see in the scoreline as well. 4 rounds in a row, 3 in a row, and that happens after the start that Bonkers had. It was such a good lead. 4 in a row from Bonkers. When they had that momentum and they just lost it, it just says how much that Bleed has in their bag. They know how to adapt around this. And despite it being the similar game plan, it was so strong. And Bonkers didn't quite know how to work their way around that. And yes, Juicy, the young player coming out from Bleed, having been on Timing Monster Gaming before, now finding this opportunity. This could mean so much to him. And they had such a great performance in MYSG. They're being tested here, surely, but they still haven't given everything yet.
Absolutely. Again, we called the Omega group the group of death, technically, but Bleed still is one of those teams that seems like they're unfazed by that pressure, unfazed by that immense amount of, I guess, responsibility to show what MYSG has got.
Yeah, just another thing, too. Like, you're thinking about these two duelists, Lou as well as Juicy, and while Lou is incredibly strong, and we see how he uses his raise with that showstopper and those satchels,
yeah.
Again, I talked about it before, clutch rate not that high. Juicy, on the other hand, is someone who has had multiple, 31% so far throughout Ascension Pacific, and he still can give even more.
Yeah, big context. 30% is nothing to scoff at for clutches, especially in this high-intensity tournament. Now that Bleed's going to be on the attacking end, setup's the same, honestly. Nothing really changed. Lou here really committing to the fight, but that actually blows up in his face as Juicy was very much aware. A little bit too strong with the Sheriff. And now it's a bit of a guessing game for Bonkers here. They feel like it's going to be the rotation in A as they do leave Dragon there, and he does spot them. It's going to be the full 5 being pushed up by Bleed.
Now it's coming through. Oh, he's using the wall as well, and it just blocks him off. Dragon has to land his shots.
Oh, Dragon's good. Okay, he also has RDW right behind him. They're lining up, but it's the Cha-Cha of Bleed that is just tripping up Bonkers once again. Here comes Jorion, here comes Juicy. Minimize on the flank. Watt watching at least spawn for the moment. His head's been exposed, and he only has a teeny tiny classic. And there's so many angles for the two of them to try to deal with. Minimize finally here. It took him a long time.
Look at this.
Okay, Watt has thankfully at least gotten the setup with the smoke, but I mean, what other angle were they supposed to check? It's that one, and Juicy picks up a very nasty yet overwhelming 4K.
Again, they overpower their opponents, always moving together as a squad. Yes, the contact outside of C, and then the fast rotation. Look at how they hold post-plant positions on A. You've got Nev just hiding right underneath Heaven in case someone does flush out. And at the same time, 3 players Sscary. Not 1, but 3. They all hold tree together at the same time. And Juicy, although he got the shots, his teammates were there just as additional targets. And it's so difficult for Bonk to retake from that. That's true. Huge lead from Bleed now. It's 3 rounds ahead, and they've bought up rifles.
Yeah, and to be honest, there doesn't feel like there's a lot of punish utility from Bonkers that they can really fall back on. It was supposed to be at Lou with the nade, but he used it so early he was feeling very confident in that situation, but it all blew up in his face.
On to the next round still, and that's going to be Bleed now trying to poke towards C. They have those rifles, and they are very deadly, but they don't want to lose them. That's why they're taking it slow.
Taking it slow, RDW gets back into cover. Juicy's already primed himself with the tailwind. They're coming in. Where did that smoke come from? Or where did that boost come from? Is it from the wall from Crazy Guy? Did they just go over it? RDW gets a 2K. 2 versus 2. Health, not looking too healthy here for Neff. He's actually down to 41. What's the weapons in the hands of the 2 Bonk players, Dragon and Lou? They only have classics, but they can have a positioning at this. Lou's being pushed in. He's called the help of Dragon. He has a boom bot, and you can already see Bleed is waiting for the anticipation, the over-anticipation of Bonkers, and it blows up in their face. Dragon does get the catch onto Neff, but Bleed, Juicy's just too good.
Unbelievable. Yes, it's just a pistol round for Bonkers, but look at this domination coming out from Bleed. RDW landed some snotty shots on the site just to hold them back, but as soon as Crazy Guy puts up that wall, it was that much more difficult for Bonk to retake from, and that presence can be felt. And you're looking at how Lou goes for some of these duels this time. He is such a confident individual, Sscary, and he knows he wants to take that fight, but I think he needs to be tempered a little bit back. Because although you want these rounds, you got to be a little bit more careful. You got to work with your team against such an overwhelming force like Bleed. Next round, and they've got those guns. They need them.
Well, this is dangerous because right now, Juicy has the Blade Storm active. And this is where it gets difficult because, again, rifles, yeah, on a jet, not the most menacing, but when you have someone like Juicy, having that knives in and we can get those crazy multi-kills and just dashing in, dashing out, it's going to be hell.
So much utility from the kill drive, Bonkers, Dragon, anchoring down the A side as well. He's got a bit of support, and this gives them so much information, but Juicy.
What a shot, Juicy! Oh! I would have expected him to hit that, but he was fully blind. It's okay, it's okay. Darion still hits a follow-up. It's not yet done. Bleed has gotten himself the advantage. Look at what. He's in a position. What? Just for the one. And Bleed, they're so hyper-tuned to each other. It feels like they're just talking in their own heads, telepathically telling, get this, clear this angle, get that refrag, pick this. And speaking of picks, Neff has found RDW, and Lou has been spotted, gutted, and busted by Bleed.
It's 10-5. The bonus round picked up by this Malaysian-Singaporean squad. And they're looking to run it all the way down. This is huge for their momentum. And being the first team to reach double digits, they might very well be the first team to reach match point as well. Keep in mind, Lagia hasn't called a timeout yet. So far, it's been Papa Smurf from Bonkers who already did. And this is Bonkers' map pick. This should not be happening, Sscary.
This should not be happening. This should not be what the outcome was. Such a strong start from Bonkers, but after that, it's been a quiet second half specifically. So with that, what's the adjustment, especially now that they're just scrounging for weapons, only having the 2 Spectres and the 3 Sheriffs?
So it's what I was talking about. It's going to be Papa Smurf calling yet another timeout. And this guy is incredibly capable. Having coached Mako before, Mako from DRX, of course, and I mean, you really need someone who can calm your team down because, yes, they were fired up. They were really prepared to bring and take this home today against Bleed, but you could see that maybe it's a little bit of that overconfidence as well. Some of these duels, they start going in for it a little bit too quickly. Watt had such a pristine opportunity to land some of these crazy shots as soon as the spike was going down from Bleed, but he fired a little bit too early. Not too much trigger discipline, and with the quick reaction force coming out from Bleed, he just couldn't quite find a way to work against that. No spray transfer seen, and again, we're looking for Bonk to come back into this game. It's that 10-5 lead.
They're getting torn apart one by one, and that's the biggest issue. Bonkers, I feel like, hasn't had a clear round where they're able to really fight together in a site together, maybe because of a lack of retake, if whatnot, but it has been such a daunting task to do that, especially against Bleed. Now that they got Neff already 1 charge away from his Rolling Thunder, they're already like, you know what, let's just push this in. Juicy, pull the trigger, minimizes right there. Great nade from Lou, though. At least that does give them a little bit of separation, and Minimize with the Stinger is biting back. Durion now has caught Minimize inside the smoke. RDW cannot push up. He's hoping that maybe these pop shots can delay them a little bit further, which it does.
Dragon.
And Dragon on Waterfall. It falls to their demise, and these high penetration weapons are getting their value. Thrifty's going to be huge right now. 4 HP, and Juicy got himself grinded to a pulp.
And it's off of that timeout from Papa Smurf, leading the team. Those tiny Smurfs, they've managed to scrounge up together a thrifty win. It all starts off with that paint shells, those paint shells you were talking about, Sscary. Lou tossed them, and it bought a little bit of time, just enough for Minimize to find that double kill with the Stinger. It buzzes and hurts them like a bee. That Bleed, somehow couldn't quite find that site. Too many angles, waterfall, as well as defender spot to watch out from. Those Sheriffs, they sounded off, and now we've got 2 ultimates on Bonkers' side.
This is going to be big for Bonkers to keep
the tag.
Oh, ouch. This is going to be bad. They actually want to go for the Divine right now. They open the door on Link, and they unleash hell onto Bleed. It's only Neff down. 2 versus 1. He's got an ultimate. He can figure out where the one is. Maybe push out with the Rolling Thunder. I don't know. 8 bullets in the chamber. Has to go for the reload first. He's unaware. You can see how very cautious and fearful he is of so many possible positions where he could just be screwed over here by Bonkers. And it all started from that one initial flash.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it, right? Minimize, again, Bonkers wants to take that fight. They are really confident right now, surging with it. But the thing is, you need to work as a team, and they just did. Right now, though, Nev needs to think, are Bonkers hunting me down as a duo or someone watching a bit of an off angle? And that's why he's taking this so slow, so careful. And it's just angles being held by Bonk.
I mean, the problem here for Neff is the obvious fact he has to plant the spike. Once that happens, you know Bonkers is going to be positioning for it.
Yes.
And Neff, I think he wants to have this play with the ultimate, so maybe find an angle that's going to be good for that.
It's exactly that. He's got that Rolling Thunder, and he can use it against Bonkers' retake. RDW hears it, though, and he might not know.
Oh, my gosh. It's a thriller. It's a horror movie.
Didn't see him.
It's just around the corner, and he lives! No! 6 HP, and he rips it up. There's so many utilities that Neff can use here. He still has the Aftershock. He still has the Flash. Watt has got to try to do something quicker right now, and Neff can reposition. Oh my god, this cannot be what happens. And Watt is unsure. He has to have it here.
Oh my god.
Oh, he has to come back into his smoke. He
Baits
gets it. Does he have time? Okay. I couldn't hear the spike as well, but I thought, well, to be fair, it was so close for Neff to clutch that.
And he managed to pull it off. Oh. That's the main thing. Having that awareness, Astro, when I just did watch those multiple angles, these players are so aware. Of course, Neff almost made it possible. All he needed was one more headshot. But still, that teamwork coming out from Bonk this time. Although RDW did not connect the shot, it gave just enough of an initiative for Watt to play around the site, to have that dark cover placed on top of the spike. He saved it for his team, and now they go for another round. Bleed, trying to scrounge up a bye. This might be one of their last.
One of their last, indeed. Well, Juicy is nearing his blades as well, so maybe even if they donk up this round, there might still be a chance. But now that they've gotten access to the B site, Juicy's playing a little bit more forward. That's the beauty of the Sage Wall. At least it does give you a bit more safety as you try to plant that spike. But out of nowhere, there's a KJ lockdown. Lockdown for lockdown, indeed. They're still playing in the site. They're pushing up through Link. Is there someone to actually get it?
But Bleed, yeah, that's right. Bleed's only option here is to play from pillars, and then they might be exposed to RDW. You see that Odin, the Tracer bullets actually going through, so now they're fully aware of this. They're trying to deal with him, and in all that time, Bonk takes space on site.
RDW, got yourself an Odin. Let it rip right now through that door, and you'll be surprised as to how many targets you can hit. But no, Juicy! They didn't even clear him. They didn't even get a chance, and he exploded. Minimize! 4K with the transfer! 3 versus 1. Sscary. They've already defused the spike. He's too far. He went through Mound, and he got mounted himself up on a pedestal where Bonkers was just able to gun him down. That was huge for Minimize, but Juicy almost broke that for Bonkers.
I mean, it was a half buy after all. And he just held down, crouched, and sprayed. Even hit the Seeker. As soon as Minimize comes out, though, it's that big information. Thanks to those 2 lockdowns, knew how to play around it. And of course, Bleed got bonked. 10-8. Bonkers are on a bit of a comeback, but this is the round where they need to break that Camel's back.
Bit of a pause. Calm before the next storm. Who's called it?
I think it's going to be Legia.
Has to be. You're right.
Because Bonkers spent both of their timeouts. So the main thing is, right, after all of these, it was such a big execute. It was such a big play coming out from Bonk that Bleed needs to find a new game plan. Their attack so far has been to push players in, of course, Juicy leading the charge sometimes, and then to get Crazy Guy to use his wall to block up some of these entrances. It works great. But when Bonkers work together as a team, when they have this entire site surrounded, especially on B, it doesn't quite work out the best. So far, those C executes that we're seeing from Bleed, maybe a little bit of A as well, they worked out a lot better because there's so much more room to work with. On A, you could hold from tree, you could hold from rocks, you could push up stairs, and Bonkers are just trying to find another way to work around this as well. Keep in mind, in all these timeouts, Papa Smurf gets to talk too.
It feels like they're fighting fire with fire at this point. Remember how, again, Bonkers were just holding angles bit one by one? Now they're challenging Bleed on their pushes. Now Bleed has to guess, is this the right decision? Are we going to be able to make this happen now that the round has started? Okay, Nate is going to be thrown out. And look at this. They're really challenging for these fights. They're not going to find anything just yet, though. And maybe Bleed actually goes to the C site knowing about that push on A.
A lot of forward map control, Sscary. Mound being held by Bleed now. And it's all up to Dragon, his utility and his marksmanship to anchor down this site. RDW here to assist. Oh, but Bleed are sneaking in.
Sneaking in, but Juicy's been expelled from the site. You cannot enter the Tomb of the Dragon. Little by little, they're being pushed back onto the A site here. It's a slow move for Bleed now that they've lost their entry.
There was a bit of a trailblazer outside of B as well and didn't detect anyone. I think this is why Bleed are looking to exploit this site. Minimize. He needs to know that the intel can go bad really soon, really quick. And I think he heard the ult orb as well. And that's why Crossfires are now trying to... They're trying to set up some of these. You got Lou rotating around and Minimize still holding that off angle.
They can't revive Juicy. So this is something for at least to assist him onto the site. There's the setup, the wall from RDW, the alarm bot from Dragon. They're actually going to go for C. They want to bring back Juicy into this, but Dragon is very much prepared for the risk. 20 seconds. Is this going to be a save or an execute? They got to choose now. There it is. Five versus five. They're back on track. They have the numbers. They don't got the time. Dragon at least gets paranoid. The push out, the smoke giving him some cover into the corner. Crazy Guy's able to get the plant in, and he does! Oh my goodness, a bit of a breath. 3 versus 3, not yet done. Minimizes here, pushes up through waterfall, gets in, and it's just Crazy Guy. He's lining it up, he's trying to light it up, but no! He's the one that gets doused in waterfall as he gets just bombarded by Bonkers.
Again, man, oh my gosh, the way that this plays out. Bonk are just controlling the map, and Bleed were unable to find an opening. You had Juicy trying to sneak in, but he got shot down by Dragon. And as soon as they tried to make a contingency plan, trying to push into B, they felt a little bit too risky about it. And of course, maybe a little bit of greed. They wanted to revive Juicy. They went in for it, but that took so much time to set up that there was so much pressure to plant that spike. It was so easy for RDW and the rest of the squad just to spray that down. And it's the next round, Bleed once again, slightly broken by.
Crazy Guy's walls are not safe. I think that's what Bleed has been, again, believing too much. Anyways, here it is. The quick push out, the quick challenge, the quick follow through, and the quick chase from Juicy. But he's going through the meat grinder here. All of the mollies just stopping him. But this fear he instills on the players of Bonkers have allowed them to see sight and maybe even the plant. RDW, does he have the balls to actually push Juicy with the blades? No, that was Neff. Okay, hold on. Not yet done. He's activated Showstopper, yes. But can he find a target? 2 for Lou! All right, it's not yet done. Crazy Guy is here. He's holding into the corner right now inside the pit. But this is Bonkers' territory. This is their home. And it's all down to Sscary.
Oh my god!
But RDW is just too quick on the refrag. My goodness, this is blow by blow.
Bang for bang, action for action to Sscary. This turns it up 10-10. And if you look at how RDW just plays around, this is almost a clutch from Sscary. This guy used to be a Viper main. This guy used to be the very reason why Bleed sometimes couldn't qualify. They picked him up off of it. And he knows how to play inside that Viper's pit. Of course, the showstopper from Lou as well. But given how all of this goes, It's that teamwork from Bonk. Again, strength in numbers. They know how to play around each other. Although his teammates got taken out, all RDW had to do is to let that Odin rip.
They got realigned. Their coach is really giving them that boost. Oh, bit of a miss there on the guiding light from Minimize. The smoke does keep Bleed a little bit aware, but there's no aggressive push just yet. They've taken a bit of a pause here, maybe expecting that Rubble has unseen traps. Oh, there's Dragon, spots out the contact, but Bleed is still very, very clear into just checking out these corners first.
And I love how Bonk are switching up their positioning. Now Dragon on the A side, so much utility, and it keeps Bleed away for a second. Bonk needs to rotate quick enough. They need to watch and anchor this down because Bleed, they've already snuck in. They are swarming the site, and that Rolling Thunder is just going to buy more time.
It does, but is that the correct decision here for Bleed, especially as Bonkers are about to push in? Juicy does have a good angle right here. If the flash does not catch him, he's in a position to just really rip it out. No, it's Nev actually using his teammate as live bait. RDW utilizing his Odin, but cannot deal as there was just one behind him, and Bleed finally get themselves that lead.
And it keeps them up on top too. 1 round above Bonk. Bonk gets to buy back up, surely, but if you look at their post-plant positioning again, we talked about this before, Sscary. We saw this in their DPlus Kia game. You have that one person holding below heaven, watching the off angle, the rest of them all surrounding the site. As soon as someone tries to drop out of that Omen Dark cover, that's a bad idea. It's those mid-air shots from Bleed, and it holds them away from the win.
I thought it was all down to Juicy, but no. The setup, the lineup from Neff was just good enough, or better than good. It was great. Anyways, same setup here. There's still money on Bonkers, but they need to win this round, not only to stop this match point, but also, of course, to just stop their economy from just drying up. But Bleed, as I mentioned last round, they've taken the slower approach.
A little bit curious what on the Sheriff as well. But again, back to old setups, and it's that reinforcement on C as well as A. It leaves B a little bit open, and Bleed are so good at exploring this map slowly. Look at them, 5 together, shoulders to shoulder, back to back. As soon as they make their way in, if there is a bit of contact, they are going to trade. And this is precisely why they find these sites repeatedly. Bonk, they've got to have a good retake set up, because if not, it's going to be match point for Bleed.
That thing doesn't even catch Neff. I mean, that doesn't kill him, but he does get the heal from Crazy Guy. Paranoia, as they're pushing out. They really want to challenge this. That is good for Minimize, but they can't push through. They know it's a little bit too tricky. They have to wait for Dragon as well as Lou. Durion getting caught. He's been just danced around by Minimize. And Crazy Guy and Juicy are the only ones to remain. 2 versus 4. Juicy's got a god angle, and he's not done just yet. Crazy Guy onto the corner, and Minimize, it's all down to him. He knows where they are, but he cannot step up to the plate to save Bonkers' life, and now we go to match point.
Look at that crossfire, Sscary! One from pillars, one from top upper. You talked about that god angle, and he just watches down on them from the heavens above. Bleed. It is so sharp, so smart. And with whatever Minimize had, despite having a bit of a hawk, he couldn't turn around. He couldn't find those shots. You need to pull off an insane 180 flick to do that. And it's just a quick adaptation, a quick read from Bleed to do this. Again, I mentioned how they overpower their opponents, how they work together as a team into sites. Bonk needs a better retake. They have a lockdown this time, but it is match point. That's right. This could be over.
This could be over. Bleed's control on the attacking side has just quintupled, times 100. However you want to multiply it, it has just been too much for Bonkers to handle. Juicy knows that Dragons play in this specific location. RDW's pushed him back. Doesn't want to take that risk for now. He can burn a little bit more time. They have the lockdown on Dragon. They can play this slow, but they also would love to get a first pick.
Well, Lou has the paint shell, so he's going to have to prep for it.
He's saving it.
If Bleed does push through, he will throw that off. Meanwhile, the rest of the map, slightly lesser defended. It's going to be what just on A. Bleed are slowly poking and prodding, just trying to suss out some of these positions. And in that time, it's a lot of paranoia for Bonk as well. These players, they have no idea where Bleed are. Oh, back towards B.
Spotted. They know where they are now. If they can get the pick, they have utilities, they have ultimates, and they have challenges. But they unleash the dragon, and this dragon breathes a lot of fire, and it scorches Bleed. It's not yet done. Look at the push from Sscary. That's going to save them. No, it does not. It blows up in his face, and RDW comes clutch for the round. Other than that, they overpressed their advantage.
You talk about Dragon, and here he is. Scales, claws, and everything. This kid, again, another one of those underrated players, but having that sense, having that presence to work with his teammate, he finds those traits. He got that lockdown, and he managed to pull Sscary onto him. RDW managed to find a way to flank around that, and once more, we are 1 round away from overtime, Sscary. 3 ultimates on the side of Bleed, though, and Darren could very well use this for a quick execute.
My God, there's nothing else I would love more than to see an overtime, just see how these teams duke it out. But Bleed, they have the better ultimates, they have the better setups, and if RDW got caught in that situation, I felt like that round, this game could have been over. It's not yet done.
Same default from Bleed, though. They want that slow peek in. Maybe more of an execute this time. There's the lockdown. If Dragon doesn't land his shots, that might be over.
They do have at least the setup to stop them from pushing in. They have the lineups. They have the, again, the snake bites and everything. Dragon, he's got to get caught. And RDW hit by the paranoia. This is not looking good for Bonkers. Dragon at least stays alive so they can play that 4 versus 5. But look at this control on the side itself. Minimize. He's already activated his ultimate. What in the flank? He needs to find something here, or it's not going to look too good. He's being chased down. Not too good here. But the rest of Bonkers have pushed into the site. 4 versus 3. They have the lineup. Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. They need to push out. They need to do something. And Dragon comes kicking. It's not yet over. Slow push. Slow peaks.
Whoa.
There's Lou. There's Dragon. There's Lou. There's Sscary. 1 versus 1. But the spike is still not diffused. Minimize has the challenge, but he cannot find him inside. C-Long. Oh, no. Not like this!
It's Sscary, and he's the nightmare, and he haunts Bonkers! A little kiss to the camera as well. No emotion whatsoever. He's happy, but not phased. Knowing how to play on that 1v1. Almost a good retake. But despite all of those shots going through, again, that spike was just planted for Mound. Sscary knew how to shoot around that.
And what's even worse, RDW got caught too early. The paranoia flushed him on the back of the side, but there was no cover. Juicy was so far forward, and it caught him off guard. These highlights, though, Lou was blazing at the start. They looked hyper. They looked focused. But again, there was that back and forth struggle that we saw from Bonkers. They had to use every bit of timeout that they had so that their coach can talk about what they needed to adjust. They did, but it's still not enough against Bleed, at least here in Lotus.
It's such a smart play, too. And yeah, we're talking about here on Lotus, but this is such a big deal, Sscary. It's Bonkers map pick, and they have just lost it. 13-11. You know how devastating that feels. And now moving on to the next map, sure, yes, Bonkers might have prepped for it, but that is another map that Bleed are their strongest on. So we're going to go to a quick break, and after that, Matt comes back, and we're going to break down all of the action. Don't go away. There's going to be more.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
My heart, it's starting to crack up a little bit after that one. So's my voice. I was screeching downstairs. That was so hard to watch right at the end, but it was so well played from Bonkers, but also Bleed as well. Showing some cracks, but still able to lock it down with some solid post-plant positioning in that second half. It's what got him across the line, even in man disadvantageous situations. Happening so many moments where we'd see Bonkers get that opening pick, but Bleed still had an answer every time.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel it on the stage. You can see in those players' eyes, those steely eyes. They really want to win this fight, and they really want to go for these fights, but sometimes that's what costs them some rounds.
Yeah, they stay a lot more on the side itself. There was this one round where RDW got caught because of the paranoia, because he thought that he was safe way at the back of the C side, but he didn't really expect the hungry chase from Juicy. And it feels like they're putting themselves in these positions where it shouldn't really be the case for Bonkers. They're putting themselves in positions where they have to face Bleed every single time with a man disadvantage. And it's not feeling good as a Bonkers, viewer.
And this is a super important statistic. You'll see it come up on the screen in a moment. Juicy, he's not leading the charge, but you saw him die first many, many times, 5 times to be exact. And that was usually to Lou. Lou's been mostly winning that head-to-head battle that they're trying to have. But Juicy, even though he's died 19 times, he's still got 24 kills, and that is insane. But it's Sscary leading the charge. And then on the other side of the map, here for Bonkers, Minimize. He has stepped up to the plate. He had so many crucial plays to keep Bonkers in it. I'm thinking that B-site retake, they used that dark cover to split up main, to split up door, and eventually made the late flood in to get that defuse off. There was just so many moments as well. But Sscary, him individually, every one of those kills was so impactful first half. I'm thinking all the way back now. It feels like a year ago. But we saw Sscary fully adapting to what Bonkers was throwing at him. As soon as Bonkers would show their hand, everyone was spotted, Sscary would start pushing. That is the adaptation that happened, and the amount of flanks he was able to find and the amount of impact from those flanks literally locked down 3 or 4 rounds, which got Bleed the map in the end.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, other than that as well, it just felt like Bleed had... Even though it was questionable to see Crazy Guy on the stage once more, it felt like it did have its moments from time to time. It did still give them a little bit more leeway on the B side. It gave Juicy a lot of time to reposition as well, even though he was dying a lot. When he was still alive, you saw how he was just able to sneak by, I think primarily because of the setup that both Sscary and Crazy Guy have allotted to him.
And it's such a big bit of growth as well, and tremendous for all the TIE fans right here with us, because Sscary earlier on, when he last played Lotus against DPlus Kia, he only had 5 kills. Not a lot of impact. Today, top fragging, everything. Everyone's hyped up, and I still want to believe in the bonk.
Well, that's it, right? You want to believe in the bonk, but Sscary is really channeling all the passion that Zerja was not able to carry across to the arena. He's really feeling everyone here in Thailand. He's channeling that into his gameplay and playing his best game, I'd argue, so far that we've seen from Bleed, from Sscary, across all of Ascension Pacific. Now, let's turn this conversation to Pearl, where things have gone pretty damn good for Bleed so far, but Bonkers, we believe they've got something up their sleeve. They showed a little bit of what they were working on yesterday just to make sure their tournament lives were still alive, but now is where they need to take their place.
That's the biggest question, right? Yes, they have to take their place right now, because if they don't, Bleed takes that instead.
Yeah.
And you saw how they played yesterday. The question is, did they show everything? Did they just reveal their hand? Are Bleed actually prepared for this? Because if they are, then that's over just before even the map started. So Bonk, they better have more cards up. They better have more tricks up their sleeves, because otherwise Bleed must have prepared anti-strats to work against that.
Yeah, again, to be fair as well, that was only the B-long that we've been specifically talking about. There's still 3 angles of attack for Pearl, so there is plenty of space to adjust. We have seen Bonkers really utilize those timeouts, and after those, they were really able to find that that kind of second wind. So maybe, just maybe, that's going to be incredibly helpful here on Pearl.
And we'll talk about quickly what adaptations can they make. There was multiple rounds where Bonkers lost because their spacing wasn't on point, because they were feeling and crumbling under the pressure. We could have seen Lotus go a completely different way, but now is where we get to see Bonkers and how they adapt between map to map. What Papa Smurf has said to him out the back to try to get the spirits back in place. RDW, of course, not having a stellar performance. There was moments where he got caught looking at the map as well. You could see in those player cams. But it's all boiling down to here right now.
He was still good on some of those flanks and lurks, and I don't know if he could pull off the same thing on this map. Just to put things in perspective, Mac, this is a map that Bleed so far throughout their entire careers, they have a 90% win rate on this. Never, ever dropped in Singapore and Malaysia. Meanwhile, here, you know, maybe a little bit against DPlus Kia, but now up against Bonkers, we saw how great they were. It's the same exact composition, but Bonkers, they didn't have the best attacking half, and that's why Orangutan starts to come back a little.
Yeah, we'll see what Bonkers have been cooking up in the kitchen, because Scarz managed to beat Bleed last time they played this one, so let's see if Bleed are going to be able to bounce back. They've got this double duelist composition. Bonkers playing the same thing as yesterday, double initiator, mini, running it in with the KO, as well as that Sova too. So we'll see how this one goes, but Lou, talking point, he's back on that jet. Let's see if that's going to be the difference maker. He's playing insane today, and confidence is overflowing
Yeah, and we see how crazy he is. Yes, the confidence are overflowing. I don't want it to flow too much. You need your teammates. You need someone, some kind of a team captain, maybe minimize, maybe RDW, some of the more older players, just to calm them down in a second, because you need to work with your team. If you start going to ego peak every single duel, you might just lose a lot of fights. You might just cause your team to go for 4v5s instead, and I don't know how that 4v5 conversion for Bonkers looks like. Meanwhile, Bleed, double duelist. You know how strong that is, Sscary.
I just wanted to add as well for Bonkers too. Again, we talked about how all of the setups for Bonkers rely so heavily on Lou, so that synergy between his teams and the abilities that they throw out is going to be incredibly, incredibly important.
Oh, I can't wait to see how this series plays out. I want to be going to 3. I need it to be going to 3. I feel like a 2-0 just wouldn't justify the gravity of the situation for both these teams.
It's not just you two, Mac. The whole of OCE needs Bonkers to go to 3. I hope they can make it happen. We've seen their Haven before. It's just as crazy. And then at the same time for Bleed, that last hope for Thailand. Oh boy.
Oh, there's just so many things to take into account here. And let me spin this one to you. Bleed was one of the teams that helped crowdfund Bonkers' way here, and now they might be sending them home. They take the fate themselves. And Pearl, it's a map where we don't know what's gonna happen. It is D-Day, but who is gonna rise harder?
They need to step up. Bonkers has to come big in Pearl. If they have a chance, this is it. Pearl, then Haven, we will see.
Oh my god, it could go either way, Sscary. I am starting to tremble. We talked about this setup. We've seen it before. So much of it hinges on Lou. And oftentimes, he's alone on that B site. He might push up, and if he falls, that is B completely open. What often plays around the connector, and that's because they need him to fluctuate around those sites to throw out those smokes, to throw out those paranoias. Bleed, they're anticipating this. They don't want Bonk to push up against them, so they're playing it careful up B long.
Lou, unsure if he got spotted by the drone there, but he is very aware. Tailwind has been activated already, and they're backing off, but there is a huge stack of Bonk players on mid, maybe to look for that audio cue or just to anticipate the lurk or just the gravity towards other.
Just as soon as that drone expires, right? No more information, not a bit of a move. And Lou calls for the rotations. You can see it's going to be now minimized over onto the A side, and they're waiting for this.
Oh, no. They thought that they maybe could play through the flash of their teammate, but Dragons get caught off. Bleed, they're just running rampant on the B site. There's a bit of isolation that we saw from Watt and his smokes. They're unaware that the rest of the Bleed players, they're just here on A, chilling, waiting for that contact.
Double duelist. Shock Dart doesn't tag them. And Darian, along with Juicy.
Oh, RDW. Lou, he also has a chance to step up here. Darian still pushing in. Neff finds one. Lou's already found some access onto the site. This is not too bad, but Neff is holding hard on A main, and Durian and Juicy splashing it up at the back of the site. And Lou, he still has to deal with all of these angles. It is a nightmare for him, and he cannot wake up.
How do you wake up from this? It's just the first round, but still such a big impact into the rest of the game. You already see some of these game plans, and as soon as Bleed blocks off the site, you got 2 duelists pushing into Secret. That is so tough to work against. RDW tried, but unfortunately those shots weren't meant to be, and Lou, even with a Sheriff, it's such a confident play, but he couldn't find those duels. Again, we talked about this on the desk. Bonk needs to adjust around this.
Can they, though? That's the biggest issue here for Bonkers, but they are not going to give this round up. They will be kicking, screaming, and punching their way even through the weaker of weapons. They did make their presence known on mid. A little bit of a catch there from RDW, but no, it's Crazy Guy to get it as the second catch onto Lou. Catches him off guard. The pop shots through the smoke, working effective for Bleed. Big problems right now for the rest of Bonkers is they don't have site control. They don't have big flank threat. Dragon is there, yes, but look at this. There's like 2 people holding him. If he makes a mistake, he's done.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the round done as well, Sscary. Some classic, some pistols. They try to hop around to find a lucky shot or two, but easily dismissed by the players from Bleed. And of course, buying up those rifles. We saw this on Lotus. They've got those Vandals, Sscary, and they are looking to make that impact on round 3. And what comes with round 3? Potentially the bonus. It's the big game of momentum between these two.
Absolutely. Overwhelming push is what we know is the expertise, the power that Bleed has. And now that they have Juicy on a Vandal, it just gets even more difficult for Bonkers to basically bring the situation back into their hands. Thankfully, as you mentioned, this is the bonus round, but look at the split, look at the push as where Bleed is coming in through mid.
Just slowly being careful around this. You have a bit of Killjoy utility on the A side, and yes, What is positioned up behind the boxes, but his paranoia timing needs to be good. Now, the utility's been dealt with, and Art is open.
Oh, that's a dash. That's a big one from Durian. Not good, not good. As Watt has been caught off.
Oh, God.
As Pop Shoe the smokes, man. Juicy's just too quick. Even if Durian falls, they still have Juicy at the back of things. At the front of things, actually. All right, the smoke is pre-set up. RDW can maybe find a shot. Recon Dart can expose somebody.
Wow.
That is going to be scary. He tries to set up for Juicy, but Minimize comes up on top. It wasn't just the Sky, it's also his KO here that's been absolutely scary, absolutely terrifying. And RDW, it's all down to Crazy Guy. They're lining up. He's taking damage. Somebody's starting to defuse. He's got to peek it. He's playing this perfectly. The wallbang's too strong. Wallbang's too strong. Oh, he's trying to run up, and he cannot deal with Crazy Guy. Crazy as can be.
He's got those eyes, and absolutely insane rounds for Bleed. On a 1-on-2, just plays the advantage on the spike. Bonkers, they've got nothing. I was so scared of this. Juicy playing around that sky smoke from Sscary. Just up behind back. It's secret again. Anytime RDW was throwing out utility from behind that smoke, I was afraid that Juicy was going to spray through. And as soon as it drops, yes, Minimize gets a double, but of course, on towards A main, that's where they strike. And with that momentum for Bleed, Bonk only has pistols now.
Lou's running away. He's trying to at least survive a little bit longer outside of B. Did get that control, or did get that contact. Does spot the rest of the Bleed players, but it's going to be difficult to at least push them back.
Look at Lou, though. Again, the confidence, the bravado on him to continue pushing up behind them. He must have heard the turret.
That's true. Yep, he got spotted. They know, at least they do have Naf to hold the flank for the moment inside the smoke. It's tricky for Watt. He loves to go for these plays. Paranoia for himself, but nobody pushes through. Bleed, they're going the opposite direction, and it's working. Does Minimize know? Oh, RDW, he's on the corner, and he's trapped, can't get out. This is looking just horrible for Bonkers as they get incapacitated one by one, bit by bit. Dragon and Lou are the only ones to remain, and Lou can't even feel safe in his own side of the spawn, and Nap finds the other kill, and Bleed, they're just bleeding Bonkers dry.
It's another one of these rounds, Sscary, a flawless win. And it's just so crazy looking at their game plan. This is textbook EU Valorant style. So tactical, so careful, and they work always together in tandem. You can bet that this is stuff from Lagia, and at the same time, the players execute it to perfection. Bonk, they didn't have the firepower, but now they do. Lou on the operator. Is that going to be the start that Bonk looks out for?
He's banking on this big, big angle. Gets spotted. Minimize is so close. No chase down, though. They respect the threat that Lou brings. You know, we talk about this. They don't just play against him.
And instantly, this means that as soon as those rotations are off, the rest of the Bonkers team need to be aware of it. You've got that Killjoy utility. You've got Watt on A, and we've seen that before. Mid is still relatively open. Bleed are still taking it slow. A bit of presence onto the A side, but look at what else is happening. A secondary squad back towards B.
This is tricky. The thing is, Lou doesn't have a tailwind anymore. If Crazy Guy deems it well, he's going to be using his Hunter's Fury there. But they actually double back once again. They were kind of hoping somebody pushes up through B long, but no, it's going to be the A side execute. And are they prepared? RDW, he's got the lineup, he's got the setup. There's 3 players. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but they can't read it. They at least time the smoke well. There it is. Recon Dart's going to be impactful as well, but Crazy Guy has thrown out the Hunter's Fury, and inside the smoke, Durian lies in wait. He explodes, and RDW gets caught at the back of the site, and this is just crumbling horribly for Bonkers. The feeling, the intensity, and just the hopelessness of it all. Minimize somehow manages to find Crazy Guy, but the site still bleeds. And Lou, he can't even find any access to A because he has the operator and he can't risk losing this now.
And it's of course going to be the save, the exit frags. Juicy and Darian Sscary. It's so overwhelming for Bonkers, so overpowering. They just stampede through this site. Yes, Bonkers, they were trying to make a gamble, a good read on this, in fact. You had what with the dark cover? But what is a smoke in the face of 5 players from Bleed? Juicy and Darren just walk straight up, and again, it's that same angle from Secret. Despite getting that ping from the recon bolt, none of the Bonk players could do anything against it. What sent out his utility and tried to push through, but got punished.
It feels like the positioning here of Bonkers is more to... is like a recipient rather than a receiver. And by that, I just mean that it feels like they were not ready to receive the push. They were just trying to get a catch-off through the smokes, the cloudburst of Durian, but it blows up in the face of what? It blows up in the face of Dragon, and Bleed's execute on attack is just too damn good.
He just receives it, man. They got 3 ultimates. Is that going to be the next present?
What?
Bonk. Ooh. Okay.
Juice is pushing in. He's feeling it. He's aggressive, and Watts he's just gotta escape. He can't do anything right now. Look at the control from Bleed. Absolutely terrifying.
Yes, but they have the sight, and Bonk are playing far back. They're setting up for a retake.
That they do. Flank does get caught off, but Minimize finds one. The push out from Durian, but he's a little bit too presumptuous at this point. Doesn't have the smoke, or doesn't have the leer from Sscary or Juicy. And that's gonna be a cost of his life. Crazy Guy drops down. Sscary, he's got the orbital, he's got the lineup, maybe with Incendiary. We'll have to see how this goes, but Dragon comes out breathing life into Bonkers, and the round is theirs.
Such a good read. They finally adapted around this. The same game plan from Bleed for the past 5 rounds. They do it once more, and now Bonk, they just leave it up to them. All right, they want the side so bad, take it. Just freaking take it. And now they just set up for that bit of a retake. Yes, I think there was a bit of a frag from Minimize coming up from the back of A main, and it just drew a bit of attention away. He was trying to see if they were indeed playing post-plant. And as soon as the rest of them come out from the side of Secret, you could see that 3 players on the other side, along with Dragon, they were prepared. They just waited for that push coming out from the duelist of Bleed.
Speaking of pushes, is already going to be the setup here.
Whoa.
Lou, no rifle in hand. This is an operator. He's committing to this. Does have the blades. There it is. Watt is too far for any kind of smoke coverage. Timing is going to be crucial. The flick is good. There's the chase, and he gets it. Still somehow manages to go through Durian. But Crazy Guy and Sscary gets the refrag very quickly. It's all down to Sscary now. Has the spike, does not have map control, and here comes the rest of Bonkers. RDW is going to be exposing him with the drone. Doesn't get tagged through the smoke though, but Sscary knows this is very, very difficult situation to bypass. He still wants to push through B, which could be good. If Watt gets impatient, this is a chance for Sscary to really find his mark. Watt spots it out. Sscary, timing, good. Backs away into cover. Paranoia there. He's so patient, but he doesn't have that many options right now. Maybe he can do something with the stim beacon, but they've already called up Dragon. That's the smoke to isolate. RDW's by himself. He can wait for his teammates. It's the best call for Bonkers, and it is the call to win them another one.
Still, you can see that presence from Sscary. This is how much respect you need to pay to this one guy, that shining star of Thailand. Always on the controller, always steady. But still, The way that this round
wow.
starts off, seeing it fully in the replay. Lou finding those shots with the operator. This kid, again, the quick reflexes, the teamwork from the rest of them, Minimize and the rest of the squad coming through with that utility. The KO flashes, the rest of the trades, they isolated Sscary.
Lou, not yet done. Actually wants to go for the chase outside of A main. There was a setup there. It's blade for blade, but Bleed, they've already just said, no, we're not going to challenge you where you stand, where you push. We're going to go our own direction, our own avenue.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is huge. That is huge. Durian can push through this, but Dragon, if he gets a little bit too antsy inside the smoke, he could get caught. Does use the drift to get back to his teammates. Okay. Are they going to try to break the ultimate? No. They're just going to try to at least catch a couple of the players from the ultimate of RDW on that Hunter's Fury. Could be the detain. No, there is two. They can actually charge Chase Snark now.
Scary's watching.
This is going to be huge. This is going to be huge. The smoke is there. Look at Minimize. He's
Flank.
clearing up all the utilities. Big flank, but it's a little bit too late. If they can start defusing this is going to be way better for Bonkers. And look at how they fall. Bleed. It's only down to Neff. It's only down to Durian. I can't push through. Durian's heating up, but Dragon once again gets the 4K, saves the round. And they are starting to build up a lead.
And it all starts again, the building blocks. We've got 3 now, 2 more just to tie things up. It's so good, and it's a smart play again, just to give Bleed the sight. You see that lockdown, both coming through, and Bonk just decides to hold from the top of heaven. Anyone who comes through does manage to get detained, and although there was a bit of flank, Bonkers read that like a book. Now again, still though, Bleed with the economy, they get to buy back up. They are still holding on to some ultimates, and Juicy, he's got that Empress.
Ooh. Could show his royal status as one of the best duelists that we have right now in VCT Ascension Pacific. But seems like we've gotten the timeout once more. Legia now feeling the pressure, even though they got the lead here, Quack.
Yeah, first time that we're seeing that he is taking the initiative to call the timeout. And this could mean a lot too, because the score right now, it is 5-3. They are seeing some cracks in how Bonk actually continues to retake. So many times they just give them the sight and Bleed, they know it's a bit of a trap. So that's precisely why this pause was called. The thing is, Bleed, they desperately want that 9-3 first half. If they can make that happen, that will be huge for the second half. And keep in mind as well, again, Bonkers, they struggled a little bit on that attacking side, so these guys need it as well.
The more that Bonkers can get that lead back in this first half, the better it is going to be for them. A big factor right now against Bleed is Lou hitting his shots. He only has 3 kills, but those 3 kills were the ones that gave them those 3 rounds. Really big for him. Minimize has also been stepping up incredibly well. Even though we haven't been touting him as one of the best players here for Bonkers, he really has given his all in these 2 games.
Juicy and Darren, these guys have been fired up too. Similarly to Lou. They love to look for those duels, and now exploring mid instead. This is the adjustment. Are Bonkers prepared for this?
They might not be. There is the smokes to give a bit of coverage there. One is already activated, and it's just going to overwhelm through the smoke dragon! RDW here on the push. He denies it. They do get the catch onto Watt, but it doesn't matter. Is he close enough? Is he fast enough to deal with Neff? Oh, this is so difficult for both sides, but somehow it is looking a little bit lighter, a little bit better for the Bonkers roster. Do they have the spike? It's all the way trapped on B alley, and this has to be the retake. 44 seconds. They are isolating a lot of these fights. Great pop flash from Minimize, and Neff, oh, they still can't count him out. Nano Swarm flushing him out. Oh, this is bad for Minimize, but here comes Lou all the way from downtown, and Bonkers, they are bringing it back.
One more Sscary, and that's all that stands between these 2 teams to tie it up. We're seeing that operator presence. Yes, he just fires a blind shot, and it's enough to kind of pull the attention away. Bleed, although it was a good idea to explore mid, it turns out that Bonkers are indeed prepared, and they're ready to receive them. Watching how they actually played around this too, as soon as Bleed makes a move out towards mid, with such a crazy bit of aggression from Darian, you have the response from the rest of the team.
Oh, so hyper ready for Darion's dash right in there. Did get the catch onto Watt, but
he swapped it up.
He's very much unaware. Swapped up the positioning, and understandably, if they want to mix things up, they have gravitated most of the utilities here of Dragon on the B site.
And it's all that Killjoy utility, too. The turret isn't anywhere around, so Bleed doesn't have an inkling about this. Still, all 5 duelists just push out, and what is prepared to receive them? Dragon hiding behind.
They're going to run it down, but they're pushing through the smoke, and it's not looking too hot. Juicy, though, always good at that initial fight, but it's trade for trade, blow by blow. And it's just not going to be any kind of form of yielding here for Bonkers. They want to go for this fight, and they are matching Bleed head-to-head, shoulder-to-shoulder, toe-to-toe. They are just, again, exchanging blows.
And this is what I like about what he just used From the Shadows to confirm. He saw them. Lou is now turning back towards the A site. If he can land the first operator shot, that will be huge.
He has the dash, too. If they push him, he's got an incredible chance to hit a shot.
They will.
Right in front! What? No, Nev punishes! This is not good. This is not good. Look at the positioning. It's so good here for Bleed. They got crossfires everywhere, and Minimize is pushing through, and he's going to get caught. It's all down to Watt. One more smoke, and he can at least utilize this to maybe give him some cover. But Juicy, look at the positioning. Look at the cross. It's so difficult, and Watt. Ooh, he just falls down.
Unfortunately, a bit of a trip, and it's Bleed with such aggression again. A bit of contact, they rotate back around. A good read coming up from Bonk. They knew how to rotate, but then the fights on the site, you talk about, yes, Lou, trying to find that operator shot, but without the forward positioning and how careful Bleed are as a team, they just cover up the front side. They don't go too far deep in towards Secret. Now it brings us to the next round. Blue still on another operator. They go back to the old positioning, but Bleed are headed towards E.
And this is only just the setup of Dragon that stops them. Is this going to be a full commit? Looks like Durian has already made it so.
The thing though, Sscary, is that Bleed has 3 ultimates to work off of. Anytime Dragon puts down the lockdown, there are so many from the other side of Bleed. Oh, and they're pushing into Secret too.
No, they want that forward control. They want it to be as much land to cover as possible. RDW, what a bait. Still though, Minimize comes out from out of nowhere on the side and even slips through the lockdown. There's still time. They have the numbers, and they burned off most of the big abilities. But Neff, he spawned himself a tricky situation, tricky spot here, but still somehow manages to get the pick. And again, they have to deal with the orbital strike. They have to chase them down. They have to somehow have the spike already.
Orbital.
Fade away, fade away. He can decide otherwise. Oh, that molly is good. That molly is explosive. And he can go from throw so far. No chance, and Sscary, the Thailand Tyrant, comes out again with the oppressive shutdown through the skies.
Just beaming it down. Everyone from Bonk tries to turn it through, but playing so far back, so safe, no solution whatsoever. You can't jump up and toss away that incendiary. You've got that giant laser beam from the sky. And Bonk, despite all their best efforts, you could see how Dragon played against Crazy Guy. But at the end of it all, it was fruitless. 4-7 now, last round of the first half, and Bleed are looking for that 8th.
Bleed are looking for the possibility here to get even more rounds in, and RDW through the door shuts an opportunity for Sscary to line himself up. They're getting caught. That is a beautiful paranoia here. What? Dragon comes up, but Durian, of course, the star player, the highlight of Bleed, and he still gets it. 2 versus 3. Lou gets control onto B-Long. We do see Crazy Guy trying to assist Durian ever so slightly as he tries to pick up the spike. Minimize, trying to make sure that mid somehow on B alley is cleared up. That blade is going to be good. At least he knows that once they breaks it, they are somewhere there. Gives information to Lou. He's still aware, but he is cautious. Doesn't want to give a pick and put this 2 versus 2.
And RDW actually pushes up into A main. Bleed might not anticipate this. 2 players working their way through, and they're just looking for that spike plant.
If he plants on default, this is perfect for RDW. They're not even looking at him, but he whiffs the shot. 30 seconds. He gets the tag, he gets the trigger, and he gets the win. It's all down to Durian. He's got the blades, gets back inside, finds some cover. Knows that he has to isolate an angle here. 46 HP. And he cannot get away as Lu comes up from the back and stabs him straight. And he's gone.
And that brings us to 5-7, Sscary. A good way to close out the first half, but still not perfect for Bonk. You would have expected a slightly bigger lead or better numbers given how they prepared this map, and they left it open specifically for Bleed to pick. Given how they've played so far, good comeback, starting to peek out back towards Arcade. They fought fire with fire, Sscary. Bleed thought that mid was left open, and RDW showed them how wrong they were. But still, that was just one round. We move on to the next half, and like we mentioned before, Bonkers, not the best attacking side at half. They lost their pistol to Orangutan, and then 3 consequent rounds after that. They did this at the start. They did this with their defensive side against Bleed. Remember how we saw it was an 0-4. That's terrifying.
Gotta take a breath first. Bit of a breather here on the halftime. And you're absolutely right. It is incredibly concerning for Bonkers as to how difficult it is for them to get any form of success on the attacking side. And don't forget, this is still the side half where Juicy or Durian can utilize an operator, and you know how quick they are to hit that shot. It's not only Lu that gets the highlights, and it's also these 2.
They could push out as well.
That too.
Still, Bonk desperately needs this, Sscary. Yes, it's 5-7. Yes, it's not all over yet, but it could be. The full weights and then destiny, all the fates of OCE lies on Bonkers' shoulders right now. And that's something that they are feeling as well.
They've been denied. They've been not given as many opportunities. They want to prove themselves here at VCT Ascension Pacific Oceania. Put on the board, put on the map, and it's all to Bonkers. But can they reach that next step, that next stage into the playoffs? With this second half, Bleed already a map under their belts. All is on the table. All is laid bare here for Bonkers.
Everything on the line. And they make it slow. They take it careful. But Juicy's watching the angle. Scary's right around as well to place down Sky Smokes if needed. And off angle being held by Neff too. And look at how safe it is from the side of Connector. Bonk, of course, looking to execute together as a squad. But they have to make it fast, and they have to make it safe. It's all pistols.
Ooh.
You've got Darian on a Sheriff.
There it is. They have their own setups. You can already see Lu charging right in. He does spot out Sscary. Does get the trade. It's not yet over. Sscary has a position, even has a lineup for that default plant, but it's already been planted, so it's now going to be full retake here for Bleed. Is there a positioning on the side there that's going to catch off Bleed? I don't think so. It's all of them out of the sight, looking for flanks elsewhere. Okay. Do they have any lineups? Durian's already catching an angle right there on Art. Watt into the corner, spots out Neff. It's going to be good. Does get 2. Crazy Guy and Durian not spot out minimized, but time is not on their side as Crazy Guy finds 2 on his own. Here comes RDW, and Durian just overwhelmed. Bonkers clean.
And you see that execute. So much space given by Bleed. This is a one-team-esque sort of positioning on the defensive side. They play so far back. They wanted to punish the push. And they kind of did for just a second. But if you look at that spike plant, yes, Sscary had a lineup, but it wasn't meant for default. The spike was planted for Art. And that's why you had 2 players holding from this position. And of course, such a good presence from RDW as well. Going all the way back around. No way Bleed anticipated that.
Minimize, I gotta give it to him, man. He has been setting it up, but Durian, no! You don't count him out! When he's got the Marshal, he enforces the law. We'll see how this goes. Flash through. They have to force Lu to get a lot more control at the back of the site. Now they have to play a little bit more careful as well. One wrong step, and Durian is going to rip them apart. Dragon with 2 of his own. He's got himself 3. He's setting up for the ace. He gets another one. Give it to Dragon, but RDW cleans it up. We don't call it kill steal. We call it kill secure.
Confirmed. 7-7. They tie it up, and now this is a very good chance for Bonk, but also keep in mind, we've seen these rounds before from Bleed. With the rifles, they buy it up on the second, right? And we've seen how strong and consistent they can be with some of this. In this round, yes, Dragon with the Marshall, and Bleed were just kind of peeking into him without any armor. Of course, the Marshall just chews right through. Next round is what I'm more interested in because Bleed now playing against this. Just going a little bit aggressive. Now Bonk, bit of an A split push. Again, Lu, he's got the Vandal. What on a Sheriff?
They have committed to having the rifles as well.
Same setup.
It is. But what's different here for Bonkers is they're actually clearing out Art, so it's pushing back Neff a whole lot more, so you can't really have that pinch through Art.
Could be a bit of mental conditioning.
Oh.
But Neff is very aware. Plays around his turret.
That's
slow rotation from Bonkers as well, and they're just trying to be very, very cautious around this because information around A has gone bad now. And that's why Bleed are starting to explore the other parts of the map, thinking that there could be a rotation. And they might have guessed right.
There it is. Speaking of rotations, the Paranoia has been thrown out onto Bialy. Lu's got to be a bit careful because they haven't really gotten any form of good control yet on B Long. So Minimize steps up to the plate. Minimize over-peaking his push, but the rest of Bonkers are here. What a flash from Juicy! And that is just going to ruin the time of Bonkers. They thought they had the B site, they thought they had the catch, but Juicy's Leer is just too much for them to handle.
Bleed, man. They're looking to close this out 2-0. You look at some of these ideas, these protocols, and Nev was just holding on that off angle for the longest time. As soon as he heard the footsteps pushing up closer to him outside of B-Long, he swung, he peeked, and he got that double kill, Sscary. This is so smart, so intentional. And Bleed, they're incredibly well prepared in how they want to rotate around the map. Bonk, they need more than that in order to sell a fake.
Well, fakes aren't going to be working against Bleed here, especially when Lu can't beat Durian in that particular round. They need to set something up a little bit better for him, and maybe it's going to be the A side. Dragon and Lu, biggest hitters of Bonkers, just going for a duo push on Art. There it is. Minimize has pulled up his own ultimate, Null Command to back them away. Still, the players of Bleed are playing here. Sscary jumping up and down. They haven't cleared him on the positioning, and he's popping the shot through the wall. They thought that the fragment was going to clear it up. Absolutely not. And Bleed is running away with this.
Oh my God.
Flat out of the open. Can't escape. Where's the rest of Bonkers? They've already abandoned the A site. Dragon does have a positioning, does have the timing here. Neff is gone, so that alarm bot is inactive. He's trying to give some bit of respite for RDW, but RDW has to double up with Dragon. It seems like Bleed are thinking that B could be the place, but there's no sounds as of yet.
Because Bleed have to consider all of these different positions, right? Either it's a big rotation over onto B, which if it were, you know, Crazy Guy probably would have heard the footsteps by now. And that's why they're doubling back towards A. Bleed are so aware.
Oh no. Catches, and Juicy was huge on that positioning.
10 seconds.
Dragon into the corner. 12 seconds, does isolate Durian. Spots another. If he can hit the shot from Sscary, there is an opportunity, but no, Sscary. He started this round, and he'll end it. Wall bang, and then a kill through Flower. It's all good, again, from the Thailand superstar.
He's the author. He's the writer of this chapter for Bleed. Still looking to make it a 2-0, and Bonk, they need to deny that. But like I mentioned, you saw how this round played out. Sscary, Sscary was so aware of this. He was jumping up and down. He knew that Lu would have jumped up to the top of the boxes. And he didn't really make his presence known yet. He just stayed patient enough to deny that spike plant. Minimize despite having the null command. It expired just before Sscary killed him. So it's 7-9, and of course, still holding on to some of these timeouts. Papa Smurf, he gets to call one. They need to find a stronger lead because so far it's been neck to neck. Nobody has secured anything that strong yet, other than Bleed.
And again, the struggles, as you mentioned, for Bonkers, they just can't find any bit of success anywhere they go. Maybe they're banking too much on Lu. Maybe the positioning, the timing is just even a fraction of a second off. But that little bit of lack of synergy, lack of sync, lack of entry is turning into a very big issue that Bleed is just, again, using so well against Bonkers.
I don't know if it's that either, because if you watch how Bleed are playing on the defensive side, unlike what Bonkers did in their first half, Bleed are actually playing so far back. You hardly see, at least in the recent rounds, you hardly see Bleed actually pushing up to gain forward map control. They're so far behind. They're just waiting for that execute from Bonk, and then they counter it. This time, they turn things around because they're thinking off of the timeout, maybe Bonk are trying to do something different. You've got so much information around A now that Darren anticipates this push out B long. Oh, he fires a shot.
They still haven't baited out his tailwind. They still haven't baited out his tailwind. Lose quick, but they lose their teammate in the process. That's Dragon down. 4 versus 4. This is the best that we've seen from Bonkers. But no, I stand corrected as Bleed. They've already gotten the site. It's not yet done. Crazy Guy gets it. And Minimize, he's been stellar. He's been stupendous. But he needs to dig deep to get this because now economy is also broken again for Bonkers if he doesn't get this clutch.
You got 1 minute to play off of. Can you maximize this opportunity? Mini. He rotates up back around all the way through the ace site, and he has that that initiative against Bleed. But in all that time, it's a similar situation to what we saw from before. On Lotus, there was that 1-on-2.
Oh no!
Hunter's Fury setup from Crazy Guy.
He does escape, but
he's just so low HP.
He's incredibly low, and he has a Bulldog. He has to find the trickiest of angles, but maybe his timing's going to be perfect here because look at the line of sights for both of them. Right into the corner. He has to wait for Juicy. No! Juicy! Where does the instinct come from? How does this Predator become the apex Predator of this game? He just knows where to peek, when to peek, and when to just deliver the round to Bleed.
And it crushes some of these dreams of the Bonkers players. Such a painful round. Juicy, this young prodigy from MYSG, coming up huge now. Finding all of these frags. He knows. He has that aim. He has that awareness. So strong and so quick just to turn around too. Instantly dismissing away. Just having that discipline to play along with Crazy Guy. They had that perfect Hunter's Fury setup. And once more, you saw how Bonkers tried to execute onto the site. Nev had a perfect nanoswarm just to deny the spike plant. This is so read and prepared by Bleed. Last possible buy round for Bonk now.
They still got that loss bonus, so at least they can buy in this round. And absolutely that. There's still the operator in the hands of Durion, and Watt is trapped. He's got to have to go for the cross. Calls the Cloudburst from Lu. And they abandon any opportunity to push the B side. Dragon is somehow holding on mid. He wants to get a pick. He wants to get a peek, but nobody is overextending from Bleed. Like you mentioned, they're playing very far back, but also knowing where Bonkers are trying to push at.
It's just insane how well aware they are of everything right now. There was that timeout from Legia in the first half. And it's almost as if they studied Bonk's attacking side.
Oh.
Look at this utility now.
That doesn't break any form of setup that Neff has put on. He can utilize it. He can break it. There it is. The catch onto Lu with the Nano Swarm. Gets caught by the Recon Dart. And this is just falling bit by Bonkers. Minimize inside all of this just horrible, horrendous situation. He can break the lockdown maybe, give himself an opportunity, but there's still players here. There's only one detained, and that's going to be Crazy Guy, but Juicy was holding his hand, teammate for teammate. It's all down to Dragon. 20 seconds, save or clutch. What do you choose? He wants to go for the latter, but Juicy's just too damn good. 4K for Juicy.
Watch how he went for that peek. just a big swing, and then the crouch. Dragon's crosshair placement completely thrown off. This is way well beyond double digits now. And again, the adaptation from Bonk just hasn't been there. Bleed, on the other hand, so prepared. They're just waiting to strike on the site. You talked about how far back they were.
Bonkers, they have to just not think about the what ifs. They need to win. They need to get this round. But Bleed is a wall that they cannot push back. An unmovable object.
Lou's got the blades.
He's got the blades. He's got a chance. But Durian has been proving his worth as the operator. Lou, though, as you mentioned, he's also deadly. Slices it up. Gets an opportunity to play at the back of the site and opens it up perfectly for them. Neff is here. Does spot out Watt. And how is Neff able to do this? Lou is holding himself for his team, putting everybody from Bonkers on his shoulders. Not yet on the plank on the spike. They can re-encapsulate this, and Lou is heating up. It's not yet done. Crazy Guy has gotten Dragon, but Juicy has fallen, and Lou, he gets it. He carries Bonkers one more round. Is that enough to rile the Oceanians?
You just watch this duelist. It is enough, I think, Sscary. You hear that presence on the stage. The young duelist on both teams, but Lou has the bigger ego, and he challenges Bleed, throws down the gauntlet, throws down the knives. And this wakes up the rest of the team as well, just evolving inside of this match right now, trying to keep Bonkers and the OCE dream alive.
Breathing. You can still fight. You can still go at it. But Durian, it's round 2. Take 2, wants to go for it. Gets the information, gets the challenge, breaks down. Lou is right in front of him, and Lou answers back. Durian, you don't got this. I'm the better operator, and this time, 8-11, 4 versus 5. They back away. They don't press up onto B. They have options.
They slow it down. I think Bleed are reading some of these options too, though. Again, information does go bad, and it's just Crazy Guy watching the angles. Bonk are now slowly making their way over onto A, but guess what? Sscary as well as Juicy are playing similar positions than what we've seen before. Just hiding inside a secret, hiding inside of flowers. So far back.
So far back indeed. They're wanting, again, to utilize the back positionings as much as they can. The big problem here is they do lack Durian, but Juicy, you are dirty. All right, they back away, 30 seconds. They re-encapsulate if they wanted to, but RDW, he really wants to get a pick. Can he get a double tag? Maybe with the Hunter's Fury. Only the one does slow down Neff, but wait, have they forgotten the clock? 20 seconds, they have to pick up the spike. They need to push in, but no, just because Minimize was dropped down. And are they going to try to push through this? They're really thinning down the clock here, Quack. This is not good. Back at the site, it's Neff, it's Juicy, it's Neff. Oh no, it's fallen down. Luke got the first pick, but they couldn't get back the round.
A gaping wound on the side of Bonkers because of this. That was another buy round off of the Thrifty that they just got. And now, the best that what can hope for is only a Sheriff. Maybe something a little bit more, but Bleed just finding so much value in all of these. You could see that Lou was holding that operator angle for the longest time. Yes, the spike was down. They couldn't push in, but so well played by Bleed. Juicy was so disciplined, and that's the difference here.
Any room for error has already vanished here for Bonkers. Their chance, they need to win the series. Bleed also need to win the series to secure a spot in the playoffs. What heroic efforts. He's gotten 4 from the shadows, but no! Crazy Guy, he's gotten Lou as well. The push in from Durian. Minimize somehow catches 1. It's only him and Dragon. RDW as well, 4 versus 2. And Bonkers, oh, the options. What can they do at this point? Dragon tries to find an angle, but that smoke is stopping them dead in their tracks. Sscary puts another one right in front of them. Dragon desperately looking for something, a modicum of anything here, Quack, but he cannot find it. Right behind him is his teammate RDW, but the 4 stack of Bleed comes in. the tag. Oh, Dragon is down. RDW is the only one standing here. But can he make it happen behind the pillar? Can he use this to bank on the players of Bleed? But no! Bonkers, they're down! And Bleed get playoffs!
Bleed has done it. It closes out 2-0. And it's just such a great defensive half. Bonkers, they couldn't find anything. They thought they were prepared, but Bleed shows them just how wrong they were. Again, Sscary, the shining star of Thailand, the two duelists on the side of Bleed. And he's just showing you the stats. Look at this guy. All of those assists, he's not bothered at all.
How can he? You got that one round where he got the clutch with a setup play. You got the molly, you got that extended range with the orbital strike, and of course, you have right here, Bonkers. They still have a chance, but it is a what-if moment. They didn't get that series win, even though you did see them prepare so much in that map veto.
Such good attempts. You always have to remember that round from Lou with the Blade Storm. He kept his team alive for just a second more. But Bleed, this is that miracle team. This is their redemption arc. Ever since APAC LCQ last year, they have evolved so much. And it just turns things back around.
It does. So what does this mean for Bonkers? Well, we'll probably wait for Mac as we look at the highlights first. You mentioned it. The blades were amazing from Lou. They got a lot of catches too here. Through the smokes, they got it. Again, just able to bring all of the things close enough, but there were some tricky spots too that we saw Bleed set up. Them playing at the back of the site, them being able to actually utilize Neff the most. Able to catch players coming into the site, punishing them with the nano swarms and these really tricky off angles as well.
And in a lot of those phrases, like, there's just one keyword, right? That's the punish, and that's how Bleed have been playing this all throughout. They had those positional setups. You could see how they held from Secret, how they held from Flowers, and they were just waiting for Bonk to go for that execute.
Ain't that something, huh? And just like that, Oceania are going to be Japan's biggest supporters. That's what it comes down to. That is defeating. I can only feel for what the boys are going through right now. That was just such a rough affair. Yes, they took a little bit to get going there on Pearl and really feel out what Bleed were doing, but you need to give huge, insane props to Bleed. This is their first 2-0. You got to remember that as well. Finally, coming through with the goods, coming through with what we thought they were capable of, and really doing it all across the board. You had so much defense going on one side, so much defense going on the other, and you could really see that even though Bonkers brought in a whole bunch of prep on Pearl, there was gaping holes in what they were throwing out. You know, they weren't clearing specific angles, they weren't ready for so many moments, and they just left it too late to really find that stride. Yes, my passion got rekindled for a moment there in the second half, but I was close to tears. I was so close to tears down in the green room. I'm sorry if this is biased as hell for everyone back home, but
let's be
I'm just channeling.
It's fine. It's a panel.
And it's not all over. It's also not all over. You know, Bonkers can still make it, but it now depends exactly on what happens in the next game.
I mean, you want to cheer for that underdog, right? And they are so crazy with this. Yes, it comes down to the next game and whether or not Bonkers can actually make playoffs. But such a good play from Bleed. Yeah, maybe tiny gaps from Bonkers' plays, but you could also see that Bleed had those punish setups. Bleed, they really prepared for this, and you could just see those positionings again. Darian, however, I think Lou, you know, he had that shining moment. Lou with the Blade Storm somewhere towards the end of the second half. That was where he really shined.
Yeah, he was just getting neutralized, right? And he wasn't allowed to let his ego go out of control. He wasn't able to make those huge plays that we saw before. And there were so many moments as well where Bleed, they'd actually lose that first pick, but still be able to navigate back into the round. You can see Bonkers did it once or twice as well. But in terms of the post plants, Bonkers barely got on site. The rounds that they were fighting in that second half, well, they were few and far between, and they were through eliminations as well. So Something that needs to be said is the clutches as well from Bleed and Juicy. Yes, he might have shown some cracks up against DPlus Kia the other day, but today he came to play, and that's exactly why Bleed were able to get across the line and secure their place in the playoffs. So once again, huge congratulations to them. Crazy guy, big performance, of course, calling everything up. You can tell by him and Legio as well. Every one of those timeouts, they were just going back and forth and making sure they were min-maxing their chances at securing this map, securing this series, and not letting it slip by the wayside.
And again, it feels a little bit subtle, but he had great recon dart punishes that helped Juicy really solidify those sites that they were holding.
Yeah.
So even though he wasn't as felt, I guess, from the highlights or at some point, he still got so many kills. He still got that team to, again, show what Bleed's playstyle is. Overwhelming, over-pushing, overbearing, and you just feel like you're suffocating under all of that mass.
You see it in that final round too. Like just the recon ball through the Sky Smoke. And speaking of Sky Smokes, that's scary as well. You know, just talking about Bleed, like I was mentioning before throughout the highlights, this is a team that has really evolved since APAC LCQ last year. Since then, they picked up Sscary, they picked up Crazy Guy, and you can feel that impact. That performance just shows up today. Yes, on Pearl, but also on Lotus. Crazy Guy's stage actually had so much to say.
Well, look, it was a long series, or it felt really long, at least me sitting back there every second, lasting an hour. But look, we have another game to get to, and to get there, we need to go talk to our winners. We got Sscary up on the stage to have his moment.
สวัสดีครับผมนะฮะและยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่วันสุดท้ายครับของ Group Stage ครับรายการ Ascension ของเราครับซึ่งแมตช์แรกบอกเลยนะว่าไปได้ราบรื่นมากครับสำหรับทางของผู้ชนะของเราครับนั่นคือ Bleed Esport ครับและวันนี้ครับผมก็มาอยู่กับนะฮะโอ้โหจะเป็นใครไปไม่ได้นอกจาก Sscary นั่นเองนะ and of course for you guys back at home. Of course, the first match, it was really fun. It went really well. They performed amazing. And of course, congratulations to Bleed Esports. And I'm here now with Sscary from Bleed Esports and of course from Thailand. You know, hence the fans always super excited to meet him. คำถามแรกก่อนเลยอยากรู้นะครับว่าเฮ้ยในการแข่งแมตช์ก่อนๆเนี่ยเรารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยมันมีความไม่มั่นคงบ้างนะฮะวันนี้เราเตรียมตัวมายังไงเดี๋ยวขอแปลเป็นภาษาอังกฤษก่อนนะSo the first question I would like to ask is actually about, you know, their inconsistency during some of their games in the past. But today it seemed like Bleed was performing at their peak, and I really wanted to know how you guys prepared for this match.
ครับก็รอบที่แล้วต้องยอมรับว่าพวกผมประมาทไปหน่อยเพราะคิดว่าน่าจะง่ายๆแต่ว่าก็เลยแพ้ไปก็กลับไปทบทวนครับแล้วก็นั่งดูรีเพลย์แล้วก็แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดรอบนี้ก็เลยทำออกมาได้ดีกว่าเดิมครับ
นะครับก็ถือว่าดูไปนะถือว่าทำดีนะครับ and his answer is very you know pro player like which is pretty much we learn from our mistakes, we go back to watch our replays and study as much as we can just to prepare for this match today. And yeah, I also really want to know about, you know, because they pretty much locked themselves in the playoffs already. Congratulations for that. But I also really want to know who would, you know, in his point of view, who would be the biggest obstacle as a team to Bleed Esports. ก็สำหรับตัวของ Bleed ก็น่าจะลอยลำนะเข้าไปสู่รอบ playoff นะครับผมเลยอยากรู้ว่าในทีมตอนนี้เท่าที่เจอมาทั้งหมดเนี่ยทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่เรารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยน่าจะเป็นปัญหามากที่สุด
ก็อย่างที่ให้สัมภาษณ์ไปตอนวันแรกนะครับว่ายังมั่นใจเหมือนเดิมครับว่าพวกผมโนหนึ่งใน Ascension นะครับผมพวกผมชนะมา18แมตช์ติดแพ้แมตช์หนึ่งไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงครับพวกผมยังอยู่ในเส้นทางที่จะคว้าแชมป์ครับผม
Oh wow, the confidence, you know, given that the fact that I have already mentioned in the first interview, we are always going to be number one of the team. Like, we're going to be always going to be number one in Ascensions out of all of the teams. And of course, yeah, we lost one map, two maps, I don't know, but like at least we won 18. So there's no point in that. I'm still very confident that our team will keep that number one ranking in Ascensions for sure. แล้วสมมุติว่าคำถามต่อมาสมมุติว่าสุดท้ายแล้ว เลือกได้1ทีมเพราะตอนนี้เรายังไม่รู้นะว่าทีมสุดท้ายจะเป็นอะไรถ้าเราเลือกได้1ทีมที่อยากให้เข้าไปใน playoff ด้วยจะเป็นทีมอะไรครับ So the final question here is actually about if you could choose your opponent to enter the playoffs if any of the teams who would it be
ครับก็จริงๆอยากได้บองเกอร์เข้าไปครับเพราะว่าเล่นด้วยแล้วสนุกดี แต่จริงๆเขาก็คงไม่แน่ใจเขาอาจจะไม่มีโอกาสแล้วก็น่าจะได้2ทีมนี้ก็อยากเล่นกับ DPlus อีกครั้งหนึ่งครับรอบหน้าเจอกันไม่เหมือนเดิมแน่นอน
All right, they actually loved playing with Bonkers. The matches were really fun. But again, if they happen to not make it, I mean, he's looking forward to playing against DPlus again since, the games are really, really fun against them. So yeah, give another round of applause for Sscary from Bleed Esports, please. ขออีกเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับให้กับน้อง Sscary แต่อย่างไรก็ตามวันนี้ยังเหลืออีก1คู่นะครับและมีความสำคัญต่อผล Playoffs มากๆครับเพราะฉะนั้นครับอย่าเพิ่งไปไหนครับ and of course back at home guys we still have one more left for the final day of group stage don't go anywhere you can go get a drink get a bit of a break but be sure to tune back in right after for game number 2
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
The boys are back in town. Hopefully, if Conky's not in the country, of course, we are recording this live at you from the content room. I'm Mac, this is Conky, this is Komodo, and we are playing a game of big thinkers where these big brains give me all their thinkers.
Do my best.
Does that make sense? I'm going to ask them questions of who's the most whatever, and they're going to write them down. Then we're going to go through it in a minute or two. Either way, let's get rolling. There is going to be 6 questions if you want to quickly write down 1 to 6 for me. that's the first test. Hopefully you pass that one. And as you're doing that, who in Ascension Pacific has been the best duelist? Don't think too hard. I'll count to 5 and put you on time pressure. I brought you in because you were the big thinkers, not the slow thinkers, boys. Come on. All right, 2. Who is the most handsome out of the players? You can't put yourself. Okay. I'll rate that one. Who has made the best play here at Ascension Pacific? You've got recency bias as well. Everything today was crazy, contextually. So, come on, give me something. Number 4. Who has the best jersey out of the 10 teams representing the 10 regions here at Ascension Pacific? Who is the smartest IGL? You're going to make some enemies with this one. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5. That's upwards. 1. And of course, who is winning Ascension Pacific? Let me know. All right, so I'm going to read these out again.
I suck.
And we're going to go through them together. Okay. So who is the best duelist? Read them.
Yeah. Okay, so best duelist. Famous, but it's hard. Yeah, thank you. Famous, but it's hard because he was like here, of course, right?
Yeah, famous. I say famous.
Okay.
Now you just be the mic man for a little moment. All right, so who was the most handsome?
Lou.
I have also gone Lou.
It's got a love heart around it as well.
I think the locals are probably going to agree with you from what we saw. All right, who made the best play?
I also went Lou, just because he's had a few big moments over the last couple of days.
I said famous because of the one in the finals just now. That was insane.
Recency bias.
Hey, which one? Yeah. That's the big question. All right.
I almost said Rolex.
Who has the best jersey?
DPlus.
Bonkers.
Fair.
Yeah, Conky tried really hard not to be biased on that one. You can feel it. Who was the smartest IGL?
That was really on the spot. Estrella, I put, because he's had a pretty good run so far, I reckon.
I said the same, yeah.
Oh, dude.
if I got to choose, it's Yes I Can, because he's just been absolutely performing. But I'm not going to blame you for forgetting about that, because recency bias, etc., etc. Also, the final question, who is winning Ascension Pacific and going to VCT Pacific?
DPlus.
I said Bonkers, but under them I said or DPlus.
Very good. We like our Luckier, apparently.
There you go. And for me, I'm not going to tell you because I'll tell you later. I'm just here for the ride. Thanks for watching. This has been Big Thinkers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. VCT Ascension Pacific, where things have not gone right for Oceania, but things certainly have for Singapore, Malaysia, and Bleed, who has secured their position in the playoffs for the coming days. But of course, we have a second series to get into. Bonkers can still survive, so everyone at home is now a Scarz fan, but DPlus Kia, they are the team to beat right now. They have just been going on this up and up and up and up all throughout the week, and they look so damn good right now. So I'm worried for Scarz.
DPlus Kia beat Bleed.
Yep.
And that's the team that just won.
2-0.
This is, oh my God. You can bet, like, you know, some of our playoffs talents, Achilleos, Paper Thin, they're probably cheering for DPlus Kia. So I don't know. I'm against them.
Yeah. No, you just, you know, give them the old left, right, good night, right? They're coming in tomorrow anyway, so you'll be able to do it IRL. But of course, look, let's talk about Scarz for a moment. This team came in with no real expectations. We were trying to figure out how they work with, you know, a couple of Russians in the lineup as well as the Japanese homegrown heroes. But then they came out, they dominated Bonkers, caught them napping, then continued that tirade as well, taking a map off of Bleed, also just doing decent work against Orangutan too. But now they face DPlus Kia, and that is where things get a little bit awkward, get a little bit difficult, right? Because DPlus Kia are looking stronger than ever, and they've been playing way more often in the last couple of days. Scarz had their first couple of games in like the first 2 days, and then things have been really slow. And they've also suffered some injuries while they've been waiting between games. Won't go too into that, but you'll probably see it on the player cams. And that can certainly degrade their gameplay.
Okay, first of all, I think I still believe in Scarz. First of all, a little bit of bias because Yoshi is half Filipino, but that's not the biggest thing. I think the play style of Scarz as a Japanese team is incredibly different from what you usually see from one in their region. Again, they have that Russian DNA, and it just gives them that edge of aggression that I don't think any other Japanese team has.
Well, let's have a look at DPlus Kia first. So far, so good. You're looking at the triple E's to keep them going. Lakia hasn't had to do much from most of the games, even though he's arguably the biggest name on the team. He's gone for that redemption arc. He's looking to make it back to top-tier international stage yet again. But honestly, Australia, Exi, Esperanza, they're the three we're looking at today, aren't they?
Absolutely. The biggest thing about these three players is it feels like everybody is able to play off of them so efficiently that it seems effortless for DPlus to get every single map win that they've had. One of the biggest factors here is, again, how they're able to get those plays again off of each other. You saw this match against Bleed, and this was only, I think, the first game that we saw Lakia really need to step up because he was always the one anchoring the side. But on the sidelines, you do see the setup from Australia, you do see the setup from Exi, beautifully placed there for Lakia. But here's one big factor to have to lay it out down on you, gentlemen. It feels like Alao isn't one of the strongest players that they have. And him being the duelist up against Scarz is definitely going to be a big factor in this series.
Yeah, right. Just thinking about all the duelists that we have. I mean, this is like a very duelist-heavy day. Very duelist-heavy group. You got Juicy, you got Darian, you got Jemkin, and then you got Lau, who has been rather quiet. Does show up a little bit more on the Neon now, but still, you don't see it too often. Those multi-kill rounds are far and few between. Meanwhile, it's the setup from those triple E players, and you see how they know how to work off of each other. Just leapfrogging off Exi, the shorty comes out, and they have some of these punishable setups too, where they just wait for their opponents, and then the fault line from Australia comes out, and then the swing. Like, DPlus Kia is a team with so much structure. They always kind of play around this. And I feel like today, this matchup specifically, is one of total opposites.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? You're talking about the duelists, and if we're talking about the duelists, at least for Scarz, look, Jemkin, he did just lose that position at the top of the stats to Juicy, who has played 232 rounds overall in the group stage and is still holding on, but it's Jemkin's turn to hit back. He's been, look, relaxing for a couple of days, so he's certainly been able to sit on the sidelines and watch everything that DPlus Kia is throwing at him. And in terms of DPlus Kia as well, before we move on with the conversation, Australia right up there. But not only is he doing work in terms of that KD, in terms of the impact, he's also the IGL. So if you have an IGL that is hitting that hard, that is inspiring as all hell.
It really is. I mean, Estrella has that game sense. Again, we talked about those setups, and he calls for those strats for his team. And they always like execute and punish their opponents because of him. And he has the potential to frag out on his own as well.
And the thing about both these teams, they both have heavy hitting IGLs. Chris Stahl as well has been so good in terms of the stats, and he's just there to back up Jemkin, right? We're talking about Duelist, we're talking about Impact, and this name comes to mind. The amount we have seen, just in terms of highlights, right? From this individual, from man disadvantageous situations. He's just done so much for Japan, for Scarz.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Alongside Crystal, it feels like these two have been one of the strongest reasons why Scarz has, as you mentioned, been put on the board here right in front of us. So is this strong duo going to really shake up the rigid structure of DPlus Kia? Is the double duelist and some of the maps going to enable them to bully out their way? Because again, that has been Scar's biggest factor here, their ability to utilize their entry fraggers to really create that advantage.
I think it's very inspiring to see this as well. I mean, the way that they know how to work off of each other, the way that they kind of work in tandem. Crystal, sometimes on the duelist, most times, you know, maybe a bit of an initiator or two. Everyone has that bit of control. Everyone has that bit of looseness, I would say, compared to the structured approach of, let's say, a Korean team like DPlus Kia. Scarz can have that 11th gear that they switch up to. They will go fast. They will exploit that speed if you're not prepared against them.
That's it. You've got the Asian gameplay, but you've also got that EMEA slow, structured gameplay. And when you have the power of both of those to utilize, you can be a team to beat, right? And I'm looking at so far, yes, it's been 2-0s on their wins against Orangutan, against Bonkers, and that's a pretty solid showing, but Bonkers didn't look too good in that game. Orangutan didn't look too good in that game. They took a map off of Bleed, but Bleed inevitably won that one. And if they can't beat Bleed, and Bleed can't beat DPlus Kia on their best day, then this can be a scary prospect for Scarz.
Okay, I was thinking about the transitive properties. Like, does that really translate into esports? But I do get where you're coming from, and it does seem like there is a formula that DPlus can't seem to figure out just yet. Coming into Pacific, they've had some, you know, great outcomes, but I feel that that's because they haven't been truly challenged with how their playstyle has been. Maybe the Bleed one is something different, but yeah, there's just something to just also watch out for, again, because of how we deem Scarz to be as an aggressive team.
Well, you're talking about the duelists. Let's put them up against one another. Jemkin at the top of the stats. Or he was, until Juicy just took that back. And they're both loving the jet. They're both loving just playing these duelists. But the stats are skewed in one direction.
And this is precisely what we're talking about. You can see that. You talked about how it's skewed. Jemkin has bigger numbers, and that's the difference here. Because I think he's got a lot to prove. He's one of those new duelists for DPlus Kia, of course, overshadowed by a lot of other teams in Korea. And he kind of just plays his role to perfection. That's it. That's all he's good for. Is just open up the site, find that entry, and if he doesn't get anything else, maybe that's what they want. They'll allow for the rest of the team to kind of shine, and that's a triple E players, Lakia as well. And I don't know if that's going to be good enough when you have such a scary duelist in the form of Jemkin, in the form of maybe even Crystal.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that, again, the reason why we want this head-to-head, right, is Allow feels like even though he does give those numbers to DPlus, it feels like he has those momentary lapses of just being that duelist player. He'll scan certain angles that won't look, that doesn't make any sense, and I don't know where that comes from, you know, when he's trying to go for the play, but Jemkin is on a different scale on that, so he really has to get that lead in, unless he, you know, falls down to Jemkin multiple times. He allows Jemkin to just, you know, beat him up.
Allows to step up. And look, just before we move into the predictions, so far from Scarz, we haven't even touched on Alan. He's been an extremely clutch player for them in the series we have seen. And I'm looking at him today. He's going to be that barometer. Yes, he's not the top of the table in terms of the stats for Scarz, but the impact he's brought is not represented in any statistics. Now, let's talk about predictions. Let's bring up, and there's a caveat for me. This is what I wanted if Bonkers won. Bonkers didn't win, and I don't want this now at all. So if I could just change my prediction, then I'm changing it. But at the start of the day, this is definitely what I wanted, because Korea has won my heart. DPlus Kia has won my heart with just how lovely they are as humans backstage, and how this, you know, that up and up we were talking about, their trending performance. which makes me so much more worried, Quack.
They're a fun, lovely bunch. We will
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah.
But so are Scarz, and Scarz have that performance. It's very scary for both sides, but also just what it means for them. Again, you talk about their regions, and there are big names coming out of this one. You got DRX, of course, you got T1, Genji, and all of those others. You got Zeta Division and DFM as well, and Scarz as an org, as a team, they are looking to find their place, to take their place right next to these big names.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well because at least I do remember I had this friend that was actually a handler for Scarz. He's been telling how this team, when they started, were just looking so bleak and wanted to actually keep having as many scrims as possible. And that was like a couple of months back. Imagine the amount of progress they've had in that short amount of time, right? So this team is just, again, similar to DPlus Kia, also on that up and up. And what's beautiful about this series is two different ideologies of playing the game, and we're going to be seeing that to who gets the better of it to get into the playoffs.
And look, before we start talking maps, I did get to have a chat with Fideszis yesterday, which is the coach of Scarz, and I don't think the interview's been up yet. I don't know if it's too long, so we're not going to see it on the broadcast, but he was saying that they are prepared, they've realized what their mistakes are, they're taking every single step seriously. You know that the EMEA, that Russian, that Japanese mental, they are very serious individuals when it comes down to this. And they're not cracking smiles at all on their good games and on their bad games. They are just all in at every given point. So it makes me a little bit worried for DPlus Kia, but Scarz, as we mentioned, they've only been tested one time by Bleed, and yeah, they managed to take Pearl off of them, which is a pretty big call. But in terms of those maps, let's start talking about that. Where do we see the final series of all of the group stage playing?
That's what I'm really curious to see as well, because so far, you know, with Bleed as well as Bonkers, they went for that sort of, I'm going to play your weakness or your strength.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is what you want when you have a team like Scarz or DPlus Kia, because I think that's one of the reasons why Scarz didn't perform so well against Bleed. They tried to go for something that they aren't very well used to. They tried to counter Bleed. At least that's what it looked like to me. If they do that same thing today and they are still not used to it, that's going to go south really quick. They need to play their own game, and that's what we want to see from Jemkin. Yes, and of course, Ellen and Toroneko as well, who are really strong anchor players.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Just feels like there's just go for the basics if they can, and it feels like at least if they can steer it that way, it's going to be better. Because I feel like DPlus, on the other hand, has such a big map pool that it shouldn't really matter for them. Because again, they don't really rely extremely on allowed to create their tempo. It's always on the back end, so that feels a lot more diverse when you look at what can they play in the map vetoes.
Well, do we see it going more towards the middle of the map pool, more your Ascents, your Binds, your Havens, like the older tried and tested, or some of the more new maps, which are super curious to watch how a lot of these teams, how a lot of the regions comps have been going head-to-head. Like, I'm thinking back to Pearl. The comps that we saw coming out in that last series, on Pearl in particular, was weird, right? Like, we're used to seeing Walls, we're used to seeing Harpers, Vipers, Astras, and we got none of that. We got a solo Brim against a solo Omen. You almost never ever see that. And I'm going to let you stew on that because the players are ready, the maps are ready. The last game of VCT Ascension Pacific is about to be played. Strap yourselves in because it's the end of the group stage right now.
Okay, so now we'll begin the map veto process for today's second match. DK is Team A and Scarz is Team B, so we'll begin with DK banning the first map. DK bans Pearl, Scarz will ban the map. Scarz bans Lotus. DK, you may now pick the first map. DK picks Haven, side for Scarz. What's that?
Yeah, go with it.
Gotcha. Scarz, you may now pick the second map. Scarz picks Split. Side for DK.
Defense.
It's defense, so DK now may ban the next map. You have Ascent, Fracture, and Bind left. Okay. You have 30 seconds. You have 10 seconds left. DK bans bind. Scarz will ban either ascent or fracture. Ban ascent.
Yep.
Scarz bans ascent. Decided map will be fracture. Side for DK. Versatile, alright.
Nice.
I'll have a quick recap. So DK bans Pearl, Scarz bans Lotus, DK picks Haven, Scarz will play attack, Scarz picks Split, DK plays defense, DK bans bind, Scarz bans ascent, and final map will be DK playing attack on fracture. We good?
Yep.
Alright. Good luck and have fun, guys.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh, the business, it's serious. Everyone looking ready, and they are waiting to get on into the game. Now let's start talking veto before we start talking Haven. Haven, Split, and Fracture are going to be the maps we're playing the final series of the group stage on. Were you guys prepared for this one? Because I'm looking at the Haven stats, and the stats don't look good for either team.
Yeah, that's what's so curious, right? I was not prepared for this, and I thought maybe like, you know, Fracture first or Bind or something, but no, it's going to be Haven. And I think the reason for this is because this is a map that Scarz has played a lot against Jadeite, against Fennel, in their Japan Challengers region. And this is something that they've seen some gaps and weaknesses, because if you look at the past statistics, the most two recent times that Scarz played, they lost.
Yeah.
DPlus Kia lost as well against Orangutan. That's the one thing. I think maybe they've gone back and fixed some of those mistakes.
It just feels like, at least for the first two map picks, both teams were banking on the fact that they will bring out the worst map of either side. Haven seems like it's supposed to be both, but I feel like it's more emphasized on the Scarz, obviously because DK picked it. But on the Split side, it's the same thing as well. Look at the stats from DPlus. It actually pretty is abysmal on Split, so they're trying to bring out the worst in both of them.
Yeah, it feels similar to that first series. Both teams kind of banning their opponent's strongest maps, right? You could see that Pearl ban getting out of there real early. DPlus wanted none of that after Scarz already took Bleed down on that map, and now it's time to jump into Haven. Comp's going to be the same as what we've seen from them in previous times in recent history, and it is going to be a full-on mirror match. So just keeping that trend going from what we saw in a lot of the games yesterday. But how is this going to operate? Scarz, of course, I feel like that's the big question mark, because they haven't shown what they've been working on since they've played here at Ascension Pacific, because they haven't touched Haven here.
Yeah, they neither team actually has shown this all that much, except for DPlus Kia against Orangutan.
Yeah.
And in all these showings, you still can expect Jemkin to show up huge, because the recent time they played, it was 21 frags up on top, and you know how crazy he is. But I want to see some of these other players shine. I want to see that anchor potential like what we saw in that game against Bleed. Toroneko, when he was holding B on Lotus, another three-side map, they had so much to say on that defensive side. If he can do the same thing against DPlus Kia, they will stand a much better chance.
There is similarities between those two maps, so we can maybe use that as a bit of an example for how Scarz are going to operate on Haven as well. But DPlus Kia, they're looking like a completely different team to when they lost this map to OGS. So we shall see what they've been cooking up in the kitchen, and if it's anything like what we saw from them when they smacked down on Bleed just 2 days ago, then I am worried for Japan. But of course, Japan has been beating all their expectations. They've truly been the dark horse of this group. And underdogs, dark horses, mate, we got animals. It's just the zoo out here in bloody Omega Group right now.
I just wanted to say this is great because, again, just a quick comparison. Pacific League, the Japanese representative there, not looking too hot. That was DFM. Scarz here, absolutely exceptional level from what we've seen from them. So if they're the ones that get into Pacific League, I feel like they have so much more to give us.
And this is also like, yes, they are the best team in Japan because they managed to take on Jadeite, but everything we heard leading into this tournament, let's throw it back a little bit, right, to that grand final. As far as I heard, Jadeite were the favorites and Scarz upset them to make their way here to Bangkok, Thailand, and they have grasped every single opportunity, taken every single moment, and they're looking to do it again here today and make their way onto the stage, do it for themselves, do it for Bonkers, do it for everyone back home. But can the Koreans stand in their way? Let's get into the final series of the group stage.
Thank you for that, Mac. One series down, another to go. The final of the day. This group stage will dictate who gets into the playoffs.
All of these teams, their fates are intertwined, and there's so much that could change with this series. Still, you're looking at DPlus Kia. The way that they played against Orangutan, maybe a little bit weak, maybe a little bit different because they struggled so much on that defensive side. Has that changed right now?
We'll have to see. It's the first time that we'll be at least seeing them, or some of these teams, again, play on Haven. And already Jemkin from the bat just comes out exploding. Xy's trying to at least recompress the A-Heaven angle, or excuse me, the A-House angle, but they're already gone. They already gotten the pick, and they're looking elsewhere. Or is it? Are they going to back up, wait for the smoke to dissipate, and start to see if there's anybody lurking there at house?
Do we double dip? That's the thing, right, Sscary? XC is just waiting for this, and we also have Lakia putting up a bit of a crossfire.
Oh, Lakia! Where was that 3K out of nowhere? Excuse me, he just blew the proportion out of the water. I wasn't expecting him to survive, but he was the one that thrived. 2 versus 2, not yet done, 50 seconds, but it's equalized here in the pistol.
And then Scarz takes things really slow. With that time passed, DPlus Kia could have rotated off, but you can see how they're actually banking on this. With Esperanza positioned towards B, you could hear some footsteps, and of course still anchored down, but taken out by Yoshi.
Taken out, and Estrella just mistake on the swing, on the angle of where to peek. This leaves Esperanza by himself. Can he even pick himself up a better weapon? Ghost right behind him, but he doesn't want to pick it up and make any noise. So he's just gonna hope, risk that as he closes the distance, this classic is going to be enough. That turret is right in front of him. He has his own utility. He breaks a couple, 5 seconds on the clock. And I think he understands where the both of them are actually. But there's just so much kerfuffle being thrown out here by DPlus, or rather by Scarz. And that's going to leave, excuse me, my pun intended, Scar for this first round.
Nice.
Oh, thank you.
That was definitely a bit of a scar though, because it will leave that mark. It will leave that imprint, that impression in your mind that this A-hit coming out from Scarz and the way that they play it post-plant, it's very safe. It's very also aggressive when you see how Jemkin actually just peeks out and finds that shot through the dark cover. And also disciplined, given how they actually held and waited for the last player from DPlus Kia to make a move. So now with the buys coming up, Lakia has a Marshall. DPlus Kia looking for some picks.
And if this is where they want to get their pick at, which is the C site, they might have the good guess for it, but that recon dart lasted way longer than what I was expecting, so you can already see Scarz readjusting.
Still, I don't know if they're readjusting fast enough. Look at the positioning from DPlus Kia. A good bit of movement, and he finds that pick, secures the weapon. But DPlus Kia are holding extremities of the map. And while I say that, they rotate back towards A, which does leave the other sites open.
Oh. This is kind of tricky though, because they're double faking, but this double fake could actually blow up in their face. Now that like 4 players and everybody that's still alive from DPlus Kia is here at the A site. We're about to see the explosion. There's Recon Dart is about to open Pandora's box, and Jemkin is just too low. Easy pick for Estrella. There's the aftershock once again. It did so much in the last round. Isn't gonna do much in this one. Looks like it's gonna be not, as Yoshi has the Bulldog and he finishes off the round. Good second for Scarz, but they had to lose a couple to make it happen.
Yeah, well, a little bit of damage, but at least they got the spike plant, and with that, a Bulldog picked up as well. So
should be the Vandal too.
Yeah, well, no, I think that was a little bit too far, but a bit of credits, right? And then this gives Scarz another buy, and something that they can use against DPlus Kia's buy. So if you're looking at how DPlus Kia are actually playing this and how Scarz operates, it's a little bit of assumption as to how DPlus Kia are about to rotate and control the map, and it doesn't work out too great.
You're absolutely right. Because also the interesting thing about that is they have the Sovas. So what's happening here? Why can't they figure it out? Well, maybe it's because, you know, 3-site map, it's a little bit spreading everybody thin. It is what it is. Good tag though to the wall.
Now setting up for that B push. Often a site left open by multiple teams, but DPlus Kia are different. We talked about the structure, and they're looking to control everything, but just, again, that duel from Jemkin.
That felt like an angle that Allow was supposed to be able to hit. Not sure what happened there. Okay. Nano Swarm up, Nano Swarm down, but Esperanza! Good enough for the one. Hunter's Fury forced out of Lakia just to make sure they can maybe get a catch onto mid, because DPlus, they're losing map control quick and fast here, Quack. And look at that timing. DPlus really out of their element, at least at the start of these rounds.
Holding onto Estrella as well. The Aftershock, it kind of holds them off for just a second, but how long can you really hold off this team?
To push into the B site, Lakia locked and loaded. Does get the pick onto Jemkin, backs off into cover, but he's alone. Shock Dart in hand, does detain, does at least separate, but he's gonna be the one to actually be ripped apart.
Just completely torn. DPlus Kia, that was their buy round. Bonus lost, and this is something that we've seen a little bit of today. Scarz, off of this, it's a big momentum, and you can see how their game plan really works. Getting a little bit more information this time, they try to bounce off of it. And you're talking about those two duelists. Yes, Allow was watching the angle. That was something that, you know, he should have been able to work against. DPlus Kia are trying to play around this too, but it's tiny faults and weaknesses all throughout.
It is just the start, so we have seen teams adjust after like 4 to 5 rounds, so it's not the end yet for DPlus. It's way too early. Sorry about that, guys. Anyways, but the thing is, Scarz is creating a bit of a gash here, a gap, and DPlus can't seem to stitch it back up. Okay, hold on. The push from Jenkin onto the C site. Does clear angles with the help of that drone. And as they start marching their way in here, nobody's home. It's going to be a full-blown retake here. And looking at the weapons of DPlus Kia, they're a little bit short-handed with the weapons that they had. Only a couple of the Stingers as well as upgraded pistols. Oh, hold on. Hold on, I could be wrong. Toroneko, your timing's gonna have to be pristine, but with that alarm bot, he's good. Has to back away smartly into the embracing hands of his own teammates and not the claws of DPlus Kia. The double angle, pops the one. Second, the dash in from Allow. Tries to be tricky, but actually trips up himself. 2 versus, and then you just know that the numbers are dwindling down. Simple math, and that's gonna be Scarz with a +1 onto the 4.
Just tiny bits of dominoes dropping one by one. And you can see that it's, again, this bit of map control that's been given up because they opted to go for that retake. They opted to kind of stack up on sides. They had those half-buy weapons and stingers looking to punish at close range. But Scarz, so aware of this, they took it slow. And they managed to just make their way onto the site, avoiding a lot of crucial pieces of utility from DPlus Kia. That gave them the initiative to set up. And, of course, you can see Toroneko. That was great contact outside of C-Long.
Here is the round where Allow has brought up the operator, but it's been spotted. He's been stunned. He's been forced to use the dash out here, Quack. At the back of things, they're going to leave Esperanza to maybe be the front man, which has actually worked somehow. Jemkin can find him inside, but oh my goodness, the Nanoswarm actually damages Allow. It's only Estrella, but he's 25 HP. Where's the rest of Scarz? Now backing away from C. They know it's a little bit too hot. They can choose to go around. Damage is done. It's equalized in terms of numbers, but look at the HP bars. A little bit better here for Scarz, but they're not abandoning the idea of C just yet, especially with Esperanza down. They can re-attack C.
And they're going through Garage. They didn't really expect this. With the noise cut, yeah. They slipped the net, now they have the sight, and Spike will be planted pretty soon. How do you retake? You got the recon. Oh, blind shots?
You answered, you questioned, they answered. That's going to push everybody back, but not Toroneko in a position to deal all the damage. Can they break it in time? No! Two players detained. What is DPlus doing? Yoshi just stares at him dead in the eye. I got this. I got you.
And you are mine. 5-0. This map was picked by DPlus Kia, but that defensive side, again, the retakes, the map control, it's not all together. And at such a crucial point in this group stage, DPlus Kia has got to pull it back. Scarz just rush on in, and with all of the exchanges going through, DPlus Kia, they actually did well with the hold, but then after noise being cut, they kind of second-guessed themselves. You cannot have this. You need that confidence and that assertiveness to push through.
That's true. It feels like they're trying to encompass the entire map, but with 3 players and them not being able to control it, you know, lack of numbers and such, it feels like they're trying to do too much all at the same time, and they have to compress. They have to figure things out. Perry realizes this, calls for the timeout immediately, knows that his players are starting to bungle up a lot of the setups that they're trying to do.
I don't know, though, Sscary. I mean, with Solo, DPlus Kia's coach, of course, kind of giving them some instructions, and it is with that structure that they operate. You can see that on the offside, Fares, he's really chill, and that's that looseness, the complete opposite of styles that Scarz brings to the table.
Yeah.
And this is something that can impact so much throughout Ascension Pacific, even in the actual Pacific League, because they have such a different style. It is tactical, it is safe, but it is also a little bit loose.
Yeah.
They work off of the information that they actually have, and then they adapt around it.
I got caught off by that. It feels like there was a team shout just to recuperate each other. You've seen, your MOBAs, your abilities. They got their battle cry, their war cry. Let's give it for DPlus. Let's give it for Scarz. In any case, DPlus want to play the slow game. They want to be able to set up things, and maybe this time it could be the double stack onto Garage. This is a very tricky part to open. No. They could have gotten it. The paranoia was there. Alan, where was that third kill? Locky out of nowhere with the hand cannon gives Allow a chance. One in the back, drops the spike. This is not too bad for him, but they stack up and face the challenge together. Teammates together, teammates forever.
And again, speaking of forever, they've been playing together forever. Scarz, these two guys, they just work off of one another so well. Recognizing that information, knowing the knives were coming from behind, instantly putting themselves back to back. DPlus Kia, God, Perry will not be happy about this because off of the timeout, yes, it was a save round, but with the way that you play around Garage like that, you were trying to hold it down. You were trying to gain a bit of that map control and to put up that wall against Scarz, but peeking out, now you're getting punished.
They try to be aggressive. We're seeing this right in front of us, but it's blowing up in the face of DPlus. They thought that maybe they can get the catch from Scarz, but they're not stacked up. They're spread apart, and using that paranoia for a singular angle is a big, big no-no. Now we do see Yoshi holding the angle here. Locky is not even aware of it, tries to back up, and Yoshi, he's the first line of defense right in front of him. It's going to be Allow. He's got the Phantom, he's got the angle, he's holding it, hoping that maybe he can catch Yoshi here. But Yoshi's stable. He has Crystal now alongside him, and the spread from Scarz, as soon as they got that map control, they're like, yeah, we're just going to keep on going, and allows us to focus on the positioning of Yoshi. This has to be the save for DPlus.
You don't want this. I mean, they were already, you know, kind of fumbling things and opting for the save just because the round was lost, but you know, maybe hopping off a little bit earlier, just holding the angle a second too long.
No.
Finding those exits. Estrella will be able to pick up one, but here comes the rest of Scarz.
Oh, rest of Scarz follow up, but they actually served themselves on a platter. You know what? I do like to eat some Japanese from time to time. Sushi.
Yeah. But it does give Lakia this Hunter's Fury, and we are sitting at a 7-0 scoreline, Sscary. The final match of Ascension Pacific group stage. Such high stakes. DPlus Kia, they don't win this, they are out of the tournament. What are they doing?
It's boiling down to just, I feel like DPlus, with lack of a better term, they're freaking out. They're trying to do basically everything to catch Scarz here, but Scarz is the one that pushes them back. And they're dictating the pace, and as you can see here already, the push back onto A-Long. Lakia and Allow. What does Lakia have in his hands? It's a Phantom, but Jemkin's just too damn good on that first contact. His first kill percentage is skyrocketing in the start of the series, and Lakia's alone. He does at least have Exi now beside him, but again, they're setting up for the 5-man push, and there is a Rolling Thunder equipped, primed and ready from Allen. If he wants to do so, he can pull that in, but that flash is so beautiful. He can't see anything. My eyes, I'm fully blinded, and it's all down to Exi. Does get to Jemkin and Torneko down, but the site has been exposed. But the site actually evacuated? No, they only go back to reach into Allen's pocket and say, use the Rolling Thunder for safety. No more soaks. Estrella does find an angle, but does not get Crystal as he gets back into cover in the nick of time.
Yeah, without the force of numbers, you have to work together, and that's why Estrella comes back into tag up with Esperanza. But look at the positioning, so safe from Scarz.
So safe from Scarz. Yoshi has put up the turret, knows that they're creeping in closer. Timing is perfect on the peak.
Wow!
And Esperanza, he went in for a ring around the rose. He couldn't even know where his opponent was. Left, right, back, in front. I don't know where they are.
And you got your buddy with you playing a ring around the Rosie. Just around, they turned this site into a playground. That's what it is. And you watch how it all starts off. It's Jemkin and that first pick. Having such a good read on how DPlus Kia are playing. Yes, this team is incredibly structured, but they often go for forward map control on their defensive sides. And Jemkin knows exactly how to slow peek, how to slice the pie around a lot of these angles. As soon as he finds that, he backs off, and it's not a full commit. Now onto the next round, we've got some ultimates from DPlus Kia, and I want them to be a little bit more safe, a little bit more disciplined.
How can they? That's the big problem right now. And we've talked about this in the panel. There's so much on the line here for DPlus Kia. The capabilities, the chance for Lakia and Estrella to bring themselves back into Esperanza, I mean, to get them into, you know, higher stature with Pacific League, but it's just a little bit different. On the other hand, Scarz, they've been massive. I mean, it already shows 8-0. They have been controlling this game from the start.
Well, they're positioned around this now, but again, the guns. Oh, it's a swing.
Oh, that is the swing. That is the punish. And now DPlus, they found themselves a little bit of leeway. Still, they have to be aware of Jemkin. Beautiful stuff coming in from Lakia's Hunter's Fury, though. It pushes them back, makes Scarz double guess what they need to do. DPlus, though, they're compressing themselves for the contact on B, but they don't actually stop there. They're pushing up right now, spots it out, nobody's home, and that could mean only one thing. It's the either sides they're pushing in. And have they read the situation incorrectly? Because now they got in the A side. There is the From the Shadows. But they have to go all the way around, all the way back, and this could allow Scarz to place themselves in good post-plan positions.
And that's what I want to see from them. Jemkin now peeking back A-long. He will be able to find that contact. The rest of the team, they could push further deeper into defender spawn.
How does he still get this and get back into cover? The aftershocks right there. He does have the coverage of the Cloudburst, but not for long. Great job from Estrella to hit the shot in. Both of the players right now, Scarz, holding the back of the site. delay as delay can be. That aftershock is burning so much time. They've triple stack onto this. The smoke they're pushing through. And thankfully enough, Xe is there to also have his smoke in. But the pop shots on the rifle, and Allen just goes right in wild, but that has brought enough time. And Scarz once again, round after round. It felt slow, but in the last dredges, it was too fast for DPlus to handle.
You talked about that delay, Sscary. The aftershock, the way that they just worked around it. They knew there would be the dark cover. And as soon as the tab went in, you could almost feel that coordination and timing. 1, 2, 3, spray. And they make sure that nobody survives on the other side. Toroneko picking up the double, and it just bought enough time. DPlus Kia, they're trying to go for that control again, but still, it's not quite working out. It worked for a second outside of Garage, but Scarz just adapts so quickly. And again, it's Jemkin and his first picks. Now onto the next round. Esperanza, he's got the lockdown, and he's trying to play safe around this. Scarz recognize it, and they pull off a default.
They pull it back a little bit just to get a little bit more information. Utilize the KJ of Esperanza. Make use of the alarm bot. Make use of the turret. You're not getting the first contact anymore, so play that safe game if you can. Drone used to clear things up, but there's plenty of time for Scarz here, but
that's both dark covers.
It is. No one to first contact, though. They're still a little bit in the dark, especially knowing that mid is a bit exposed.
They're playing back, but it's not entirely safe. And Scarz could, again, find a bit of an opening pick, but here it comes. Estrella with her fault line to assist.
Re-attacking the angle. They actually have the nanoswarm that push back Esperanza. Xe's going to be here, placing himself on platform. Does he have a paranoia for swing? There it is. Delays the rest of the attack. 30 seconds. Yoshi now has Garage, but wait! I thought it was C! I looked for a way for a second, and they're already marching to the A side. The pings are already there. Ryoshi's by himself. He will get devoured by DPlus, but they're like, where's the rest? I don't know what's happening. Jemkin is by himself.
He's lurking.
Also, is Lakia. 14 seconds. Lakia, wait! He's giving up the A side. He can't stop it. Maybe he has to line up with the shock darts. No. So that's going to be the post plan, but they have given up Yoshi. Jemkin will not find anybody. Esperanza and Jemkin. They have to be aware of the flank, and Australia finally gets it. 4 versus 3. But look at the ultimate markers of Scarz. They have Crystal, who still has the Hunter's Fury. Is this going to be enough? They still have more bodies to throw at this. Toroneko inside the smoke is a demon, hidden behind the shadows. And it's all down to Crystal. Can he stop it? Tallest player, tallest minds. And he does! Wait, it's only down to Xe. The wall! What is that?
Full metal jacket, Sscary! Crystal! So aware, so safe, so collected. He does not care. With ice in his veins, with low HP, all he needed was just a bit of a toss. The shock dart out, and then the angle. He didn't even see anything on that.
He has a bandage in his eye, and he still has 20/20 vision. My God, Crystal.
But the main thing is, this is now 10-0. DPlus Kia, they don't come back from this. How do you come back after?
Well, that's a great start. Xe with the Marshall here on C Long. Is Scarz going to be feeling a little bit to push through this? Well, they do. And Xe is making quick work of them. This is the best round we've ever seen for DPlus at the start of this game. Start of this map, and it is pivotal that they win this right now. You're talking, the emphasis is there. DPlus know about this, and they finally have a solid looking lead. Toroneko, does he know that Lakia is right behind him? Definitely not. And Allen, he's low in HP. Lakia is holding this greatly. Pushes them out with the utility. That's going to be the drone. Lakia repositions. Does he know that Allen is creeping up? It looked like he looked away for a second, but he was able to bring it back.
And that's what they need. Bring it back 1-10. I don't even care. That was a thrifty win, and they stuck on to that one round. turn C-Long into a firing range with that. And of course, with how Scarz has been maneuvering around the map, they anticipated that rotation back to A site. Lakia just held, and he waited patiently. This is tough, but it is a good start.
It is an incredible start here for DPlus.
Ultimates, though.
Knowing that this is the last round already, there's nothing else to lose at this point. The lead is so big. And I'm looking at the ult markers for both sides. It's a tad bit better here for Scarz, but Esperanza does have his Killjoy lockdown. That's going to be huge, especially when you know that Scarz have been pressing the post plant and forcing the retake on DPlus for majority of the first half.
But Yoshi has his lockdown as well. It all comes down to the sites and how Scarz baits around the rotations. They've been doing that for the past few rounds now, except for the last one, but still. Now just holding it safe. They're waiting for those peaks.
Okay, they're going aggressive actually here. Ooh. And the Lao finally punishes the aggression of Jemkin. Felt a little bit slow with the aftershock, but it did assist them. And this is going to force out the rest of Scarz. There it is, DPlus. Now they know. No more side guessing, no more nothing. It's all going to be about the forward push. But the recon dart from Crystal is just too damn good. Into the corner, it's going to be Estrella, but Toraneko is a tornado that you cannot sunder. Into the side, Esperanza, Yoshi. Oh, he's trying to peek everybody, and he just can't find Exy. Couldn't even wait for his lockdown. Exy, a second differential, and he could have lost that round.
And it's so aggressive. The sudden blow into the site. Shrouded steps right behind Yoshi. Not sure where to look, not sure where to turn. And I thought it was weird because DPlus Kia, they had some ultimates to work off. I thought Esperanza might have stayed back just to put down his lockdown, but instead they actually pushed in. Fighting fire with fire, they managed to secure their second round, but now you need 8. You need 8 to even things out, Sscary.
Jemkin even buys a Sheriff as soon as before we start looking at these player cams. Just wanted to add that, so feels like there's a lot of confidence here from the Russian duelist.
He's been great on those first picks, but now you're swapping sides. And based off of their recent performance against Jadeite, Scarz, it actually was the same score, but on the flip side. Scarz had a 10-2 first half on their defensive side against Jadeite. And this could be something that DPlus uses to come back in the game. But of course, it's not going to be easy, and it has to start now. It starts with this pistol. It's for the biscuit, Sscary. It's for everything, all the crumbs on the table, because DPlus Kia need this slot to make it to playoffs. This is their map pick.
And this is an interesting story as well. You talk about how Jadeite's supposed to be the team that's supposed to represent Japan. Well, DPlus, they proved themselves since Split 1. They dominated the entirety of Korea in Split 2 and came into this as our supposed highest rating team alongside Bleed. But DPlus, they're looking middle of the pack, and Scarz is the one that is one-upping them. What is left for DPlus? They need to dig deep, and you're right. They need to get this pistol.
Now going off on the attack, it's always that slow approach. This time they got stunned up by the fall line.
Oh, Jemkin! Okay, so this is a starting pick.
Holy sharp.
He bought the Sheriff for a reason.
And that's such a confident statement, too.
Oh, I hear the grass rustling.
Alan must have seen this.
Alan must have heard it too. There is a Killjoy alarm bot right to the side of him, but look at his utility. He's actually bought the whole package. He's the complete relationship as the as your breach. Okay.
What?
Lakia.
A site.
They're waiting. They're going to be planning for A, but they've left their teammates on B. Okay, what does this give them? Access to the site, but they're giving up lives just for this. This is still a 5 versus 3, but Yoshi, Crystal, and Toraneko have been somewhat tagged up.
Not impossible, but again, with Jemkin Sheriff and how deadly he could be, DPlus has to watch out.
Good stun to delay. Esperanza's playing inside the smoke. Very risky and super risky, actually. And it's not paying off. It's all down to Exy, but again, They traded 2 players for nothing. They traded the B side control just so that they can have freer access on A, but it was a risk that did not pay off.
Interesting idea, but also a questionable one. You sent 2 players in. Maybe Astraea was there just to watch. If it was clear, then they would have doubled back. If it wasn't, I guess he just left Lakia backside to maybe try to catch people off on rotations or to pull the attention away. With the sight, though, still, Scarz, look at this. It's so insane. And now Lou is cheering for Scarz so hard in the crowd.
I was about to also point that out. I just saw him, and he has this all of these posters and signs. Do it for us. There's like a handshake somewhere there between Oceania and Japan. Hold on, though, because DPlus, they're feeling desperate, and it seems like the desperation is to push onto the B site. The Cloudburst shrouds a little bit, Allow as well as his teammate, but Yoshi, through the back of it, has done the damage. Crystal's already here, and he's riled up! Crystal with the hat trick! And look at this. In even less than the match time, the regular match time of Valorant, we're already looking at match point, game point for Scarz, 12-2.
And it's not just any match point either, Sscary. They bought up in that round. Stingers. Now their last buy in this match point round is going to be broken. It's halved. It's a dull sword against an incredibly sharp Scarz. They just waited for that push, and they waited right. Again, DPlus Kia. It would mean so much for them if they were the 4th Korean team to make it to Pacific, but now they're struggling.
Allow, where is this push coming to? Is actually a link. They're trying to somehow overwhelm Allen, and it works out. It pays off, but they're trapped. They have to keep pushing through. They have to just get some kind of advantage, and it is actually working. Their numbers, they're rushing. They're like zombies. And this train to Busan, excuse me, train to heaven has actually gotten its value. We are here. Oh, the double lock, the double target in front of Yoshi. I thought he was about to explode, but no. DPlus, very uncharacteristic, I would say, but it pays off.
It's always in one of those final moments, Sscary, when their backs are against the wall, when they're back up against the ropes, they come out swinging, and they don't care if they won or lost this round. They were just trying to find whatever they could. And as just happened with that quick change of pace, that Scarz weren't able to anticipate it. Allen tried to fend them off. He tried to hold them back with the flash point, but it wasn't quick enough. So this is now Rifles picked up by DPlus Kia.
This is huge as well. Again, 9 rounds is a difference. Simple maths, guys, we already know. But this gives them that bit of advantage, that bit of momentum. Oh!
Wow.
And that bit of courage to actually challenge Toroneko, and he's down.
That was great, but now, look at what's happening behind them.
Is big flank from Scarz to still pushing up. Jemkin, hoping to hit the headshot, misses, whiffs. And DPlus, they already know, they're counting in their heads. That's about 3 of them. We can start moving to the C site, and there shouldn't be a big form of resistance here. Maybe just a couple, and that is going to be Crystal, but in his hands, it's just a frenzy. He's hoping at that range that that automatic pistol is going to be doing more than it bargained for. Well, it's not going to happen this time.
Yeah, I don't know, though. It's tiny little caliber bullets. Probably not going to hit all too much. Tickles DPlus Kia, if anything. And now they have the site fully controlled. Also, C-Long fully controlled. Scarz, if they want anything, they're going to have to try to find some tiny picks. And Jemkin's definitely looking for it with the Vandal that he picked up, but angle being held, he's going to fall.
Yep, this is the strongest point of Allow. When he has his teammates right behind him, he knows exactly what to do. Crystal, he got spotted. They know where he is. There's the stun. Actually, no, Esperanza's looking at the opposite direction. And Crystal with the fadeaway. Lakia does lock it up. And DPlus Kia, okay, they're building somewhat here, something here, but I don't know if it's enough.
We start with the foundation of this, Sscary. We get those legs, and maybe we start building up towards a bigger base, and then we can reach that top. Of course, though, it's not going to be easy because Scarz, they already have that solid foundation built up. They're already at match point. This is overtime or bust, and DPlus Kia are fighting for their lives.
If they lose this, at least they have that second game. But that second game is where I feel like they were drawn out as well by Scarz. So there's a lot of ifs and buts, but the biggest thing here is DPlus, they got to dig deep. They got to get this first map.
Lakia, can you really redeem yourself? Slowly moving up, and they've gotten back to their roots of just cutting noise, being very careful, allow suddenly bursting through.
Trap set up here.
Scarz are aware of this.
They haven't pushed through. They baited out a good chunk of information as well. Killjoy's there, as well as the fault line, and they can start moving up.
Look at this tiny exchange, though. That cost Lakia 1 recon bolt. Meanwhile, Yoshi and everyone else, they're still just sitting there, really safe. Nothing really lost.
Look at the rotation today.
It's a read from Scarz.
Hard read,
because of
too.
all that Killjoy utility that you're seeing inside a garage, inside a B. No noise, nothing given away.
Exactly that, and they're playing into the hands of Scarz here. Jemkin is in a spot. He can still get flashed out as well as exposed by that drone. In DPlus, they can use this. They do.
Okay.
And they're still going to be clearing things up. Jemkin hides himself in graffiti, but do they know about what hides in the back of the site, which is Crystal and teammate. Here comes Jemkin, and he's only good for 1. This is still looking pretty damn good for DPlus, unless Alan has something to say about it. 1 versus 1, Omen versus Omen, and Torneko knows he can bait out that plant right now. He knows he's going to stick it, and he has the angle, but Xe stands up proud. And he clutches it for DPlus.
A little bit fallen on the timing. I think either maybe he didn't hear the spike being planted, or he kind of just wanted to let him go in for it and find a timing on the peak. But unfortunately, Xe was just a little bit faster. And with that, DPlus Kia will actually answer back. You saw how they were prepared to deal against Jemkin, and I like that structure. I like that procedure of sending out, gaining the information before actually executing through.
Incredible for DPlus, and this was all through the supposed read of Scarz as well. So it's not just out of nowhere. There is the ultimate from Crystal, and he's tagging people up. Only for a little bit. Jemkin a bit too far to keep pushing up. This is interesting. This is something from Yoshi. They're keeping them actually detained. And Yoshi, no! He picks up the Vandal, and everybody from DPlus looked at him. The shock dart. 2 shocking moments, one from the dart, one from the flank, and both teams seemingly, I don't know, fumbling up. In any case, there's the push.
Oh my god.
This is huge from Crystal, but he's got a stinger, and he's already been looked at by Estrella. So aware, and DPlus slowly building the blocks of a possible comeback here.
Spike planted.
Still, though, round's not over, and Torneko has a judge, so he's just going to go in for this. Comes down to a bit of a maybe spray, and all right, I guess he's just going to caterpillar through his star covers. That's right. No way.
He might be able to catch Esperanza. He kind of did, but damage on the judge, not as, strong with just the headshots.
Remember what I said a couple rounds ago? It starts with the legs. I feel like now we've got that. Now we go for that bigger base. 4 rounds in a row for DPlus Kia. And they're showing that they have a statement against this. Scarz, on the other hand, yes, against J-Knight, their attacking rounds weren't great, and it's showing here. Those gaps are seen. They haven't been able to find the best defenses, the best holds, because of a lack of active map control.
And DPlus, they obviously want this. This is huge for them too, because not only are they getting the rounds, they're also building up certain leads to equip them to get those advanced rounds, the next rounds, excuse me. Now Esperanza has his lockdown. Now Estrella, he's got himself that rolling thunder. They still have to be careful. They can't trip up. Ooh. Esperanza bumped him into allow. I thought it was like any kind of punish there that might have been his life. Crystal's actually pushing up, hidden behind the smoke. And alongside him is going to be Yoshi. They want to make sure at least they know where DPlus is somewhere staying at, and they make sure that Garage is free.
And that's the same exchange that we saw just a couple rounds ago, right? That recon bolt into Garage, but this time Scarz are actually pushing forward now, holding Garage, maybe peeking out, and they will see that nobody is there, and that means Jemkin, perched up on top of this box, he's going to be prepared for that hit towards A. That's why he turns around now. But again, that drone, it's going to come out from Lakia.
He's alone. He can't really do anything here. He's being cleared up, and that drone, as you mentioned, is about to expose him, and he's only really going to be good for the one. This is great for DPlus Kia, as now they've gotten the whole enchilada, the whole site, and a miss on the ultimate. Lockdown for lockdown, and they can't really punish through this. Allow. He even dodges the aftershock. That's going to be huge. He might be detained, yes, but I don't think they can push through this, especially with the utilities that they have. And there is casualties on both sides. No kills, but maybe this is enough for Scarz to work with. They're barreling in, and Yoshi is lighting up the entire stage. Where is Esperanza hidden? He's all the way through short. He has his Nano Swarm, but he gets blasted off the face of the earth. Who got detained more? I have to ask you, Quack.
I mean, that's gonna be DPlus Kia, in my opinion, Sscary.
Oh, no.
You saw both of it. And they were just trying to play around. Allow, I mean, a little bit overstayed on his welcome onto the site. Such a confusing and confounding map being played by DPlus Kia. A tiny bit of a comeback at this second half, but Scarz adapted. And they waited for that lockdown setup. They waited for their ultimates, and they used it to retake their win.
I can't believe this is how DPlus actually get bodied. Because the biggest thing about that is we were expecting them to really step it up, especially with all of the opponents that they're coming through. But this time, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Scarz is the obstacle that they can't hurl over. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me.
Hey. Haven was a map in this series, and damn, it was pretty one-sided, at least to begin with. But we got to see a resurgence from DPlus Kia at the end, so we know they're not going to go down here without a fight. But Scarz, I was worried they had 3 days between their last game and now, and I thought maybe they'd lost that momentum, but they are looking just as good as what we remember.
It's hopefully good. I mean, that's the whole thing about this map veto process. Because, like Sscary mentioned before, both sides are trying to drop those weaknesses of each other, but that was not the case on Haven.
Yeah, there was a lot going on that map. A few things I want to touch on, of course. We didn't really see Jemkeen being that star, being that hero of the team like we built up in the pre-show. It ended up being a bit of an effort by committee. If you're looking at the scoreboard, you've got Alan, Kristal, and Jemkeen all relatively tied up there in terms of the KD, but I'm looking at the assist column. The amount of impact that came out of Alan and Toroneko. 24 assists between the two of them. That's 24 kills that they found off the back of their utility usage, which was so crucial at just keeping those rounds coming in, and that's exactly why the scoreline was so one-sided. It was 10-0 at one point. Yes, DPlus Kia managed to start to come back, but the damage was already done at the start of the game, and there was no hope for the Koreans to make their way back in. Yes, Xe looked good in that second half. 22 and 15 is a great scoreline, but he needs to carry that performance across and lift the rest of the troops. You said it yourself, Sscary. Allow was just not there in the other series, and it looks like that's a trend in today.
Again, he banks off of the setups of his teammates. He really works well when they play together as a team, when he has those abilities right behind him as he pushes up. When it's not there, the 1v1s where, even though you mentioned Jemkeen's not popping off, at the start of the rounds, he was actually catching allow so many times, which again started off the round leads here, the advantage here for Scarz. So if this if this trend keeps continuing in the second map, it's going to be dangerous.
And look at this as well, just dominance, every post plant locked down by Scarz, and you can't say the same thing for DPlus Kia. Multiple clutches for Scarz, multiple times where they lost that first pick but still brought the round back. That is just pure impact, and now we're moving into split. We're moving into Scarz map pick. Oh, and I can't wait to see what DPlus Kia have for us in this first half, because they need to get rolling early.
They really do. If they don't, they're just out, and that's the thing, because in all these group stage plays, you know, for both teams, for both matches today, the fates are intertwined, right? You know, Box still makes it if Scarz wins. However, for DPlus Kia, if they lose, that's just it. And that's why there's so much pressure on their shoulders right now. And if you're thinking about what this means for the Korean region too, they need to prove their name. Lakia needs to prove his name to stack them up right next to the greats in Korea as well. So there's so much that they need to think about. And when you're thinking about this map, we haven't seen that yet so far throughout Ascension Pacific. You see it a little bit in their own region, Korea Challengers, and it wasn't the best either.
Yeah. So there certainly is a little bit of sample material for Scarz to have worked off, and you can see that they've been doing prep. They've been doing a lot of work in those off days to get here. And as you mentioned, if you look at the balance of pressure on DPlus and on Scarz technically are already locked into playoffs. It's just now whether they're going to be right up towards the top of the group or sitting in third, sitting in second, and having to play an extra day. But look, the lack of pressure, you can see that they are thriving.
Yeah, it's a complete opposite here for DPlus. And we know Korea, specifically as a region, that it feels like they put themselves too much within the game. That if they lose it, they really take that loss hard. And we have seen that with even, Korean teams in other tournaments here in Valorant, right? So is that going to be the same case here with DPlus? It looks like they're taking the loss a lot. It seems like they're being played around here by Scarz.
I don't know. I feel it just can't be. You cannot allow that in this final game for the group stage. Like, how can this be that we end on such a note?
Well, is it the end? Is it the beginning of the end? Many questions that need to be answered by these teams, but another question that I have is what's going to be going down in terms of the agent compositions? Are we going to see them pull out what they play back home, back at domestic leagues? Or have they been pulling out something different? There's been a lot of work done, a lot of time since they've both last played this map officially, and neither of them have shown it here at Ascension Pacific. So we're seeing everything come out, everything put on the table, because both these teams just want that win. And one of these teams is feeling pressure, the other isn't.
And that's the thing, too, because Scarz have played this a little bit more recently. But wow, double duelist?
Okay.
Double duelist, double controller.
I have mentioned before, Lakia did play in the past arrays. He's proficient with the double satchel gun, shotgun mechanics, and this could be something that they're banking on. They feel like Allow might not be enough as a duelist.
I don't know if Scarz are prepared for that.
I'm looking at more of a counter setup. The only difference here is, yes, you've got Exi on the Astra, and you've also got Omen for Toroneko there, but Omen brings the paranoia. And if he has that paranoia set up, if you know how structured Scarz already have been in that first game, you better believe that Toroneko is going to be getting more assists, more impact, and setting up both Chris Dahl and Jem Keen, who are rocking that double duelist. They're going to be set up for success here.
And I don't want to count out XC and Estrella either, right? Because these guys, when they work together, there was that graphic, they have all of those assists, and they always set their teammates up. Now that Lakia joins in that fray as the Rays, you might be able to expect some insane plays and some punishable procedures coming out onto Scarz.
And in terms of Scarz comp, last time they played, they ran a double Sentinel composition, but this time they've gone in towards, I'd argue this is more meta, the double duelist, of course. You want to be getting as many of these attack side rounds because on paper, they're few and far between on Split. It's generally a defender-sided map that's changed up with the changes to Split that have been implemented a little while ago now. But you still see the fruits of that labor, right? The fruits of those changes. And a game like this, where you got double duelist to get double duelist, I'm seeing a lot of action in mid. I'm seeing a lot of aggression on the defense, looking for that map control, looking for every advantage that they can possibly push for.
Speaking of which, this is the first time we're also seeing double duelists come out from DPlus Kia this entire tournament. They have done it in the past, but this is the first time we're seeing it here in Ascension Pacific. So that's going to be quite interesting to see as well. How well does Lakia bring up the lack of in performance of Allow?
Well, let's see if DPlus Kia can start to fight for themselves, because they took a while to get that motor cranking in map number 1 of the series. It is do or die. It is D-Day for the Korean team, and Scarz, they just need this one in the bag to secure the top spot, to secure a day off in the playoffs, and I can't wait to see what they've got in store for us.
Haven was swiped underneath DPlus Kia, and they need to bring this back. Second game, split, and this is the first time we're seeing DPlus bring out the double duelist.
For the first time ever, just maybe, they might be able to surprise an unsuspecting Scarz. But that said, Scarz came into this tournament, they came into this event, somewhat unexpected themselves as well. Showing up the first 2 days, and on the third against Bleed, they had such an explosive performance. I expect them to do great things right here as well.
That was pretty quick from DPlus. They already pulled the trigger immediately on A main. This is going to flush the players of Scarz to maybe fall back. I am looking at 3 players outside of Garage. Yoshi's holding here. Alau's gotten the pick. Yoshi, if he makes a mistake right now, that is going to leave his teammates dry. No more lurks, and that's only going to be the B site that they focus on the most.
Yoshi can hear all of that with the rotations going through. Crystal now, they have so much site control, Sscary.
Yeah, they're not going to know as well. Look at this. Sky behind Sky. Yoshi has the angle, but does he have the timing? Jemkin actually going for a proactive play here. Tries to go around the corner. And there, oh no, he doesn't even see this. Exi does find Toraneko. Big player from that last game. Can he do more in this one? Stuns up. Jemkin comes in. Actually gets back, but it was Crystal already swinging against Exi. Only allowing Lockett to remain 3 versus 2. And the defuse begins. Do they have the default? Oh, the nade! It pushes him out in an uncomfortable spot. And Scarz, it's not only them that they bring their dreams here in Pacific, it's also with Bonkers to remind everybody there in the chat.
Just to keep that hope, keep that dream alive, but also dashing a little bit of DPlus Kia's. You can see that they wanted to take that fight. They wanted to push up front. They want to seize that initiative. They want to be the first ones on the move. But sometimes, wanting it a little bit too much, Scarz read that like a book. And with Yoshi and that careful play all the way around, Exi trying to take that duel, he wasn't expecting Crystal around the corner.
There's already a retreat here outside of B.
There.
Definitely weren't expecting at least so many angles to try to deal with here. Look at the positioning from DPlus Kia. They're actually gravitating to hold A main a whole lot more. Maybe because they saw the wall from Allen, but it's only a ruse. Crystal, though, he's whipping a lot of shots. He's got to step up big. Nade for nade. Gets thrown back up, but where is the spike?
It's not really committed to anything yet, Sscary. I think it's okay. Just trying to bait out some of these positions, some of these bits of utility. They want more information on towards DPlus Kia.
Way! Toraneko! 2K already. Starts it off strong, does get refragged, but Crystal not going to let his teammates' efforts go to waste. That is a lot of bullets used already from the Sheriff. And he thought that he was about to spot Crystal. No, it's already Jemkin swinging. And Estrella, the last man standing for DPlus here, all the way through the back of A. And he's going to have to go for a long pilgrimage, burn all that time, and he's not going to find anybody.
Just nothing. But you have to push up front. You have to make a move. If you stay alive with a classic and that round loss bonus doesn't come in, you go into round 3 with only 1,900 credits. That's terrible, Sscary.
Yeah. He probably will get closer, though, right? Because he's just probably waiting for someone lurking.
Potentially, because remember that first round and how Yoshi played. And that's that effect. How much it ripples all throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Estrella, he keeps thinking about it.
It's the mind
Surely
conditioning.
Now, running towards the spike. Okay.
There it is, explosion. And Scarz starts it off strong, but this is where DPlus Kia, excuse me, can strike back. Their gun round, what's looking it for them? But highlights first.
Well, some of these were just duels that, Scarz thankfully picked up. They tried to bait around some of these positionings. Now that DPlus Kia has the rifles, it's full rifles, I want to see them just maybe playing it safe, going for a bit of a retake setup, because that, with how Scarz slowly makes their way around the map, would burn out so much time.
Well, they do have a double duelist, so their plan was, I think, to go aggressive. Esperanza, no, he thought he was safe. Then they didn't even clip him big enough, but Jemkin was just holding the tricky, very high angle, vertical angle, and that catches Esperanza, and this is going to be bad because Viper Smoke, no more.
And that's nothing left to defend the A site. You only have a lone Estrella jiggle peeking. Maybe Exi can play some stars, but that's about it. You can't have this same result happen on this third round.
No, even as the smoke dissipates, Crystal's not done. He's double satchel onto heaven here. Exi should have heard this, so maybe he's aware. Look at the positioning, at least, from Allow. He is entertaining that possibility. But Scarz, it's the hive mind. They're playing together. Look at how far stacked they are at the back of elbow.
Just watching everything. If DPlus Kia duels and challenges them, you can bet a couple more would peek out to trade and swing. Now they're just waiting for that move. As soon as the dark cover dissipates, DPlus Kia, they're thinking about maybe saving or Still going in for it.
Are they going to try to save? Allow does go for the cross. Yeah, that's about it. This is going considerably, if not horribly wrong for DPlus Kia. This is the same thing that happened on Haven. And again, I know it sounds mean, it sounds horrible, but it truly is. This is not what we're expecting with DPlus.
And this is potentially their final map. If you don't wake up, if you don't show up right now, then Scarz and Bonkers, they take everything. For a team that has made their way dominantly through all of their domestic challenges plays, how is it showing up like this right now? They've managed to scrounge up a little bit. The difference from the previous map is that now they've managed to save up 3 rifles. But Scarz are taunting them, Sscary.
They're taunting them, and they have all of this control, all of this, I guess, like real estate in the brains, in the minds of DPlus. What's our next step? Xe has set up a couple of utility. Okay. There is Jemkin holding the hand of Crystal, just making sure that that little left cover is no one playing around that corner. Allow, he's got an opportunity here. Spots out one, backs it up. Has to go back with Estrella. And this hasn't been looking too good for Allow.
And this entire setup from Scarz is just a default hold. I'm surprised Xe didn't immediately put up the Nebula, the smoke, to block off Garage. Perhaps not wanting to allow them to use that to set up to execute on the site, but now you have to land your shots, and that's a great start.
That is a great start. Could be good as well, and there you go. Nebula activated. Actually, no, just the budget smoke for the moment. Brings it back, does have a gravity well just in case. So if they push up and they don't have Jemkin getting that entry frag, this could get tricky. There it is, concealment. It's a game of hide and seek. Xe still inside, does get the one first, but cannot manage to hold on any further. Allow and Estrella, now the ones out in the open, and Allow just gets blasted apart by Jemkin. Estrella thankfully can pick up the Phantom, but you're absolutely right. And from the coiled Viper, he strikes 4-0, and Scarz, deja vu.
It's happening again, Sscary. I've been in this place before, and it's just how DPlus Kia are a little bit, I don't know, slow to react. The team setups aren't quite there. Not like what we saw when they played against Bleed just a couple of days ago. This is so weird and way out of left field. Xe, he had such an opportune moment. He almost made it happen, but the teamwork from Scarz, Yoshi with the way that he swung around, and now Allen on that lurk. This is a very specific double controller, double duelist setup from both teams, but Scarz are playing it a little bit better.
There's too many cracks from how DPlus have been setting up their defenses. Xe, I mean, if Crystal wants, he can just rip one open and, again, just unleash the showstopper at the back of the site. Of course, it's just a blind guess, but at this point, I feel like Scarz is able to do everything. Okay, Estrella stuck on the A side. Throws out the guiding light. There's the contact. He's out in the open. Gets 1 for 1. Crystal does get picked off, and this is the first time we've seen this be good for DPlus. They got the numbers advantage now, and they haven't actually gotten the site itself for Scarz. So this means they have to pick up the spike and try to readdress a certain angle elsewhere. Jemkin has been the one true MVP for Scarz, and he gives them that advantage. Look at this TP play coming in from Toroneko. He might get caught off here in transition to the site. They don't know if someone's hidden there, but this is just looking a little bit confusing. Both teams trying to guess, trying to clear, and make sure that they have the better angle.
Well, Jemkin has the higher angle. Just trying to make their way in. Cosmic Divide is up. They're using that to retake and set up.
Inside the smoke. Oh! Burst! And Jemkin bursts for the 4K. It only took a second, and Jemkin once again steps up to show what he's got.
They tried to push through together. DPlus Kia. I mean, it seemed like a good idea at the time, but not knowing that Jemkin was on the other side. Nobody was paying attention to what was happening up on top of Heaven. And with that Cosmic Divide up as well, noise was robbed away. They couldn't hear what was on the other side. 5 rounds in a row now, and their economy in utter shambles. They can only buy out these budget weapons. You got Lakia on that shotgun. I don't know if he's going to be good enough on it.
Well, if he has an angle here and he doesn't over-peak, there is a chance, a hope, a glimmer.
You have to make it happen.
Yeah, that maybe the shotgun can be that defining factor here at B. They do have a boom bot, and this is going to expose Lakia. No, it doesn't. There's a chance right now, and Crystal's done. Maybe Smoke pick up the weapon. Toraneko's at least trying to deny that fact, and the rest of Scarz now trying to push up through mid. They don't want to give Lakia that opportunity. He's popping shots. He has the help of Xe right now, and they're a little bit lost because now they have to pick up the spike first and start moving it elsewhere on the map.
Just trying to buy time too. The rotation's coming forth, and Jemkin trying to poke and push Allow back. That frenzy is going to do nothing. With all that space, it keeps them on the B site. You have Allen slowly coiling up again on A.
And they're just moving their way towards ropes here. How many do they have? Yep, 30 seconds. They still have some time to clear angles right now. Jemkin has the blades, but there's nothing else that they can really fall back on in terms of the ultimate. Estrella, he's got a corner hidden, and his corner is divine. Jemkin does get Esperanza, but they still need to get the back of the site. Jemkin's doing everything by himself right behind him, and Lakia looking at the wrong direction. It's only Jemkin right now.
No way.
No way.
Oh,
he hears the dash. He hears the dash. He has 6 seconds. It's 2 versus 1, and right out in the open, Allen gets it. Jemkin delivers.
Just not enough time. Not enough health. DPlus Kia feeling that pressure. Allow, he went way too close. Easily punished. And Scarz, Jemkin holding it all the way up by elbow. He did it all. Just buying that attention away.
And what was that from Lakia? He was looking at the wrong possible moment there. I mean, I got it. Maybe he thought that Jemkin was hiding in the other pocket side of outside of back A. But I don't know how to go about this, Quack. Scarz is looking unbeatable.
This is 6 rounds in a row. And then Perry calls the timeout. I mean, we were talking about how much this means. And DPlus Kia, again, that's showing it's not great. With the way that they've been playing so far, with the way that they played in their domestic league, actually. Not so much experience, middling results. It's 50-50. And they've only played it 4 times. The inexperience is somewhat showing up now. Scarz, on the other hand, you look at how slippery they are. You look at how much control they have across the map using this double controller setup. Allen lurking always around the A side, that toxic screen just to have a little bit of presence. And DPlus Kia, although they are trying to gain a little bit more map control, trying to fight back, especially around Garage, it's only minor successes. It's not enough to actually fend off Scarz. Because, yeah, okay, you got Garage, but you don't have B Heaven. Allow was just watching that angle with a frenzy. It was so simple, so easy for Jemkin to take everything away from them.
And you've said the man that has created the most tremor in this, Jemkin.
He hasn't died a single time.
That's what you were pointing out. You're absolutely right. I forgot about this because of just how explosive this game has been. Crystal, he doesn't want to fall back as well. Oh, no, Allow! He shot the dog and he got punished himself. Jemkin with the spray transfer, and Estrella, he's stuck on an island.
Okay.
He's fighting back. He gets 2. This is good. This is beautiful. If Lakia can find a follow-up, this is manageable here for DPlus Kia. They throw the nade, the Seeker slows it down, but he has to delay even further to wait for Xe. I'm looking at the map here, Quack. There's no stars, there's nothing, there's no utility. It's all about just the hard contact. And Scarz, they've got the better angles, to be honest.
Do you save again?
They can't. They have to fight, and it looks like they're going to try to do so. Spotted out in the open, Lakia. Xe's good, and it seems like Toraneko's following up. And they went in against just the beautiful refrags of Scarz.
That was a DPlus Kia timeout, Sscary. But it seems as if Fadizes used that as well. Calling out for that showstopper play. Look at how it starts. Crystal, he actually used it to blow up the back of elbow, and then the paint shells just to block out the exit. Estrella was stuck in this one spot. And meanwhile, Jemkin executed his teammates. That cannot feel good. You're claustrophobic and stuck on the side. He had a little bit of success, but then the trades came through.
Yeah, I could understand why they were kind of being freaked out because of the showstopper. In any case, right, this double duelist going so much more in the favor of Scarz. But Lakia, he hasn't lost hope. He's playing with the shotgun. It was somewhat good when he had the Bucky outside of B main. Now he's trying to do it here on male. The biggest problem is Scarz, they're not easily fooled, and they're waiting for it. They're picking up something as the smokes are being committed here by DK.
Slow bit of control. A Trailblazer and a Hawk was used to kind of gather information on Allen. But I don't know if he actually stayed hidden in all that time. Meanwhile, while mid is contested, Garage is left open. It allows for Scarz to walk up front. And if XC doesn't put a stop to this, B site could be completely broken open. It baits out the Nebula and Allow switches positions.
Do they know that Allow is actually waiting outside of B heaven? Because right now, he's in no spot to actually go for contact. It's all the way through the A side. Estrella now finds the pick on top of Rams. This is huge for DPlus Kia. The push comes in. Estrella again with a second kill. Esperanza comes in to assist. And this is perfect. This is what we wanted to see from DPlus. Toraneko feeling pressured, has to run away. He has the spike, and he gets through the needle. Actually still on the site. Crystal, but no, Lakia. Somehow he chases him to the ends of the earth. And the shotgun is good. Allow gets shut down. But right behind, lurking not far, is XC.
And they turn it around on a thrifty round, Sscary. Just watching some of these, trying to play outside Garage. As soon as Scarz pushes in and tempts fate, you have Estrella on the A site to start things off. Holding the angle this time, he made sure to use his utility to make sure that Allen would be right around the corner. He kind of anticipated that, and that's why he was able to fire those shots.
This is the biggest round that we've seen from DPlus. This could help them out because now it gives them a little bit of mental space as well. Still, of course, it's a huge lead here for Scarz. At the best, it's a 5-7. At the worst, it's, I don't know, 11-1. But Lakia out of nowhere ignites with the showstopper, just forces the rest of Scarz to come right in. Paranoia detains Allow just a teeny tiny bit.
Wow.
And Allow, he's finally awake. 2 kills. Yoshi's in, but Allow comes in with the hat trick. This magician from Korea comes up. Now you see me, now you don't because you're gone. Toraneko's the only one standing. And he can't even look right in front because right in the back is Lakia.
And looking much better now, DPlus Kia. It was the same default from Scarz. Everyone trying to work their way around the map, similar positions from before, and it got countered by DPlus Kia. Estrella gathered information onto Allen, and then this hold from Allow. Finally waking up when his team needed him the most. It's 2-7, Sscary. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
3 rounds more.
And the hype is building here. For DPlus, they're starting to play a lot more, I don't know if it's aggressive or, as you mentioned, they're reading situations better, but it's big. Allow hitting those shots is absolutely big.
Well, he's got to do it again. Now swapped over onto the A site. Estrella trying to get a sense for how Scarz are set up. I wonder if he's anticipating that Scarz are swapping around and changing up their default too. And if he guessed that, then he would be right because there are 3 players this time instead of 1 on the A site.
No catch for both of the birds, for both the guiding lights. Lakia, he's got a position, he's got an angle, but he peeks a little bit too early, a little bit too dry. No backup flash from Estrella or actually anybody.
It happened just multiple seconds ago. It would have been better if he peeked off of Estrella's Hawk, but now another one spent, and it's just for information. Allow will be watching the angle, but Scarz should be good to work against this.
Jemkin's right above. Was that a tag on Yoshi? Yes, it is. Just the leg. It's good. It's the back of the site, and Allow, he still has that line of sight, and it's working for him. Estrella at the back of things, and Scarz, they're losing control. They try to look otherwise. Toraneko using the Seeker smartly, What? 20 seconds, and they're running away. 2 of them at the back of A, and Xy's by himself. That flash catches nothing, and Allen is unaware, and he had the spike.
Time.
Not like this. DPlus Kia. Now they got full control. Now they're starting to rile things up, and now they are building themselves here on Split.
A 3rd win for DPlus Kia. 2 more, and they would have secured a pretty good first half. Economy for Scarz, though, and they get to buy back up. But just looking at how this round played out, you could see interesting mid-round adaptations coming out from Crystal's big brain. He wanted to rotate through. Only thing was, they didn't anticipate that Xy would be still around the corner. And Allen got caught with his knife out. The spike gone, and that was it.
Get out of my way.
That was pretty awkward, honestly. Especially when you allow that little bit of leeway, especially now that he's just hitting all the shots. It's a risk. Double satchel gets denied, but Esperanza, courtesy of the Viper. Lakia follows up the shots through the smoke, the shots through the wall. In Scarz, they're dumbfounded. They had this, the techniques, the setups, the pushes. This was all working a couple of rounds ago, but now DPlus, they've adjusted, they've evolved. And it seems like they are beating at Scarz in their own game.
Now just waiting, too. DPlus Kia this time a lot better, a lot more prepared on the defense. Just kind of waiting. Finally hopping off, and not much vision onto these players because DPlus Kia are playing so safe. He saw Lakia.
No, dash on Jemkin here, so they can still get caught out by Lakia at the back. It's all down to Jemkin. Can he hit the shot? But no, Lakia's too stable. It's all down to Toraneko. He's been winded somehow by the gravity well. But this is still difficult because he's got no cover. He's going to be swinging out inside. I lost my catch of my breath. He got the one, but thankfully Allow shoots through the smoke for the follow-up. That looked risky. That looked dangerous for DPlus, but they still got it in the end.
It's a good idea, too, because your teammate just goes in to get the close range duel, but if you have someone right behind and they just go for that suppressive fire, it works. He saw and he could trace through that smoke onto where that final player from Scarz was playing. So good attempt from Toraneko, but still, it is 4-7 for DPlus Kia. Scarz, they would love to have that 8th, but it's not going to be easy. Now, DPlus Kia has 4 ultimates, Sscary, and 2 points away from Lakia for a showstopper.
Double operator, Lakia and Allow. They're rocking it on both sides of the map, too. Scarz does push on mid, so they're not going to know about this later on. Esperanza! It's not yet done. 1 for 1, though. It's the start of the round, and at least they've gotten the pick on the Viper, but Crystal is gone. He's been a pivotal player as to how they've gotten a lot of these rounds, especially with the utility, the nades.
Well, now getting information, Estrella, his Seekers will confirm that a lot of players are either around mid or B, and Allen uses his Phantom to deal with that. It's going to be a B-split hit, and
Jemkin's gotten the 1. He's found access to the site. Allow is alone as well as blinded. He does have the blade. If he can get this is going to be huge for DPlus, but it goes awry. Estrella gets the flash, but gets immediately refragged by Yoshi. Lakia, he had the operator in his hands. He whips the shot, and of course he can't really do anything to follow up. 4-8, and I cannot reiterate how very much is on the line. How much? 5 more rounds, and they secure their spot in the playoffs. 5 more rounds, Quack.
Scarz are okay, and they are feeling fine. They still have the courage to go for such plays. Crystal just throwing his body at mid. It still worked out, despite Esperanza's best attempts to fend him off. With the team play that Scarz had, being proactive on the attack, they just forced DPlus Kia to react around this. DPlus Kia, they need this desperately, Sscary. They don't get it. If they don't have it, first of all, yes, Scarz makes it through. Bonkers, they make it through too. That would be great, but again, for the Korean region, a region where esports, you know, is so big, so huge, where it all starts. Having a 4th team in the Pacific would be amazing. But if they don't, what does this say for Lakian and his career and everything else along with it?
Not only that, it only just goes to prove how even though they're incredibly dominant in their own region, is that the only place where they can really reign supreme against other teams in their own domestic, in their own local? And here's the biggest thing as well. I just wanted to add before we start this round, Allow keeps shooting the dog. And that's a big thing because after that, he just gets forced back. And it's been happening every single round against Scarz.
Yeah, right. The Seekers, they take a little bit of time to travel onto, unless they're that close, unless it's an immediate threat. You know, he might be better off just holding and trying to get a shot onto his opponents instead. But whatever the case is, onto the next half now. DPlus Kia are playing on the attack, and they go off slow and methodical. Scarz, they get so much information off of that one Hawk, and Jemkin is ready now.
Jemkin can even get away. He doesn't need to. 1 for 1. They pop the shots. Spams are good. Allen's right here. Is there a flash through that can help them out? No, Estrella's gone. So they don't really have anything to blind, to push. So they have to go at this incredibly raw onto the A site. Oh, Lakia, he's on heaven.
Wow.
Crystal, big explosion. No, Lakia still does find Yoshi. Crystal's got to take a breath first as he waits for his teammate Allen to come back through A main. You can see DPlus, they're trying to recompose themselves on the side. Spike has been planted. He waits for both Crystal and Toraneko to start getting that pinch in through the back of the A site while he clears up A main. Now this gives him a picture. That is a beautiful paranoia from Toraneko. Esperanza, he's fighting back. It's only one Crystal. 1 versus 1.
More.
Right behind the box. Right behind the box. It's Exy. It's Crystal. It's Crystal. 4K. My goodness!
The bodies hit the floor, and Scarz just has enough time to stick the defuse 1 second too late. And that might have been a different story, but that team play with how they retook together Sscary. 2 from elbow, 1 from the back of Rams, and DPlus Kia couldn't quite hold it down.
Dude, that paranoia from Toraneko was massive. It hit the perfect time at the players of DPlus playing at elbow, and they got flushed out. And Crystal was like, thank you very much for the free kill. They're not even looking at me. They're frantically backing away, and it feels like DPlus, they're being corralled in whatever Scarz wants to do.
With that pistol win now, again, it's huge momentum. Scarz already has the lead. DPlus Kia, this is such a desperate play from them, such a desperate map. 5 rounds to tie it up, and they bought up Sheriff's, a shorty on Lakia. He's looking for something explosive. Allen jump peaks, and that's a bit of information, surely, but can you make it past Crystal?
No.
Oh,
not close enough.
Whoa!
And Crystal, not even Crystal, is Allen. Allow does get the 1 first pick, but he takes too much damage from it, and Yoshi's just too quick to punish. He was afraid. He was waiting for maybe a teammate to heal him. Estrella was there. He has the regrowth, but he's all the way through B main. Maybe, just maybe, that they made enough noise on mid that B main is going to be open. That was wishful thinking. Absolutely not. It's not going to happen. Esperanza and Estrella now somewhere, somehow, still stuck at their own side of the map. There's so much time, but there's not even an ounce of map control from the Koreans.
just nothing, Sscary.
30 seconds left.
Nada. Slowly making his way up, Estrella will be able to scrounge up 1 pick. Maybe able to retrieve a weapon, but you've got 15 seconds left in the round. 12 HP. The odds are stacked against you.
10 seconds left.
Oh, there's no time. He either has to win the fight against Jemkin or get behind the corner, and he can't even do that. He was hoping that maybe he can get that headshot first and just barely enough time to plant that spike, but that is a far-off dream.
It was desperate. It was a valiant effort, I'll say that much, because he knew to go for that. It's just that with all of this pressure today for DPlus Kia, with so much and the results from the previous rounds, the previous map, it cannot feel good right now. I feel like they need something. They need some sort of support, some sort of a timeout.
Do they actually still have a timeout? That's the big question as well. Well, in any case, they gotta start moving things forward. You're absolutely right. If we're looking at the countdown here, 3 more rounds, and that's it for Scarz. DPlus Kia. Now we'll look at them pushing up through A main. There's a setup. Jemkin, a little bit too greedy, and Esperanza punishes. And this is the first good step from DPlus.
Now slowly moving their way up front as well. But look at this and how Scarz are kind of moving around. Toroneko down middle. They might be able to set up a flank. I'm curious about what XC is doing all the way back in attacker spawn.
Well, he is setting up the stars for the moment. And what's good about this is he's on the incredibly long delay lurk. So even if they can get down Estrella, there's still going to be XC there. So this is incredibly good for DK. Toraneko's not going to know XC's there, but if he's quick enough, maybe he's not going to get caught, but no. Hold on! No! Not like this! The timing was supposed to be good for DK, but it falls out of their hands. It slips! And it's only Allow! And Yoshi runs it out! How can this happen? Why is this transpiring? XC! He got the flank! He had the timing, but no!
A 180 flick from Toroneko. I wonder if we have his POV. Oh my goodness,
no!
That flick! And along with those hits, Yoshi getting the triple kill, incredibly happy about it. Bonkers cheering along with them. This is now the bonus round loss for DPlus Kia. Potentially match point for Scarz Sscary. This is not the way to go out of Ascension Pacific.
That is unexcusable. Now they call a timeout. Now we know that there's nothing left, at least, to take a breather. Just this one. But they have to buy. You saw that before we got into the player camps. They have themselves those final rifles. They have the lost bonus, but the momentum, DPlus can't create it.
They managed to find some opening picks. It was a good idea for XC to be right up behind, but I feel like, so in every game, yes, you know, we can talk about the statistics and the positioning and how these plays all play out, but sometimes it is as much a mental game as it is, you know, a physical. There are so many intangible factors going into how these rounds play out, and right now, I don't know what those comps sound like, Sscary. And I'm a little bit afraid. You're again staring at match point, and the best buy that DPlus Kia can scrounge up together right now, when they're just about to be eliminated from Ascension Pacific, is these half shields and half rifles. The Bulldogs thinking about utility. Lakia, he sells it just at the last second, swap over for the satchels. They're looking for some kind of an execute. They need that speed.
They definitely do, but are they aware that Jemkin is now nursing an operator outside of Garage? There's also the fact that they are also aware that Crystal does have the showstopper, so a push through that, it's going to be incredibly risky. Look at this, they actually push through A main, get the orb for Yoshi, and now he has his Seekers.
Oh my god, and that's such a useful tool for not only information, but a retake as well. DPlus Kia just trying to move around, maybe trying to bait out utility, but nothing doing from Scarz. DPlus Kia are none the wiser. They see that the orb is gone, so maybe slowly making their way into A, but are they prepared for this push coming soon?
Yeah, the late tactics already there.
Oh.
Lockett's pushing in. Crystal, he's got the payload, and he's got Esperanza pushing through the smoke. Lakia couldn't lock on to his target, and this puts it down to the 3 versus 4. Allow now trying to find an opening elsewhere on the map. Jemkin smartly backing away, knows that he's lost control of the B site. Can wait for his teammates if he wants to, but this is the perfect time for Allow to get that bit of control, to get that bit of opening, and finally give them somewhere to plant this spike in. He tried to go for the no-scope, and Allow punishes. Thank you, Allow. He has the angle, but they couldn't line up for him. Actually, so good at those refrags. He's been the pivot, the pillar here for DPlus. And now, as we take a bit of a breath, as it is the retake for Scarz, 2-2. Estrella playing behind the smoke, spots out one, but the damage of the Bulldog insufficient. Does he have any more stars after this first one? I think there's more time for him to start defusing the spike as well. So Xe, he's going to have to bank on how good he's got that aim with the Guardian.
Shot.
Yoshi's looking straight dead in the eyes, and it works. And Xe! He's got it with the Guardian, and it's apt. He is the Guardian here of DPlus, and he will not let it lose like this.
It's 2 shots, and it was all it took to keep them alive. Just when it looked like it was all lost, DPlus Kia, that was their final moment just to come up. You can see some of the players almost praying for this. Coming up with these plays, trying to go in for that attack. They got blown up by Crystal, but slowly managing to make their way through B. Surely this Lightning can't strike twice in the same spot though, Sscary, and they're gonna have to switch things up. Scarz are switching things up. Allow has the knives.
They're trying to play faster here.
Oh.
They're trying to catch somebody off guard. Allen underneath. If he pops up, there's like 2 players waiting for him. Yoshi is right beside him. Is there a pop flash play for Scarz? Is there a chance for them to do this?
I think they want to
Dogs activated. They kind of do with how they position that.
And all the pieces of utility just used to actually clear
Wait,
it
hold
out,
on.
but now, what?
Allen? They're not looking
Looking
at
to
it. Wait,
drop
they're looking
together?
right about now and allow. The timing is perfect. They found the opening through the crevice of ropes. Yoshi now making sure nobody's pushed up, but he's made the mistake of actually thinking that no one's going to be creeping up there and lurking. And this is beautiful for DPlus. This gives them an overwhelming amount of player advantage. 3 versus 5.
It's going to be Jemkin just trying to defend the A site by himself as well. First point of contact. Oh, and it's going to be a whiff. A sudden peek from Esperanza. The site is open. The rest of the players from Scarz working against a lurking Xe.
This might be a call to at least save the weapon as well. If not, Xe. All right. I think they spotted where he was, and that it will be. Are they going to challenge this round, try to take more weapons away from the hands of DPlus? They could, or they could just pick up Xe's weapon there and have more rifles for the next. Crystal at least is hoping that he can get a little bit more value with this judge, but not this time, not this round.
And that's fine for Scarz because they've built up such a lead. DPlus Kia starting to build up on that comeback and now getting even more picks. Lakia's going in for the hunt. Crystal hears the knives and goes back out. I mean, here's the ropes. It's a good bit of a round from DPlus Kia. Almost a save from Scarz. But it just takes some rifles out of their hands. Still hurting their economy a little bit.
Yeah, this is still the building blocks like you were discussing on Haven, that they're building it slowly, and this time they have a buffer round. So it's not the end of the world, and there's that tiny release of pressure. So at least there's some leeway here for DPlus.
And looking by their ultimates as well, they have what it takes to pull off a big and coordinated execute, similar to how they just dropped off the ropes together as a team. That's what we want to see from them. Tighter teamwork, tighter protocols in executing, pushing through to gain map control. But now, it's just a sole Toroneko.
There's 3 judges. There's 3 judges on Scarz. Toraneko's in the corner here. He's not spotted just yet. Wow. And that was quick. That was fast. That was clean.
Lakia.
And Lakia out of nowhere spots out Crystal. This is still a somewhat a committed round for Scarz. And DPlus, they made short work of that B side. This is looking so much more convincing for them. Yoshi does light it up, ever so slightly. Jemkin, he's got a chance, but Esperanza, again, the triple E's, really hurting the chances of the duelist players of Scarz here.
Works out a treat. Look at how they're watching the site together. Estrella making sure nobody's flanking. Yoshi's best bet is just go for some picks, and with the movement, he keeps himself alive. Now the judge goes through, but DPlus Kia are all too aware. Esperanza comes up to clean house.
That's been pretty huge. Esperanza and Xe, the big players to really assist. And this is, again, just giving a holler back to what we mentioned. Allow does his best when his teammates, such as Exi and Estrella, give him that playground. They set up the tools necessary for him to beat down the sites. And the lead, it's going down. It's 4 rounds. We saw this, it was like 9 couple of rounds ago. So now they're really bringing it back.
And this will be the first timeout so far throughout this series that we're seeing Scarz call a timeout. Faddis is not liking what he's seeing. Because so far, the defense hasn't been great. And Jemkin is starting to go for some of these duels a lot more. You can see that he often goes for them with one-on-ones, just jiggle peeking out to find the positioning first so he knows where to place his crosshair. But in doing so, DPlus Kia have started to make a very minor adjustment into just spamming that same spot because they know that Jemkin would peek out the exact same spot. The rest of them all as well, using this along with Lakia's showstopper to break open and execute onto sites, they have managed to find so many more spike plants on this half.
And it's kind of interesting to see as well that even though we do have the multitude of controller abilities here for Scarz, the cut of noise is making them antsy still. Like, they have the setup on mid, but they still have to keep using Alan to jiggle in and out. And when he doesn't, where he does get pushed back, they don't know what's happening, so they have to readdress it. They got caught, and it's a loop that DPlus have been using pretty well alongside the adjustments from Allow.
Yeah, you can see it right now. Alan forced to hold out towards mid, supported by Crystal, of course, but now they have to think about how they might want or need to adjust around this. It isn't too aggressive that DPlus Kia are playing this round, and given how their ultimates are, they're not fully executing yet.
Yeah, and here's a big thing too. We are at 6.11, so if DPlus are intentionally baiting out bullets, with the 1 less mag, and Scarz keep using it, that's gonna put a lot of pressure in them to save their ammo, especially when they play so slow.
Yeah, and trying to be conservative with it too. But that Trailblazer that Yoshi just sent out should have gathered quite a bit of information.
TP out of nowhere. That's from the shadows that gives him all the information too. And here comes the push. Yoshi's getting back into the corner. It's going to be first right in front of him. And look at that. Out of nowhere, they punish. Allow goes up onto heaven. Yoshi has the Seekers. And who let the dogs out? And who let Yoshi out of his prison? Because right now, he's an escapee. And they can't escape him. It's only Estrella to remain. 14 seconds. Estrella's got to bring it back up. Cloudburst exposes him. There's the flash. Save. Do or die. There's no real money. There's no real chance for him to even get a round win at this point, but maybe make it expensive. And here we are. Scarz, series point, match point, playoffs on the horizon.
Just a little bit more expensive. It's on the horizon for Scarz, but DPlus Kia, we talked about this. So much pressure, and they can't quite live it up with how it's gone. Trying to play it slow, trying to cut noise, just trying to set up outside of 8. They got stopped in their tracks by Yoshi, and that was the key difference in that round. Info gathered, informed so much for Scarz. Viper's Pit up now on mid. Sscary, how? Oh no.
It's the desperation, man.
Oh, it's buying out those mag dumps.
Yep, they got 5 rounds through the Viper's Pit as well. There's a Viper's Pit for Esperanza, but unless they got site control, I don't ever see it being used. Maybe they can use it to counter mid, but that would be a very risky, if not expensive, ability usage just so that. Very wishful thinking if you think about it. In any case, Allow, he's now clearing things up. This might be the perfect read for DPlus because it's only Toroneko stuck at the back of the site. He does have paranoia. He does see it. He immediately repositions. He knows he's in a little bit of a risky endeavor here, risky spot.
Wow.
And I can't believe this. He actually defended the B site by himself. If DPlus actually go the other way, this is a lot more players of Scarz on the other side of the map.
I feel like DPlus Kia are confusing the comms as well because we have this deep lurk from Estrella, but...
Oh, no! That was supposed to be Estrella! Jemkin, how does he react this quickly?
No!
2 are down! It's only allowing Exy to remain, and the chances, the hopes of DPlus Kia is in the hands of Exy, and it's not going to be! It slips up, and Scarz raise the flag for Japan!
They almost made it look slippery, but Scarz! Such an unorthodox Japanese team. Now with the Russians, with the coaching from Funasis, they come back in.
The cheers.
Closing it out in fashion.
The cheers not only for Scarz, but also for Bonkers here. There was a lot of conditions that needed to be crossed out. Scarz needed to win this to allow Bonkers. DPlus needed to win this to, I think, no, this keep Scarz also there. But still the pressure was there for DPlus to keep themselves in this tournament.
And it just unfortunately fell flat in this final series that we have today. This final series at the end of the group stage. DPlus Kia trying to set up for some of these plays, but it just didn't quite come to fruition. First, starting things off on Haven with such a rocky beginning, they started to come back a little. It started to look a little bit good. We had a moment where Allow showed up, but just when he thought he was starting to get good, here came Crystal, here came Jemkin and Yoshi.
Torneko also had that momentous last round. I was even surprised that he was basically able to push everybody back by himself. Again, it was a risk. DPlus knew that it either had to be support for Jemkin or support for Torneko or support inside that Viper Spit, and the guess was incorrect.
Just trying to go for some of these gambles or gambits and trying to figure out how their opponents play. Sometimes they manage to make use of that toxic screen and that double controller setup. It looked interesting. Estrella was in such a deep lurk, but in some moments, in some times, those little picks, those little impact frags coming out from Jemkin, and then the anchor potential from Torneko, it just holds down the site. And so unfortunate for DPlus Kia. Almost coming up, almost having that upward trend. You know, they managed to beat Bleed. But on that final day, wow, Scarz showed up huge.
Undeniable indeed. And this is it. A recap, a replay of the final round. And I don't know, but I feel like I could just hear the screeching of the trajectory here of DPlus come to a halt. Mac, Bonkers are in.
They certainly bloody are. And I'll tell you, there was, I think you guys saw it during the match as well. All of Bonkers are sitting there in the audience and they were cheering, they were cuddling one another, and soon as Scarz managed to get that dub across the line. And I feel so bad for DPlus Kia, but look, it was all on them, right? You're looking at how slow they were out of the gates in both of the maps we saw. Split in particular, it feels like there was a certain weakness point, and that pressure, you could see it was affecting the players. I need to point Allow out because he had so many moments where he had, you know, it looked like he was making those confidence plays. He'd be pushing, he'd be looking for those early picks, and he just tailwind away. He wouldn't find the value, he wouldn't get that impact. And off the back of it, they'd waste so much utility looking for those picks that the late rounds were just lost in the early parts of the round.
Yeah, you're really feeling that sometimes. And that's what I'm talking about with some of these intangibles, because we don't know what goes on with how they communicate with each other or whatever's going on the team. But you can definitely feel and see some of the effects, because this is not the DPlus Kia that we saw against Bleed. And at the same time, some rounds felt a little bit disconnected with how several players or several squads came out and they wanted to do different things. Well, Scarz, on the other hand, so much more coordinated. And you could see how they played off of each other's utility, how they played off of Yoshi's information gathering at times.
And it's not just some of the rounds. There was a lot of rounds that DPlus kind of felt like they were disjointed and wanted to do each thing individually. And yeah, that's crazy.
Look at this as well, Sscary. 11 first kills and only managed to convert 7 rounds. That is a stat which is going to haunt them for a long damn time.
They had a thrifty win too, Mac.
Yes. What? So many things going their way, and yet they can't find enough rounds in the series. It was sink or swim, and today Korea drowned. That's essentially what it came down to. But someone that didn't drown, of course, was Japan and Russia and Jem Keen, the big man doing big work for Scarz. A huge performance. You saw it there, 24 and something. I think it was 24 and like 9 deaths. That is a huge performance. That is how you secure yourselves a playoffs position, and that is how you save not only your own region, but also Oceania as well. Let's bring it back to that. But this series, 2-0, Scarz showing dominance, showing that they have been preparing for the last 3 days to make sure that they have the best run into the end of playoffs possible. But more on that shortly.
Yeah, we'll see that in a bit. But still, I mean, just to think about this series, there's so much that's going on.
Yeah.
And it feels so bad for DPlus Kia, but I mean, just an interesting way to close out the group stage, because this is definitely not the map veto that I expected. Both teams playing maps that we haven't seen so far, maps that, you know, they weren't exactly amazing on in their own domestic leagues, but still trying to exploit some of these weaknesses. And unfortunately, just not the best performances on DPlus Kia's side.
Yeah. So again, that's going to be something to just haunt them. But on the flip side here for Scarz, it looks like they are just so confident with every opponent that they've been, you know, facing this entire tournament.
Well, speaking of the entire tournament, the group stage is coming shortly to a close. But first, before we close this one out, we're going to the stage. We're talking to the winners. We're talking to the big man that did the big impact today. Is Jem Keen for the winners interview.
Oh, เป็นยังไงกันบ้างนะครับผม เอาใหม่นะ โอ้โห เป็นยังไงกันบ้างครับ ขอเสียงหน่อยครับแฟนๆ โอเค ขอบคุณ Sorry about that on broadcast. We just want to check if the crowd's still having the hype about everything. But yeah, after game number 3, that went really, really crazy well for especially him, Jem Keen, right? Jem Keen from Scarz. บอกเลยนะครับดูไปก็เหนื่อยนะฮะจะมีติดขัดบ้างก็ต้องขออภัยด้วยแต่ผมเชื่อนะครับว่าหลายๆคนน่าจะมีคำถามเหมือนผมเพราะนี่นะครับคือแมตช์สุดท้ายแล้วนะฮะและคำถามของผมนะครับก็ค่อนข้างที่จะตรงไปตรงมานะครับก็คือว่าอยากจะทราบเหมือนกันครับว่า6 วันที่ผ่านมานี้นะฮะทางฝั่งเขาและทีมงานเนี่ยได้เรียนรู้อะไรไปบ้างนะครับ so of course it has been a great tournament so far for you guys. But you can't deny that the past 5 to 6 days, it was not an easy group stage. It was a really tough and it was really competitive group stage. I wanted to know that how you feel and what were the key learnings of the past 5 to 6 days in the group stage for you.
I think main point is to be confident on scene. Play confident, play like you're playing scrims. Like don't be scared. So I think that's the main point. Even if it's not opponent, you need to be confident in yourself.
Wow. Man, very, very, I agree with that, man. You showed that very, very clearly today. สำหรับคำตอบนะครับบอกว่าอย่างเดียวที่สำคัญคือต้องมีความมั่นใจนะครับถึงแม้ว่าจะเป็นการแข่งหรือไม่ใช่การแข่งก็ตามความมั่นใจในตัวเองนะครับเป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญมากๆนะครับแล้วเขาก็จะไม่สนอะไรด้วยครับขอให้มั่นใจไว้ก่อนแล้วไปได้ไกลอย่างแน่นอนนะส่วนคำถามต่อมาครับเพราะตอนนี้เนี่ยเราค่อนข้างที่จะได้คำตอบเกี่ยวกับตัวของplayoffs แล้วเนาะเลยอยากทราบครับเพราะคู่แข่งของเขานะฮะนั่นคือ Fancy United Esports นั่นเองเลยอยากจะทราบครับถึงความรู้สึกของ Fancy United Esports นะครับผมalright congratulations for making the win, congratulations for making it to the playoffs, but I would actually want to know about what you think about or how do you feel about your next match against Fancy United Esports?
They play very strange comps on almost all maps. So we're gonna spend our 2 days to prepare for them and try our best to win against them in playoff.
ครับก็หลักๆเลยไม่ใช่อะไรครับก็กลัวมันอยู่เหมือนกันนะแต่ว่า เรามีเวลาพัก2วันครับจึงอยากที่จะใช้2วันนี้เนี่ยศึกษาตัวของทีมของเขาเนี่ยให้ได้มากขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะครับสำหรับตัวของ Playoffs นั่นเองครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็พลาดไม่ได้ครับ and of course you know there have been so many people here supporting you of course back at home as well I really want you to say something to the fans back at home as well as the fans here that are currently supporting you.
All I want to say is thank you for supporting us, even like we played in a very strong group where we have like many good opponents, and you still supported us for all the group stage. So I want to say thank you.
นะครับก็หลักๆนะฮะใช่อยากให้มีภาพบรรยากาศนะครับ หลักๆแล้วนะครับอยากจะขอบคุณทุกๆคนจริงๆครับที่คอยสนับสนุนเรามาตั้งแต่แรกเลยแล้วก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่นะครับผมทั้งแฟนที่บ้านด้วยแล้วก็แฟนที่นี่ด้วยนะที่จะทำให้ดีที่สุดในรอบ Playoffs ครับแต่อย่างไรก็ตามครับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจครับขออนุญาตนะฮะโคตรมันเลยครับแต่ก็จบไปแล้วครับเพราะฉะนั้นครับเรายังไม่ถึงไคลแม็กซ์นะยังมีต่อครับในรอบ Playoffs ครับแต่จะเป็นยังไงนั้นต้องรอติดตามชมครับ and ladies and gentlemen back at home we are already done with the group stage I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I did but as of today we only have 2 matches and I would love to send back to the panelists and I will see you guys in the playoffs.
Yes, it was a much shorter day at the office. Wise words coming out from Jemkin up on the stage. And look, I prepared the bracket for you guys. I finished off the illustration from yesterday, but I've heard we've got a much more professional one, so I'll wait till that for the big reveal, and then I'll use this one and say, hey, look, I didn't
compare
do this
the two and how it looks.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, which one, who wore it better, you know? Yeah. But look, yeah, it's fantastic performance today from all the teams, from Bleed really locking that down with a very successful win. That gives a lot of confidence in all of their fans, in everyone, especially on Sscary in particular, being that last remaining Thai member. And look, it feels like it's theirs to lose, even though you're looking at what Scarz are now bringing out, looking what they're doing against an informed DPlus, of course. The kryptonite of Bleed now no longer in the tournament. One team had to go home today, and unfortunately, it was the Koreans from Bracket Omega.
A little bit unfortunate, that is to say, but hearing that interview, you know, with how Jemkin and his composure and demeanor,
yeah,
you know how he talks about confidence? It just reminds me that there's like different types of confidence, and maybe Lou or Juicy, you know, they're a little bit more boisterous and they love to go for duels. Jemkin's is like quiet, reserved confidence.
Like stoic, right?
Yeah, stoic, yeah.
Well, here's the groups as well. After all is said and done in all these 7 days of the group stage, and we have our 6 contenders. First off, need to say thank you to everyone else that did come into this competition, but unfortunately won't be making it to the playoffs. So we need to say goodbye to Zerja, goodbye to one team. But hold on for the goodbyes. Here's the reveal. Tell me what you think.
I mean, Bleed, of course, getting that top seed. You know, we expected that. Boom versus Bonk.
Yeah.
That's something I already have my eyes on. Scarz versus Fancy as well. And this is single elimination, just to remind everyone. There's so much that could happen in blink of an eye. If you miss something and your favorite team's right there, they might not be there the next day.
That's actually huge, because considering what we saw before with like lock-in, there are some teams that would love to have that double bracket and readjust from, again, the lower standpoint. But now that it's just that, right? Single elimination, everything is on the line. One slip-up could just mean, again, tournament life.
I just cannot believe the run that all these teams, especially on that lower side, have to make. You're thinking of the storylines as well. Boom up against Bonkers. It's been a matchup that's happened before, ages and ages ago. But then, if they win this game, if Bonkers win this game, they have a rematch against Bleed to try to make it into the grand final. You're looking at that top side as well, and how Fancy, Scarz, and Nows are all going to go down. But here you go. It is going to be the 7th of July where these games are played. Scarz against Fancy, Boom against Bonkers. 4 big names to kick off the playoffs. And that's going to be coming from the arena, coming from a much larger venue, much larger crowd. Quack, are you ready? Because you're still on the broadcast board.
I'm ready. It could be Boom versus Bleed as well, and that will be another rematch.
Yeah.
Because Boom were the ones who kind of knocks Bleed out from APAC LCQ last year, so that will be another rematch.
It's the Alpha versus the Omega for that first day. Those games looking spicy. Quickly, as I was trying to say before, we got revealed the bracket. Need to say goodbye and thank you so much to all the teams that came and had to leave us early. We got Orangutan, we got one team, we got Zerja and DPlus Kia, of course, doing work, causing upsets, causing mayhem, and the most chaotic group stage I've ever been a part of in all of my esports history, and that's been a few years. I've never seen anything come down as close as this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it was just... I was kind of pulling my hair thinking about what was going to happen for the playoffs because I was rooting for a lot of these teams. And again, it didn't expect it to be like that. Day one was just so messy, and then they started bringing all the way back, a lot more cleaner in the following up. So definitely not what I expected coming into this tournament as well as a caster.
I need to say, before we close the show, look, thank you so much, Sscary. It's your last day here on the broadcast. You've done so much work. You've kept us all entertained downstairs and everyone back home watching online too. So, look, thank you so much for joining the broadcast. Quack, you're still going to be here. No thanks to you.
You guys are still going to be here too, right? I mean, you're going to watch the playoffs.
We'll be around, right? And of course, look, thank you to Riot for making Valorant, bringing all these regions together, putting on this show. Thanks to the sponsors for making it happen, of course. Need to thank them. I cannot thank them enough. And of course, it's been a pleasure to host this panel for 7 big days. I think we're racking up close to triple figures in the hours from this week, bro. It's been a long one.
Thank you as well for being an amazing host for us, honestly.
Thank you. Thank you, King. Thank you so much.
Thank you, King.
Thank you all for joining us through the fun, through the action here. VCT Ascension Pacific. This has only been the group stage, and the playoffs are going to be insane. Make sure you don't miss it. 7th of July. Be there or be square. And thank you once more. We'll see you in the playoffs.